The Stamp Act of March 1765 was a legislative measure enacted by the British Parliament, marking an escalation in tensions between Great Britain and its American colonies that ultimately led to the American Revolution. Aimed at alleviating the financial strain incurred from the 7 Years' War, the Act imposed a direct tax on a broad spectrum of printed materials, including newspapers, legal documents, and even playing cards, mandating that these items bear an official stamp as proof of taxation. The problem was, the tax was met with fierce resistance from the colonists, who vehemently opposed what they perceived as an infringement of their rights, particularly the principle of no taxation without representation. The Stamp Act galvanized widespread protests and the formation of groups such as the Sons of Liberty, not to mention the boycotts of British goods and the severe disruption to British economic interests within the colonies. Eventually it was repealed in 1766, but it didn't do much. The Stamp Act left its legacy as a symbol of colonial defiance and the unifying cause for American independence. It showed again these deep-seated grievances that fueled revolutionary sentiment and set the stage for the eventual quest for self-governance and freedom from British rule. Hello everyone, welcome back. Today we're talking about, well, it seems a little bit dull from the title, doesn't it? The Stamp Act. How could that be interesting? Well, trust me, it is. Believe me. So as usual, if you like this sort of stuff, give it a like, comment, and subscribe, and we can begin another journey back into American history today. Now, at a considerable financial cost, the British had won the 7 Years' War that was fought between 1756 and 73. It was also referred to as the French and Indian War outside of the United States. The British national debt increased from around £72 million in 1755 to about $129 million in 1764. The war had nearly doubled it. The Bute ministry had decided in early 1763 to maintain 10,000 British regulars in the American colonies, and that of course comes with its own price tag, about £42 million of today's money. It's kind of the same in US dollars, so post-war costs were expected to remain high. The main justification for keeping such a sizable force was that 1,500 officers, many of whom had strong ties in Parliament, would be laid off if the army were demobilized. Because of this, it was particularly wise to keep a sizable peacetime force. But because Britons were opposed to keeping a standing army at home, the majority of the troops had to be garrisoned abroad, which just makes it a lot more expensive. The Royal Proclamation of 1763 and the additional responsibility placed on the British soldiers to halt all of the violent conflicts between Native Americans and the colonists were brought about by the start of the Pontiac's War in May of that year. The main reason for the deployment of the sizable 10,000 British troops to the American frontier was to supply the officers who were part of the British patronage system. John Adams had wrote that revenue is still demanded from America and appropriated to the maintenance of swarms of officers and pensioners in idleness and luxury, a rather derogatory letter he wrote about the deployment issue. After the short-lived Bute ministry failed, George Grenville took over as Prime Minister in April of 1763, and he had to figure out how on earth he was going to finance this peacetime army. Since the Bute Ministry's 1763 cider tax had been met with fierce opposition in England, and Bute had been hanged in effigy, raising taxes in Britain was, well, out of the question. Therefore, the Grenville Ministry determined that Parliament would tax the American colonists instead, without their consent, and this way they'd get the required money. What could possibly go wrong? Parliament had previously enacted legislation to control colonial trade, but it had never before been imposed direct taxes on the colonies to generate income. It was going to be a gamble, definitely a risk. It had always been the expectation of London politicians that American colonists would simply pay for their own defense. It was easy to persuade colonial legislatures to lend support as long as there was a French threat around. Typically, colonial legislatures raised taxes to finance the formation of colonial militias, which were used to provide such assistance. Additionally, the legislatures occasionally agreed to support the upkeep of regular British units that guarded the colonies. The British Parliament didn't have much of a reason to tax the colonists with its own money, as long as this kind of assistance was available. But colonial militias were swiftly put down following the Peace of 1763. Militia officers were unwilling to stay in service after the war ended because they were fed up with the contempt that regular British officials showed them, and they were annoyed at how difficult it was to get regular British commissions. Since there was no external threat, and the Indian threat was negligible, they didn't really have much of a military role anyway. In fact, the majority of the colonial legislatures deemed that the British troops were unnecessary, a complete waste of money. A modification of the Molasses Act of 1733 and the Sugar Act of 1764 were the first tax in Grenville's program to raise money in America. Foreign molasses imported into the British colonies were subject to a 6 pence per gallon tax, which is equivalent to about £5.2 today. It doesn't sound like much, but there was a lot of molasses. The act was designed to make foreign-grown molasses, foreign imported molasses, so costly that it essentially gave molasses imported from the British West Indies a monopoly rather than to increase revenue. But it was ineffective. Colonial traders evaded it by just smuggling the goods, or more frequently just buying off the customs officers, which was a lot easier and very effective. The Sugar Act lowered the tax to 3 pence per gallon, or $2.24 in today's currency, with the intention of increasing compliance and consequently tax revenue. In addition to taxing more imports, the Act also provided provisions to improve the efficiency of the customs service. The Sugar Act was first opposed by American colonists for economic reasons, but they soon realized that there might be constitutional issues. The colonists contended that because of their theoretical rights as Englishmen, they could not be taxed without their consent, which manifested itself in the form of representation in Parliament, despite the British Constitution's guarantee that taxes could not be imposed without Parliament's approval. Parliament's taxation of the colonists was viewed as a violation of their rights because they did not elect any representatives to the legislature. And this was a major objection to the Stamp Act the following year, but there was not time to bring it up in response to the Sugar Act. Now in Great Britain, Stamp Acts were a very effective taxation system that brought in over £100,000 in revenue with relatively low collection costs. The system was practically self-regulating, since most legal documents had to bear an official stamp. Without the required stamp, a document would be deemed void under British law. It had been contemplated twice prior to the 7 Years' War, and again in 1761 to impose such a tax on the colonies. Drafts of colonial stamp acts had actually been sent to Grenville in September and October of 1763, but the proposals lacked the specialized knowledge of colonial affairs necessary to properly describe the documents that would be subject to the stamp. Grenville made it clear that the authority to tax the colonies was uncontested at the time of the Sugar Act was passed in April 1764, and that further taxes, such as the stamp tax, were pretty much right around the corner. Now, the first concern for Grenville was the amount of the tax. He had told American agents shortly after he had announced the possibility of tax that he had nothing against the Americans coming up with a different plan to raise the funds themselves, but requisitioning each colony and letting them decide how to increase their share would be the only other option. There was no political mechanism in place to guarantee the success of each cooperation, and this had never worked before, not even during the French and Indian War. Benjamin Franklin, New Haven's Jared Ingersoll, Connecticut's agent Richard Jackson, and South Carolina's agent Charles Garth met with Grenville on February 2nd, 1765 to discuss the tax. These colonial representatives merely recommended that the decision be left to the colonies. They had no particular alternative to offer. He wanted to raise the funds by a means the most easy and least objectionable to the colony. Grenville had stated. The Stamp Act was drafted by Thomas Whately, who claimed that the delay in its implementation was out of tenderness to the colonies, and that the tax was the easiest and most equal, and also the most certain. Shortly after this meeting, the parliamentary debate started. They formally disregarded the petitions of the colonies, scrunched up and thrown into the bin like a wrapper of a Kit Kat. Something like that. Well, Charles Townsend stated during the debate, "And now will these Americans, children planted by our care, nourished up by our indulgence, until they are grown to a degree of strength and opulence and protected by our arms, will they grudge to contribute their might to relieve us from the heavy weight of the burden which we lie under?" Well, Colonel Isaac Barr was reportedly not very impressed with this. He had responded back to him, "Planted by your care? No. Your oppression planted them in America. They fled from your tyranny to then an uncultivated and unhospitable country, where they exposed themselves to almost all the hardships which human nature is liable, and among others to the cruelties of a savage foe, the most subtle, and I take upon me to say the most formidable of any people upon the face of God's earth. They, nourished by your indulgence, they grew by your neglect of them. As soon as you began to care about them, that care was exercised in sending persons to rule over them, in one department and another, who were perhaps the deputies of deputies or some member of the House sent to spy out their liberty, to misrepresent their actions, and to prey upon them. Men whose behavior on many occasions has caused the blood of those sons of liberty to recoil within them. They, protected by your arms, they have nobly taken up arms in your defense, have exerted a valor amidst their constant and laborious industry for the defense of a country whose frontier, while drenched in blood, its interior parts have yielded all its little savings to your emolument. The people, I believe, are as truly loyal as any subjects the king has, but a people jealous of their liberties, and who will vindicate them if ever they should be violated. But the subject is too delicate, and I will say no more. Well, regardless of the opposition, it was passed by the House of Lords 205 to 49, going into effect on November the 1st, 1765. The highest tax was £10, and that was imposed on licenses for attorneys. Ridiculous, I know, right? Other court-related documents were anywhere from 3 shillings to 10 shillings. Every little bit adds up, certainly makes it difficult to run business. And then there was land taxes too, which were basically calculated on how many acres you had. Newspapers and pamphlets totaling more than 1 sheet and fewer than 6 sheets in octavo, fewer than 12 in quarto, and fewer than 20 in folio were taxed at the rate of 1 shilling per pack, cards at the rate of 1 shilling per pack, and dice at the rate of 10 shillings. In other words, the tax on pamphlets increased proportionately to their size, but stopped completely if they were large enough to be considered books. Now, the purpose of high taxes on attorneys and college students was to prevent the colony's professional class from expanding. Instead of using colonial paper money, which was more widely available, the stamps required hard currency, which was in short supply. The profits were to be used in America, particularly for the salaries and supplies of the British Army units stationed there, in order to prevent the colonies from losing money. Particular attention was drawn to 2 aspects of the Act involving the courts. The tax on court documents applied specifically to courts that were exercising ecclesiastical jurisdiction. There were currently no bishops assigned to the colonies to preside over the courts, and there were no courts of this kind in the colonies, so they had to figure out something else. Now, fearing that this was the first step to bringing back the old ways in the colonies, that most of them had left Britain to shake off the old ways, many of the colonists and their ancestors specifically avoided the influence and power of state-sanctioned religious institutions. Both Southern Anglicans and the non-Anglicans, who constituted the majority in the northern colonies, opposed the open support of some Anglicans in the northern colonies for the appointment of such bishops. It always comes down to some theological disagreements that bleed over into the practical aspects of daily governance. Now, according to the Sugar Act's model, the Act gave Admiralty courts the authority to try violators, but historically Admiralty courts had only heard cases pertaining to the high seas. The colonists perceived the Stamp Act as an additional attempt to replace their local courts with English-controlled ones, even though it was really the Sugar Act that appeared to follow this precedent. The Act had an impact on a wide range of professions and trades because it levied taxes on a wide range of paper products. We're talking newspapers, deeds, wills, indentures, pretty much everything. Newspapers and citizens protested the Act widely and even attacked public officials, tax collectors, and made a tax on their homes and offices. Well, you can do that. I'm not advocating for a tax on tax collectors. Well, almost immediately after the Act was approved by Parliament, Grenville began designating stamp distributors, surely to become the most popular people in the colonies. The expected income that the positions promised made it easy to find applicants, and he filled the posts with local colonists. Even Benjamin Franklin was unaware of the chaos and effect that the tax would have on American-British relations, or that these distributors would become the target of colonial resistance, as evidenced by his suggestion that John Hughes be appointed as the agent for Pennsylvania. Surely he would have known, because he was a printer, wasn't he? He had one of those big printing companies, did a bunch of different newspapers. Surely he would have seen that coming. Well, either way, Parliament passed a resolution in the spring of 1764 that stated, towards further defraying the said expenses, it may be proper to charge certain stamp duties in the said colonies and plantations. Now that was the beginning of the debate over the Stamp Act in the colonies. Now the practical goal of the Sugar Act and the Pro-Stamp Act was to collect money from the colonists, although the Sugar Act was essentially a continuation of the earlier laws that were already in. The Stamp Act, now all passed, seemed to have been unique because it was the first internal tax imposed by the Parliament directly on the colonies, one that was solely based on activities that took place within said colonies, and then enforced by colonists to colonists. Well, you could probably view them as traitors if you were that patriotic. I'm sure many people did. But, as mentioned, the posts were easily filled because of the payment that was given for them. So, the theoretical question that would come to define the American Revolution of taxation without representation quickly took the center stage. Now, Benjamin Franklin brought up the issue at the Albany Congress in 1764, and he wrote that it is supposed an undoubtable right of Englishmen not to be taxed, but by their own consent, given through their representatives. That there is no representation from the colonies in Parliament. This theory of virtual representation served as a refutation for this claim. Now, in a pamphlet, Thomas Whately outlined his theory, readily acknowledging that no tax could be imposed without consent. In fact, they were just using British law against them. However, the reality was that at least 75% of adult males in Britain were not actually represented in Parliament due to property qualifications and other reasons. Like the disenfranchised subjects in the British Isles, colonists were given virtual representation in Parliament, since members of Parliament were required to represent the interests of all British citizens and subjects. Of course, it's quite a wide umbrella term, isn't it? Well, either way, a significant distinction between the colonists and the underrepresented in Britain was overlooked by this theory. You see, the colonists were represented in their own legislative assemblies, and the question was whether the colonists' consent to taxation actually came from these legislatures, rather than just thrust upon them by the Parliament itself. Bostonian Samuel Adams, I'm sure you've heard of him, wrote the following in May 1764, outlining the consensus among Americans. He wrote, "For if our trade may be taxed, why not our lands? Why not the produce of our lands and everything we possess and make use of? This, we apprehend, annihilates our charter right to govern and tax ourselves. It strikes our British privileges, which, as we have never forfeited them, we hold in common with our fellow subjects who are natives of Britain. If taxes are laid upon us in any shape, without our having legal representation where they are laid, are we not reduced from the character of free subjects to the miserable state of tributary slaves?" Well, it's certainly very clear whose side Mr. Adams is on. And he's right. You give an inch, they take a mile. Well, to coordinate action and share information on the Sugar Act, Massachusetts established a 5-member committee of correspondence in June of 1764, and Rhode Island established a comparable committee in October of 1764. An important advancement in colonial unity and collaboration was this attempt at coordinated action. In December of the same year, the House of Burgesses in Virginia protested the taxes to London, claiming that they lacked the necessary justification. In 1764, protests were also sent to England from Massachusetts, New York, New Jersey, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. Although the messages' contents differed, they all stressed that it was against the colonies' rights to tax them without their consent. By the end of 1765, the colonial legislative assemblies had passed some form of protest in all 13 colonies, with the notable exception of Georgia and North Carolina. Following the word of the Act's passage, the Virginia House of Burgesses met again in early May 1765. By the end of May, many lawmakers, including George Washington, left because it seems they would not consider the tax. There were only 30 of the 116 Burgesses left, but Patrick Henry, who was going to the first session, was one of them, and he spearheaded the fight against the Stamp Act. On the 29th of May 1765, he put forth his resolutions, which were subsequently adopted as the Virginia Resolves. The resolve stated as follows: Resolved that the first adventurers and settlers of this Majesty's colony and dominion of Virginia brought with them and transmitted to their posterity, and all other His Majesty's subjects since inhabiting in His Majesty's said colony, all the liberties, privileges, franchises, and immunities that have been at time held, enjoyed, possessed by the people of Great Britain, resolved that by the 2 royal charters granted by King James I, the colonists aforesaid are declared entitled to all liberties, privileges, and immunities of denizens of natural subjects to all intents and purposes, as if they had been abiding, born within the realm of England. Resolved that the taxation of the people by themselves, or by the persons chosen by themselves to represent them, who could only know what taxes the people are able to bear, or the easiest method of raising them, and must themselves be affected by every tax laid on the people, is the only security against a burdensome taxation, and the distinguished characteristic of British freedom, which without the ancient Constitution cannot exist. And so the Massachusetts Lower House suggested a meeting for the first Tuesday in October in New York City, June 6th, 1765. Of course, it all sounds somewhat clandestine, but the meeting was not kept a secret. Massachusetts informed Richard Jackson, their agent in England, and a member of Parliament too, of the meeting's proposed scheduling very quickly. The London Ministry, according to John Adams, was deliberate in its attempts to strip us in great measure of the means of knowledge by loading the press, the colleagues, and even an almanac and newspaper with restraints and duties. 24 weekly newspapers in major cities made up the nascent American newspaper industry by 1760. In order to establish a common American voice, Benjamin Franklin established an unofficial network in which each member regularly reprinted news articles, editorials, letters, and essays from the others. The new stamp tax that each editor would have to pay on each copy irritated them all. By letting colonists know what other colonies were saying, the press developed into a potent tool for opposing the Stamp Act. Many simply evaded it, and the majority of the associated taxation without representation with tyranny and despotism, giving the 13 colonies a common language of protest. Well, just before the act took effect, many newspapers adopted a largely conservative stance, suggesting that they might simply shut down business if it wasn't repealed. But as time went on, and there were violent protests, the writers grew increasingly irate. A number of newspaper editors, including Benjamin Eads of the Boston Gazette and William Bradford of the Pennsylvania Journal, were active with the Sons of Liberty group and reflected the group's views in their publications. When the Stamp Act went into effect in November, many newspapers used black borders around the edges and columns of their editions, sometimes featuring images of skeletons and tombstones to highlight the fact that the publications were dead and would no longer be able to print due to the Stamp Act. But despite that, the majority of them came back within the following months, boldly showing up without the stamp of approval. The following spring, the law was repealed, much to the relief of the printers, who were reaffirmed as a strong voice and compass for public opinion. But we can't skip that far ahead. First, we must talk about the Boston protests. And they were the most prominent in the early times. On August 14, 1765, Andrew Oliver, a Massachusetts stamp distributor, was hanged. Though in effigy. He wasn't actually hanged. From a giant elm tree at the crossing of Essex and Orange Street in the city's South End. Still, that's not a very nice thing to have happen to you. Certainly sends a message. A jackboot with a green bottom paint job was also hung, a reference to Grenville and the Earl of Bute, the two individuals of the colonists most frequently blamed. Sheriff Stephen Greenleaf was ordered to remove the effigy by Lieutenant Governor Thomas Hutchinson, but a sizable crowd stopped him from doing so. In order to have their wares symbolically stamped beneath the elm tree, later dubbed the Liberty Tree, the crowd diverted Orange Street merchants throughout the day. The Boston-based Sons of Liberty came to accept this date as the organization's traditional founding. Ebenezer McIntosh was a shoemaker who served during the 7 Years' War. He led a group of people one evening who demolished Andrew Oliver's effigy and carried it in a funeral procession to the town house where the legislature convened. They then proceeded to Oliver's office, which they demolished, and marked the timbers with a symbolic stamp. The effigy, Oliver's stable house coach and chassis, were then taken to his house at the base of Fort Hill, which was decapitated and burned. When Greenleaf and Hutchinson attempted to stop the gang from robbing and destroying Oliver's house, they threw stones at them. The following day, Oliver requested to be released from his responsibilities. Yeah, it's probably best to go for an early retirement, man. But his resignation was insufficient, rather. In the end, McIntosh made Oliver publicly resign under the Liberty Tree, and then he was paraded through the streets. How humiliating. Of course, the colonies in general saw a rise in organized resistance groups, acts of violence, and threats of aggressive behavior as word spread about the reasons behind Andrew Oliver's resignation. These resistance groups were founded by the members of the middle and upper classes of society throughout the colonies, and they soon adopted the name the Sons of Liberty. These colonial resistance groups managed to persuade judges and business people to avoid using the correct stamps that Parliament required, burned effigies of royal officials, and forced Stamp Act collectors to resign from their positions. Prominent public figures like Samuel Adams of the Loyal Nine of the Boston Caucus, an association of Boston merchants, and James Otis, who oversaw the Boston Gazette, were the driving forces behind the street protests. They tried to exert economic and social control over those beneath them, but they frequently failed to keep a careful balance between riots and large-scale protest action. In addition to requiring the backing of the working class, these men had to prove the validity of their actions in order for England to take their protests seriously. The Loyal Nine were more of a social club with political interests at the time of the protests, but by December 1765 they were making statements under that name of the Sons of Liberty. Locally organized groups began to unite into intercolonial organizations of a kind never observed before in the colonies. Long before 1765, the term Sons of Liberty had been used in a more generic sense, but it wasn't until February 1766 that the term's influence spread throughout the colonies as an organized group using the formal name Sons of Liberty. This, of course, set the stage for future resistance to the British that carried the colonies into 1776. After separate beginnings in multiple colonies, the organization grew month after month. By November 6th, a committee was established in New York to communicate with other colonies. And in December, organizations from Connecticut and New York formed an alliance. Boston and Manhattan were connected by letter in January, and by March, Providence had established correspondence with New York, New Hampshire, and Newport. By March, the Sons of Liberty groups had been formed in Norfolk, Virginia, New Jersey, and Maryland, and a local group in North Carolina was drawing attention to Georgia and South Carolina. Although the Sons of Liberty officers and leaders were drawn almost entirely from the middle and upper ranks of colonial society, they understood that they needed to broaden their sphere of influence to encompass the whole of political society. The Sons of Liberty used massive public protests to broaden their support in order to accomplish this. Although they worked to control the possible violence of extra-legal gatherings, they discovered early on that managing such crowds was going to be a difficult task. Although the group claimed allegiance to the established British and local governments, they always took potential military action as a last resort into account. They claimed to have remained faithful to the king during the Stamp Act crisis because they had fundamental confidence that Parliament would act morally and remove the tax. So it wasn't a rebellion against the tax. It was a rebellion against the tax, rather, but not the king. That was not what their disagreement was with. They just didn't want the tax. Well, in October of 1765, the Stamp Act Congress took place in New York. The Congress was composed of 27 delegates from 9 colonies, and their job was to write a series of formal petitions explaining why Parliament could not tax them. Numerous influential men from the colonies were among the delegates. John Rutledge of South Carolina, age 26, was the youngest. Hendrick Fisher of New Jersey, age 65, were the oldest. All but 3 of the delegates were born in the colonies. 10 were lawmakers, 10 were merchants, and 7 were planters or landowners, but all that held some kind of elective office. 3 were loyalists during the Revolution, 9 attended the First and the Second Continental Congress, 4 signed the Declaration of Independence, and 4 died before the colonies declared their independence. Francis Bernard, the governor of Massachusetts, thought that the representatives of his colony in the Congress would be in favor of Parliament. Bernard was particularly fond of Timothy Ruggles, that's a nice last name, Ruggles, who had chosen to lead the Congress. Bernard had given Ruggles the directive to recommend submission to the Stamp Act until Parliament could be persuaded to repeal it. A final Stamp Act resolution, according to many delegates, would actually strengthen ties between Britain and the colonies. To his colonies agent in England, Robert Livingston of New York, wrote, "If I really wished to see America in a state of independence, I should desire as one of the most effectual means to that end the Stamp Act should be enforced." Livingston emphasized the significance of removing the Stamp Act from the general public discourse. Well, for 12 days in a row, not even taking Sundays off, the Congress convened. The meetings drew no audience, and no details of the discussions were made public. Delegate John Dickinson of Pennsylvania drafted the final document of the meeting, which was titled The Declaration of Rights and Grievances. 14 colonial protest points were to be brought up in this declaration. In addition to objecting to the Stamp Act, it claimed that the colonists had all the rights of Englishmen, and that Parliament could not speak for them because they were unable to vote. The colonies could only be taxed by colonial assemblies. Additionally, they claimed that it was an abuse of power for the Admiralty courts to extend their jurisdiction to non-naval matters. Now, the Congress claimed that they had certain natural rights, just by virtue of being human, in addition to merely arguing for their rights as Englishmen. Resolution 3 declared that it is inseparably essential for the freedom of a people and the undoubted right of Englishmen that no taxes be imposed upon them, but with their own consent given personally or by their representatives. Since the rights of the colonies did not originate with the Parliament, Christopher Gadsden of South Carolina had suggested that the Congress's petition should only be sent to the King himself. But most of the delegates found this radical proposal to be too extreme, and it was turned down. The King received the Declaration of Rights and Grievances as required, and both houses of Parliament received petitions. On the 10th of July, 1765, Lord Rockingham succeeded Grenville as Prime Minister. In October, reports of the mob violence started to circulate through England. At the same time that resistance was growing and intensifying in America, conflicting feelings were beginning to emerge in Britain. Some were concerned about a precedent that would be set by giving in, so they wanted to strictly enforce the Stamp Act over colonial resistance. Others stated advocating for the repeal of the Stamp Act after they experienced the economic consequences of decreased trade with America following the Sugar Act and an inability to collect debts as the colonial economy faltered. Since a large amount of British industry and commerce relied on the colonial market, merchants had signed a number of non-importation agreements as part of the colonial protest. 200 merchants met in New York City and decided not to import anything from England until the Stamp Act was repealed. In a parliamentary debate, William Pitt claimed that Grenville's ministry's actions regarding the colonies had been entirely wrong. He added, "It is my opinion that this kingdom has no right to lay tax upon the colonies." Pitt continued to uphold the authority of this kingdom over the colonies to be sovereign and supreme in every circumstance of government and legislature whatsoever. But he distinguished taxes as a voluntary gift and grant of the commons alone, rather than a component of governance. Grenville responded, "Protection and obedience are reciprocal. Great Britain protects America. America is bound to yield obedience. If not, tell me when the Americans were emancipated. When they want the protection of this kingdom, they're always ready to ask for it. That protection has always been afforded to them in the most full and ample manner. The nation has ran itself into an immense debt to give them their protection, and now they are called upon to contribute a small share towards the public expense, an expense arising from themselves. They renounce your authority, insult your officers, and break out, I might say, into open rebellion. But then Pitt made a very inflammatory comment. He had apparently said, "I'm glad America resisted. 3 million people would have been the suitable tools to turn others into slaves, because they were so devoid of any sense of freedom that they willingly agreed to become slaves." Rockingham presented petitions lamenting the economic effects felt across the nation between January 17th and 27th, shifting the focus from constitutional to economic arguments. By a vote of 274 to 134, the House of Commons rejected a resolution on February 7th, stating that it would support the King in implementing the Act. In an effort to address the constitutional and economic concerns, Henry Seymour Conway, the leader of the government in the House of Commons, introduced the Declaratory Act, which acknowledged the impracticality of trying to enforce the Stamp Act while affirming Parliament's authority to enact law for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. The only people who voted against it were Pitt and 3 or 4 others. Additional resolutions were passed that denounced the riots and called on the colonies to reimburse those who lost money as a result of the mob actions. Between February 11th and 13th, the House of Commons heard testimony. On the final days of the hearings, Benjamin Franklin himself was the most significant witness. When asked how the colonists would feel if the act was not repealed, he said, "A total loss of the respect and affection that the people of America bear to this country, and of all the commerce that depends on that respect and affection." After observing Franklin's responses to Parliament and his impact on the repeal, a Scottish journalist wrote to Franklin, "To this very examination, more than to anything else, you are indebted to the speedy and total repeal of this odious law." And so, about 2 weeks or so later, February 21st, a bill to repeal the Stamp Act was introduced, and it was approved by a vote of 276 to 168. Royal assent was granted by the King on March 18th, 1766. The Sons of Liberty in Dedham, Massachusetts, built the Pillar of Liberty with the bust of Pitt atop to commemorate the appeal. And that's the story of the Stamp Act. I told you it was exciting. Well, I could have given it a real clickbaity title, like, I don't know, how the Americans got their freedom or something, but the prevailing trend of this channel is when you click on something, you get exactly what you think you are going to get. And so yes, it's just me talking for 45 to 50 minutes about the Stamp Act. The discovery of gold at Sutter's mill in Coloma, January 1848, sparked the California gold rush, remembered as a pivotal moment in American history that led to unheard of levels of migration, along with economic growth. The gold rush quickly filled California with thousands of prospectors from all over the United States and the world, collectively referred to as 49ers, fueling the rapid growth of cities like San Francisco. In addition to hastening California's 1850 admission as the 31st state, this flood of fortune seekers made a substantial contribution to the idea of manifest destiny and a larger westward migration. In terms of economy, the gold rush sparked expansions of financial institutions, infrastructure, and industries. In terms of society, it united the disparate groups, though frequently at the expense of the Native American communities that suffered hardships and displacement. Furthermore, the landscape of California was impacted for a long time by the environmental consequences of mining operations. As a representation of opportunity and aspiration, the California Gold Rush has left its impression on the country's expansionist narrative and shaped the cultural and economic landscape of the American West. And hello, dear viewer, here we are again, back doing a little bit more American history. I hope you're enjoying it. I know I am. So, you know what to do the whole like, comment, subscribe thing, and we can begin now. And we begin as early as the 9th of March, 1842, some 8 years before the traditional start of the California Gold Rush, where gold was found at Rancho San Francisco, located in the mountains north of modern-day Los Angeles. Now, a native of California, Francisco Lopez, stopped on the bank of a small creek while looking for stray horses. This is roughly 35 miles northwest of Los Angeles and 3 miles east of what is now Newhall. And it was there that Lopez made a very lucky discovery. A tiny gold nugget in the roots among the bulbs of some wild onions he dug up while the horses were grazing. The right time, in the right place, I suppose. He discovered more gold after searching further. Lopez brought the gold to the appropriate authorities, who verified its value. Lopez and others started looking for additional stream beds in the area which might contain gold deposits. They discovered a number in what is now Ventura County, in the northern eastern part of the forest. But after that, a little bit of the gold, after being shipped back to the more established United States, nothing really happened. It received very little attention. Near his first discovery, he discovered gold again in 1843, and up until 1846, Sonoran Mexican miners worked the deposits. Before 1848, Mission Indians also made small gold discoveries in California, but nothing to really spark a rush. Well, of course, when you find gold, you don't want everyone else coming, so to prevent this, the locals told them to keep the location a secret. But then, the military conflict in Upper California resulted when the Treaty of Cahuenga was signed in January of 1847, 9 months into the Mexican-American War. James W. Marshall discovered gleaming metal in the tail race of Sutter's mill, a lumber mill he was constructing for the Sacramento pioneer John Sutter, close to Coloma on the American River, on January 24th, 1848. Marshall then showed Sutter what he had discovered, and the two tested the metal in private. Of course, Sutter was shocked when the test revealed that it was indeed gold, and he wanted to keep the news all to himself, because he was afraid of what would happen to his plans for an agricultural empire in the event of a gold rush. The Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which officially ceded California to the United States, was ratified on the 30th of May, and with that, the Mexican-American War had come to an end. It was peacetime, at least for a while. people were going to have to find something else to do with their time. In order to secure the mineral rights of the land where the mill stood, Sutter sent Charles Bennett to Monterey in February 1848 to meet with Colonel Mason. That was the top U.S. official in California at the time, after swearing everybody involved at the mill to the utmost secrecy. Bennett was supposed to keep the news to himself, but unfortunately, he blurted it out when he heard about the coal discovery near Mount Diablo while he was stopping in Benicia. The cat was well and truly out of the bag now. He proceeded to San Francisco, where he was once more unable to maintain the secrecy, and again blabbed the whole plan to everybody. They should have chosen a better person to keep that secret. At Monterey, Bennett disclosed the gold discovery again, and Mason refused to render any decisions regarding land and mineral rights titles. So not only was the entire trip a complete failure, with Mason just not giving what they wanted, but that also completely ruined the plan of keeping everything to secrecy. What an idiot. Oh well, what's done is done. Samuel Brannan, a merchant and newspaper publisher from San Francisco, verified the discovery by March 1848. Brannan quickly opened a store to sell supplies for gold prospecting, and while he walked the streets of San Francisco with a vial of gold in his hand, he reportedly shouted, "Gold, gold, gold from the American River." And that ought to get some attention. The first significant East Coast newspaper to report on the discovery of gold was the New York Herald, which did so on August 19, 1848. In a speech to Congress on December 5, 1848, U.S. President James K. Polk affirmed the discovery of gold. Consequently, people who wanted to profit from the gold rush, later referred to as 49ers, started traveling from other nations and regions of the United States, of course, to the gold country of California, also known among the miners who were on their way there as the Mother Lode. His workers fled in search of gold, and squatters seized his land and stole his cattle and crops. Sutter's business plans were, as he feared, completely destroyed. But hopefully he'd find a little bit of gold himself. That might make up for it. Before the rush, San Francisco had been hardly a blip on the map. A small settlement, nothing really going on there. But when the locals found out about the discovery, it initially turned into a ghost town with shuttered business and shops, but as merchants and newcomers came in, it really began to kick off. In 1848, they had about 1,000 people living there. Not quite derelict. But by 1850, there were 25,000 full-time residents. Miners resided in deck cabins from derelict ships, wood shanties, or tents. The rapidly expanding city, however, lacked churches and religious services. So missionaries like William Taylor filled the void by holding services in the street, with a barrel head serving as his pulpit. Fair enough, you do what you can with what you got, don't you? His sermons, of course, drew large crowds, and as soon as he had enough kind donations from prosperous gold miners to construct the first church in San Francisco, that is exactly what he did. There were no simple routes to California, unfortunately, during what had been called the first world-class gold rush, and 49ers encountered hardships and frequently died en route. The majority of the Argonauts, as they were called, initially traveled by sea. It would take 4 to 5 months to sail around the tip of South America from the east coast, covering about 18,000 nautical miles. Another option was to go to the Panamanian Isthmus Atlantic side, traverse the jungle for a week in canoes and mules, and then wait for a ship bound for San Francisco on the Pacific side. Additionally, there was a route that began in Veracruz and went across Mexico. These transportation companies brought enormous wealth to their owners, including those in the United States. The Mail Steamship Company, the Accessory Transit Company, and the federally subsidized Pacific Mail Steamship Company were among them. The overland route, especially the California Trail, was used by many gold seekers to traverse the continental United States. Typhoid, cholera, and shipwrecks were among the deadly risks associated with each of these routes. Steamship travel from New York City via overland portages in Nicaragua and Panama, followed by steamship return to San Francisco, was largely responsible for the early years of the Russia's population growth in the San Francisco area. Many eastern seaboard ships required their passengers to bring kits, which were usually filled with personal effects like guidebooks, tools, clothing, etc. The Argonauts also brought with them other supplies, barrels of salt pork, rice, biscuits, cured beef, in addition to their personal belongings. Depending on the steamship they were on, passengers could fish off the edge, have fun on deck, smoking it up and conversing with one another. Engaging in other activities too. It's a very good way to network when you're stuck on a ship for a couple of weeks. But ironically, despite the fact that segregation between wealth disparities was prevalent throughout the steamships, gambling was the most popular activity. The rich and the poor were kept apart in every way, however. Of course, to get to California, you could pay for varying degrees of travel. First class, stowage. You could probably just try and hang on to the edge of the ship if you were that desperate. The routes of the less expensive steamships were, of course, typically longer. But on the other hand, passengers would reach California more quickly on the more costly ones, so time is money, especially when there's only so much gold in the ground. You'd want to get there before anybody else. I mean, they call it a gold rush for a reason. One would think you would be rushing to get there, right? When people traveled together, there were obvious social and economic differences, because those who spent more money were given accommodations that others were simply not. They would obviously want to set themselves apart from those who couldn't afford those accommodations by demonstrating their superior class power. In order to meet the demands of the expanding population, supply ships brought goods to San Francisco. Many ships were turned into stores, taverns, hotels, warehouses, and even jails, when hundreds of them were abandoned after the crew simply left to work in the gold fields. Of course, they may as well repurpose the ships. A lot of them were planning to make their money on the frontier, build a ridiculously large house, and then just live out the rest of their days. Of course, many want to go home too, but you gotta do something with the ship while it's sitting there in the harbor. Of course, many ships were also demolished and turned into landfills as the city grew and new locations were required for construction. And so, within a few years, there was a significant but little-known influx of prospectors into what is now Siskiyou, Shasta, and Trinity counties in far northern California. Thousands of gold seekers traveled up the Siskiyou Trail and across the northern counties of California after gold nuggets were discovered at the modern location of Eureka in 1851. Beginning in the spring of 1848, Californians themselves were the first to rush to the gold fields. These individuals included native Californians, some Californios, Spanish-speaking Californians that is, and mainly agriculturally oriented Americans and Europeans living in Northern California. At that time, they were simply referred to in English as Californians. Families made up the majority of these early miners, and everybody pitched in. It was pretty common to see women and children of all ethnic backgrounds banding alongside the older men. In order to accommodate the influx of men, some enterprising families established boarding houses. In these situations, the women frequently brought in a steady income while their husbands looked for gold. At first, news of the gold rush spread slowly. People who lived close to California or who learned of the news from ships traveling the quickest routes from California were the first people to go and look for the gold. Several thousand Oregonians who traveled the Siskiyou Trail were the first significant group of Americans to arrive. People from the Sandwich Islands and thousands of Latin Americans, including those from Peru, Mexico, and even as far away as Chile, arrived next, both by land and by ship. And the Argonauts, as they were called, by the end of 1848, approximately 6,000 of them had arrived. That year, only a handful, probably less than 500, left the United States by land. The earliest gold seekers were sometimes called 48ers because they were able to amass a substantial quantity of readily accessible gold, sometimes amounting to thousands of dollars every single day. No wonder they wanted to keep it a secret, right? The average daily gold finds made even by the average prospectors were 10 to 15 times the daily wages of a laborer on the East Coast. It was possible to earn the equivalent of 6 years' wages back home after working for 6 months in the gold fields. And some wanted to launch businesses in California. Others just wanted to get rich and then go home with it. Word of the gold rush had spread globally by early 1849, and a huge influx of merchants and gold seekers started to arrive from almost every continent. In 1849, Americans made up the largest group of 49ers, arriving by the tens of thousands via various sailing routes and overland routes across the continent. Many East Coasters managed to cross the Appalachian Mountains by boarding riverboats in Pennsylvania, pulling the keel boats to wagon train assembly ports on the Missouri River, and then following the California Trail in a wagon train. Numerous others arrived by the Pacific Mail Steamship Company's steamships and the Panamanian Isthmus. Ships carrying Hawaiian newspapers brought the news to Australians and New Zealanders, and thousands of people were afflicted with gold fever from these places, boarding the ships for California. Latin America, especially in the mining districts of Mexico near Sonora and Chile, was the source of many 49ers. In 1849, a small number of Asian merchants and gold seekers, mostly from China, started traveling to Gumsan, which means Gold Mountain in Chinese, which is the Chinese name for California. Well, at least in the old Chinese rendering, at least. Nowadays it's different. It's Jiujinshan, I believe. Jiujinshan? which is like old Golden Mountain. It's either Los Angeles' name or... Yes, I believe that's the name of Los Angeles, Georgian. Well, with a greater distance to travel still reeling from the effects of the 1848 revolutions, the first European migrants started to arrive in late 1849, primarily from France, but then there were a small number of German, Italian, and British immigrants as well. About 90,000 people, half by land, half by sea, are thought to have arrived in California in 1849. Between 50 and 60,000 of these were probably Americans, with the remaining coming from other nations. But at least 300,000 immigrants, merchants, and gold seekers were thought to have come to California by 1855, and that's from all over the world, in addition to tens of thousands of Mexicans, Britons, Chinese, Australians, French, Latin Americans. There were, of course, smaller groups, including African Americans, Filipinos, Basques, Turks, but yes, the majority were Americans. Well, among the first people to permanently settle in the foothills of the Sierra Nevada were people from small villages in the hills close to Genoa, Italy. They brought with them traditional agricultural skills they developed to withstand the harsh winters. There were likely fewer than 4,000 miners of African descent who had traveled from Brazil, the Caribbean, and the southern states. In 1849 to 1850, a few hundred Chinese had come to California, and in 1852 over 20,000 of them had reached San Francisco. Of course, in the goldfields they were easily recognized by their unique attire and appearance. You must remember back then, it was part of the Qing dynasty, and they all had to have the long hair as a requirement that the ruling class had put upon all non-Manchus. So it was pretty easy to spot a Chinese person anywhere, until about 1912, where they had their revolution. Of course, they endured brutal racism from the miners, who directed their resentment towards foreigners. This caused them great suffering, especially when a Chinese miner managed to find some gold. You would bet the people did not like that. And somewhat out of jealousy, they'd take it out on the rest of the community. And this isn't just to say that this is just the normal American miners. It was pretty much everybody. That's just the way that the world was back then. Now, women, of course, participated in the gold rush as well, but they were comparatively few in number. In fact, just 700 of the 40,000 people who came to San Francisco Bay by ship in 1849 were women, and that includes the rich, the entrepreneurs, the single, the married, and those women who wanted to practice their craft in the saloons. There's more than one way to make money on the goldfields. They came for different reasons, of course. Some with their husbands, because they didn't want to be left on their own. Some came because their husbands sent for them. And some came just simply for the adventure and the money. Numerous women, of course, became widows before even seeing California, and many people perished from the trail from cholera, fever, accidents, and a host of other calamities. And so in California was not often to encounter these widows as a result of mining disputes as well. Women who had the opportunity to escape their traditional jobs in the goldfields also took that opportunity. And so the California goldfields were somewhat lawless at the start of the gold rush. California was a bit of a new frontier, occupied by American forces after the Mexican-American War. but it was still officially part of Mexico when gold was found at Sutter's mill. Although California was part of the United States after the treaty ending the war signed on February 2nd, 1848, it was not actually recognized as an official territory until September 9th, 1850. It was in a unique position of being a territory under military control, not quite consolidated yet, and the entire region lacked a civil legislature or even a judiciary. Locals followed a convoluted and shifting set of American values, Mexican laws, and a lot of the time simply their own personal preferences. The Fugitive Slave Act of 1850 and other federal laws were not strictly enforced, which facilitated the influx of escaped slaves into the territory. Of course, nearly all of the gold fields were outside of Mexican land grants, despite the United States' obligation to respect them under the treaty that ended the Mexican-American War. Rather, the majority of gold fields were situated on public land, which is officially owned by the US government. But there were still no established laws or effective ways to enforce them. Of course, this pretty much means that for the initial stage, the initial waves of immigrants coming to California, that it was pretty much, well, it was a free-for-all. No taxes, no license fees, not even any private property in the early gold fields. Formally, the miners did adopt a few mining laws from Mexico. A claim could be staked by a prospector, but it was only valid while it was actively being worked. If you left the site, well, someone could just jump right in the hole and, well, just continue from where you left off. Of course, this, as you can imagine, caused more than a few arguments. You see, miners only spent enough time to claim to assess its potential. They would leave the site in pursuit of a better one if they judged it to be of low value, which was the case for the majority. The other miners would of course claim jump the land if a claim was left untended or unworked. Claim jumping was when a miner started operations on a site that had already been claimed. Conflicts were frequently resolved violently, and occasionally they were arbitrated by groups of prospectors. There was, of course, ethnic tensions, as one can imagine. Due to simple pressure, the large number of prospectors in some areas may have caused the size of the current claim to decrease. Early 49ers were able to pan for gold in rivers and streams, or to use their hands to pick up loose gold flakes and nuggets due to the rich concentration of gold in the California gravel beds. Hard-working miners and groups of miners advancing to placer mining employed cradles and rockers or long toms to process greater amounts of gravel, since the panning was just not large enough. Coyoteing was another technique used by the miners, which entailed excavating a shaft 6 to 13 meters deep, about 20 to 43 feet, into placer deposits alongside a stream. The richest pay dirt veins were then reached by digging tunnels in every direction. Once again, dangerous work. Groups of prospectors would divert a river's water flow into a sluice alongside the river, and then excavate for gold in the newly exposed river bottom in the most intricate form of placer mining. According to current estimates, during the first 5 years of the gold rush, up to 12 million ounces, or 370 tons thereabouts of gold, were actually extracted. In the following phase, Hydraulic mining was implied to old gravel beds that contained gold on bluffs or on hillsides by 1853. High-pressure hose directed a strong stream of jet water at gravel beds that held gold in contemporary form of hydraulic mining that first was invented in California and subsequently used all over the world. The gold would then settle to the bottom, where it was collected after the loose gravel and gold passed over the sluices. Hydraulic mining is thought to have recovered 11 million troy ounces, or 340 tons of gold by the mid-1880s, which is equivalent to about 15 billion US dollars in modern prices. Larger volumes of silt, gravel, heavy metals, and other contaminants entered streams and rivers as a result of these extraction techniques. California hydraulic mining was restricted by court decisions and federal legislation between 1882 and 1893. In fact, as of 1999, the effects of hydraulic mining are still visible in many places because the exposed earth and downstream gravel deposits left behind are frankly unsuitable for any plant life, not to mention agricultural problems. Gold recovery operations continued after the end of the gold rush, prospecting for gold that had been gradually washed down into a flat river bottom and sandbars of California's Central Valley and other gold-bearing regions of the state. Lying Scott Valley in Siskiyou County was the last step in recovering loose gold. And then towards the end of the 1890s, dredging technology, which was also invented in California for the specific purpose, and it's estimated that had recovered over 20 million troy ounces, or 620 tons of gold. Gold seekers also participated in hard rock mining during the gold rush and in the decades that followed. This method involves taking the gold straight out of the rock that contained it, usually quartz, usually by blasting and digging to find and remove veins of the quartz that contain gold. When the gold-bearing rocks were brought to the surface, they were crushed, and the gold was separated either by washing the sand over copper plates coated with mercury, with which gold forms an amalgam, or by separating gold in water. The amalgamation process resulted in mercury loss, which of course contaminates the environment. I mean, the mercury has to go somewhere, doesn't it? Well, eventually the hard rock mining emerged as the gold country's main source of gold production, and an estimated of 3,700 tons have been produced in California since that time. During the gold rush, some merchants earned significantly more money than the actual miners. In the early years of the rush, Samuel Brannan, a tireless newspaper publisher, shopkeeper, and self-promoter, was the richest man in California. In the goldfields, Brannan established the first supply stores in Sacramento, Coloma, and other locations. He bought all the prospecting equipment in San Francisco just before the rush started, and he sold it for a pretty good profit. Some people who were looking for gold, though, did manage to make quite a lot of money. According to some economic historians, the white miners were more successful than the blacks, Indians, or Chinese miners, and on average half of the gold seekers turned a small profit, at least after accounting for their costs. But then there were the taxes that just ruined everything. Like the 1851 California Foreign Miners Tax, they were targeted mainly at Latino miners and prevented them from earning as much as white miners who were actually exempt from the taxes. Now that's not fair. The majority of the late arrivals in California either made very little or lost money. In a similar vein, numerous unfortunate traders established themselves in communities that either vanished or perished in one of the devastating fires that ravaged the newly formed towns. And then we got Levi Strauss, on the other hand, who was a businessman who started selling denim overalls in San Francisco. Around 1853, achieved quite considerable success. Of course, we still got Levi's around today. In retail, shipping, entertainment, lodging or transportation, other entrepreneurs made significant profits. The highly lucrative industries of boarding houses, food preparation, sewing and laundry were frequently operated by married, single or widowed women who recognized that men would be willing to pay a woman for her services while they were out chasing the gold. Large profits were also made by brothels, particularly when paired with gambling establishments and saloons. The state of the economy had drastically changed by 1855. Only medium to large groups of workers, either as employees or in partnerships, could profitably recover gold from the gold fields. The proprietors of these gold mining businesses were the ones who benefited financially by the middle of the 1850s. Additionally, California's economy and population had grown sufficiently, and it was at this point incredibly diverse, enough size to generate revenue from a wide range of traditional ventures. The gold itself took a variety of routes when it was extracted. Initially, a large portion of the gold was spent locally to buy miners' food, supplies, and housing. Additionally, it was used for entertainment, which included everything from a traveling theater to gambling, alcohol, and of course, those more physical entertainments. Frequently, the freshly recovered gold, which had been meticulously weighed, was used in these transactions. The gold was then used by the merchants and vendors to buy supplies from packers or ship captains who were transporting the goods to California. After that, the gold traveled from California to the manufacturers of goods worldwide, either via mules or via ships. The second route was taken by the Argonauts themselves, who either sent the gold home or brought their hard-earned diggings back with them after personally obtaining a sizable quantity. For instance, it is estimated that French prospectors and merchants sent about US $2.6 billion worth of today's conversion, worth of California gold back to France. Of course, most of it just returned to the brokerage houses back in New York City, where the serious business was done. Local banks and gold dealers issued banknotes or drafts, paper money that was accepted in the area, in exchange for gold as the gold rush went on, and private mints produced their own gold coins. Gold bullion was converted into official U.S. gold coins for circulation in 1854 with the establishment of the San Francisco Mint. In order to use the gold in the booming California economy, California banks later sent it to national banks in the United States in exchange for national paper money. And so, just like that, from a sleepy, little-known backwater town to the world's most formidable destination for hundreds of thousands of people. That is how California was transformed by the gold rush. The newcomers frequently displayed this exceptional civic-mindedness and inventiveness, bringing all of the good things, and sometimes the bad things about their home countries, to the new world. For instance, during the gold rush, cities and towns were incorporated, a state constitutional convention was called, a state constitution was drafted, elections were conducted, and delegates were dispatched to Washington, D.C. to negotiate California's new statehood. It was during this period that California's second gold rush, i.e. not actual gold, but large-scale agriculture, had begun. Almost immediately, roads, churches, schools, and all kinds of civic associations were established. Americans made up the great majority of the immigrants, and California then became the 31st state of the United States on the 9th of September, 1850. As a result of growing pressure, of course, from the improved political communication ties with the rest of the country, it can no longer be ignored. As for San Francisco, their population grew from 500 to 150,000, and that's just between the years of 1847 and 1870. Transportation between California and the East Coast greatly enhanced as a result of the gold rush's wealth and population. In 1855, the Panama Railway was completed, crossing the Panama Isthmus. Steamships, such as those owned by the Pacific Mail Steamship Company, started operating regularly between San Francisco and Panama. From there, mail, passengers, and cargo would board steamships bound for the East Coast after crossing the isthmus by train. But of course, it all had negative effects too, both on the environment and on people, some of which you might not see coming. You see, due to fish mortality and habitat destruction caused by gravel, silt, and the chemicals from prospecting operations, Native Americans who relied on traditional hunting, gathering, and farming suffered from malnutrition and disease. Due to the construction of gold camps and other settlements in the middle of game and food gathering areas, the mining boom also caused these areas to vanish. Native Americans lost more land as farming expanded later to supply the settlers' camps. Tribespeople living on or close to mining districts were always a target of organized attacks in certain places. Native Americans and settlers engaged in a number of conflicts, and they were frequently viewed by miners as obstacles to their success. According to Marshall Gold Discovery State Historic Park interpretive lead Ed Allen, miners occasionally killed as many as 50 native people in a single day. Larger-scale attacks against native populations, sometimes tribes or villages not even involved in the initial act, may follow retaliatory attacks on lone miners. A group of settlers attacked a band of Windu Indians during the Bridge Gulch Massacre in 1852, after a citizen was killed. This was one J.R. Anderson, and following his murder, the local sheriff organized a squad of men to find the Indians, and when they found them, they killed over 150. The problem was, these were a completely different band of Windu that had killed Anderson, and out of all the village, only 3 children had made it out alive. Between 1846 and 73, non-Indians killed between 9,500 to 16,000 California Indians, according to one historian, Benjamin Madley. The majority of these massacres, which are defined as the intentional killing of 5 or more disarmed combatants, or largely unarmed non-combatants, including women, children, and prisoners, whether in the context of battle or otherwise, took place during this time. The killings were the main reasons why California's indigenous population dropped below 20,000 between 1849 and 1890. The California governor estimates that between 1849 and 1870, 4,500 Native Americans were killed in other violent crimes. In addition, California opposed ratifying the 18 treaties that federal agents and tribal leaders had actually signed in 1851, Then there were the death squads, financed and supported by the state government, which appropriated more than $1 million to support the paramilitaries' operations in support of mining operations. California's first governor, Peter Burnett, stated that the state was a battlefield between races, and that the only options for dealing with the California Indians was either removal or eradication. He stated that a war of extermination will continue to be waged between the two races until the Indian race becomes extinct must be expected. Burnett, like many of his contemporaries, believed that genocide was just a necessary part of the plan, and that his constituency in California had to move forward, even though they could not predict the outcome with anything other than pain and regret. In addition to Native Americans, foreigners, particularly Chinese and Latin American immigrants from Sonora, Mexico, and Chile, were pushed out of the mines by laws, unfair taxation, and overtly anti-foreign attacks after the initial boom had ended. The death and crime rates following the gold rush were exceptionally high, and the ensuing vigilantism also had a significant negative impact on the American immigrants, as 1 in 12 49ers ended up dying, with empty pockets at that. When the American merchant ship the Mary Celeste was found drifting, deserted in the Atlantic Ocean on December 4th, 1872, it became one of the most perplexing mysteries in maritime history. The ship was discovered in astonishingly good condition, with all of its cargo and personal effects completely undisturbed after leaving New York Harbor on November 7th for Genoa, Italy. However, the whole crew was mysteriously gone. There were a lot of wild theories and conjectures about the terrifying scene and the lack of distress signals, which led people to suspect everything from mutiny and piracy to natural disasters like water spouts or even unexpected earthquakes. Mystery surrounds the fate of the crew, and no conclusive explanation has been found despite thorough investigations. This event, of course, has continued to fascinate authors, historians, and the general public, and it solidifies the Mary Celeste's position as a symbol of mysterious maritime disappearances. It continues to pique interest in both academic discussions and popular culture. And welcome to the channel. Today we're, I suppose, doing a bit of a mystery video. It's a historical mystery, I suppose. Once again, best way to support the channel is just to enjoy it, and I hope you learn something. But if you feel like clicking the like and subscribe and leaving a comment, certainly helps the algorithm tell other people. Now, let's all get nice and relaxed, and we can begin. And so the story begins at Joshua Dewey's shipyard in the Nova Scotian village of Spencer's Island, where the keel of the future Mary Celeste was laid in late 1860. The ship was Carvel built, with the hull blanking flush rather than overlapping, and was rigged as a brigantine. It had 2 masts, and all of the timber was locally felled. Eventually it was launched in the year 1861, May the 18th, and was registered at neighboring Parsborough on June 10th, 1861. But it wasn't called the Mary Celeste first. Originally, it was called the Amazon. According to the original registration documents, she was 99 feet long and 25.5 feet in width, with 11.7 feet in depth and weighing approximately 198 gross tons. There was a local group of 9 people, led by Dewis, her owner. Robert McClellan, the ship's first captain, was also one of the co-owners. And so in June of 1861, the Amazon set sail on her first voyage, sailing to 5 different islands: Nova Scotia to load up on timber for the journey to London across the Atlantic. Captain McClellan unfortunately became ill after the ship's initial loading, and his condition deteriorated. On June the 19th, the Amazon made its way back to Spencer's Island, where McClellan passed away. After taking over as captain, John Nutting Parker continued the journey to London, during which the Amazon experienced more bad luck. You see, after departing London, she ran into and sank a brig in the English Channel after colliding with fishing gear in the narrows of Eastport, Maine. For the 2 years that Parker was in charge, the Amazon focused mostly on trade in the West Indies. In November of 1861, she traveled across the Atlantic to France, where she was once again painted, possibly by the renowned maritime artist Honoré de Pellegrin of the Marseille School. Parker was replaced in 1863 by one William Thompson, and he held the position until 1867. He commented on the original voyagers. "We went to the West Indies, England, and the Mediterranean, what we call the foreign trade. Not a single unusual thing happened." Bit of a foreshadowing, isn't it? Quiet years. Smooth sailing, if we are to use the analogy. But in October of 1867, the Amazon was driven ashore at Cape Breton Island, in which she was so severely damaged that her owners thought to abandon her as a wreck. But it was not the end of the story. Alexander McBean of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, purchased her as a derelict on October the 15th, sure something could be salvaged, return her to her former glory. At least that was the plan. A month later, McBean, though, sold the wreck to a local businessman, who then sold it again to Richard Haynes, a New York-based American mariner, in November of 1868. Haynes spent almost $9,000 of that day's money restoring the wreck after paying $1,750 for it. So he must have seen some kind of potential. He appointed himself as her captain and registered her as an American vessel with the collector of the port of New York on December of 1868. And that was when she was renamed the Mary Celeste. So for the rest of the video, we will be referring to it as the Mary Celeste. Haynes creditors seized the ship in October of 1869, and James Winchester led a consortium from New York that purchased it again. The consortium's makeup, of course, changed multiple times over the course of the 3 years, but Winchester always held at least half a share. There was no documentation of Mary Celeste's trading activities during this time. Now, around 1872, the ship had a significant refit, and it was more than before. It cost about $10,000 and significantly increased its size. She was made 103 feet long, 26 feet wide, and 16 feet deep. A second deck was added as part of a structural modification. The ship's tonnage rose to 282.28 as a result of the work. Winchester held 6 of the consortium's shares on October 29, 1872, while 2 smaller investors each held 1. Benjamin Spooner Briggs, the ship's new captain, held the remaining 4 of the 12 shares. Nathan Briggs, a sea captain, had 5 sons including Benjamin, who was born on April 24th of 1835 in Wareham, Massachusetts. 2 of the sons became naval captains, and all but 1 went to sea. He took a Mediterranean honeymoon aboard his schooner Forest King after marrying his cousin, Sarah Elizabeth Cobb, in 1862. Shortly after, in September of 1865, they had a son, Arthur, and a daughter, Sophia Matilda, in October of 1870. By this time, Briggs had attained a prominent position in his field. With his seafaring brother, Oliver, who had also grown weary of the nomadic lifestyle, he contemplated leaving the sea to start a more land-based business. Instead of moving forward with this project, however, they each invested their savings into a ship. Benjamin invested in Mary Celeste, and Oliver invested in Julia A. Halleck. Following her extensive New York refit, Mary Celeste was scheduled to sail to Genoa, Italy for her first voyage, which Benjamin took command of in October of 1872. He made arrangements for his wife and young daughter to go with him, leaving his school-age son at home to be looked after by his grandmother. Briggs carefully selected the crew for the journey. Albert Richardson, the first mate, had previously sailed under Briggs and was married to the niece of Winchester. About 25-year-old second mate Andrew Gilling was actually of Danish descent but born in New York. William Edward Head, a recently married steward, was hired on Winchester's personal recommendation. The 4 general seamen were Gottlieb Gottschall, Arian Martens, and the brothers Volkert and Bos Lorenzen, all of whom were Germans from the Frisian Islands. Briggs wrote to his mother just before the trip, stating that he was extremely pleased with the ship and crew, and a substantial testimony characterized them as peaceable and first-class sailors, who seemed quite capable, if they continued as they had begun, Sarah Briggs had told her mother. In order to oversee the loading of the ship's 1,701 barrels of alcohol, Briggs arrived at Pier 50 on the East River in New York City on October 20th, 1872. A week later, he was joined by his wife and young daughter. Briggs wrote to his mother on Sunday, November 3rd, stating that he planned to depart on Tuesday, and that our vessel is in beautiful trim, and I hope we shall have fine passage. Well, fingers crossed for that. And so Mary Celeste moved into New York Harbor on Tuesday, November 5th, leaving Pier 50 with Briggs, his wife, daughter, and 7 crew members. But because of the unpredictability of the weather, Briggs chose to hold off. Sarah took advantage of the delay to write to her mother-in-law a final letter after he anchored the ship just off Staten Island. 2 days later, the weather seemed to be good enough to set sail, and Mary Celeste stepped out of the harbor and into the great Atlantic. Now, in that final letter that was written by Sarah, she had wrote, "Tell Arthur I make great dependence on the letters I shall get from him, and will try to remember anything that happens on the voyage which he would be pleased to hear." Well, unfortunately, the big, important happenings we just do not know about. Well, the Canadian brigantine De Gratia was also waiting in Hoboken, New Jersey for a shipment of petroleum bound for Genoa via Gibraltar, as Mary Celeste readied herself to set sail. Both First Mate Oliver Devoe and Captain David Morehouse were Nova Scotians, and they were not new to the game. They brought a wealth of experience, along with a stellar reputation as sailors. Because of their shared interests, some authors believe that Captain Briggs and Morehouse were acquainted, albeit briefly. According to some stories, they were just close friends who ate dinner the night before Mary Celeste left. But the only proof for this is a memory made by Morehouse's widow 50 years after the incident. And we can't really take that as gospel, can't we? Well, either way, 8 days after Mary Celeste, on November 15th, De Gratia set out for Gibraltar, taking the same old time-tested route. At approximately 1 p.m., De Gratia had arrived halfway between the Azores and the Portuguese coast. On Thursday, December 5th, or sea time rather, or Wednesday, December 4th, 1872 land time, if we're taking into account for the time differences. Now, when Captain Morehouse arrived on deck, the helmsman reported a ship at a distance of roughly 6 miles that was moving unsteadily in the direction of De Gratia. Morehouse suspected that something was amiss, because the ship's strange set of sails and her unpredictable movements. With no one on deck and no response to signals as the ship approached, he dispatched Devoe and second mate John Wright in the ship's boat to investigate. Based on the name on her stern, the two determined that it was indeed Mary Celeste, and they climbed on board, took a look around, and discovered that the ship was completely abandoned. Much of the rigging was also broken, with ropes dangling loosely over the sides, and the sails were partially set and in bad shape, with some of them missing completely. The fore and lazarette hatches were left open, their covers next to them on the deck, but the main hatch cover was still fastened. The binnacle that held the ship's compass had moved, and its glass cover was broken, and only the lifeboat on board was a tiny yawl that had reportedly been stowed across the main hatch, but was nowhere to be found. For a ship of this size, the amount of water in the hold was substantial, but not really concerning. Roughly 3.5 feet, not enough to really sink it. On the deck, a homemade sounding rod, a kind of tool for gauging the volume of water in the hold, was discovered abandoned. The ship's daily log, which was dated at 8 a.m., was discovered in the mate's cabin 9 days prior, on November 25th. Nearly 400 nautical miles, about 750 kilometers give or take, from the location where De Gratia met Mary Celeste. It noted her position at that time as off Santa Maria Island in the Azores. Although the cabin's interior was in reasonably good order, Devoe noticed that it was damp and messy from water that had gotten through the doorways and skylights. Although he discovered personal belongings in Briggs' cabin, such as a sheathed sword beneath the bed, the majority of the ship's documents and the captain's navigational aids were gone. Added to that, there was plenty of food still in the stores, but no food prepared or in the process of being prepared, and the galley equipment was all neatly stored away. The galley, by the way, being a kitchen on a ship. Now, all this evidence suggests a peaceful exit from the ship via the missing lifeboat. There were no overt indications of fire or violence. Really nothing. After returning to inform Morehouse of these discoveries, Devoe made the decision to transport the abandoned ship 600 nautical miles to Gibraltar. Salvor could anticipate receiving a sizable portion of the total value of the rescued vessel and its cargo under maritime law. The precise amount would depend on the level of risk involved in the salvage. The 8-man crew of De Gratia was split between the two ships by Morehouse, who sent Devoe and 2 seasoned sailors to Mary Celeste, while he and the 4 others stayed on De Gratia. The majority of the journey to Gibraltar was in comparatively calm weather, but the progress was slow because each ship was severely undercrewed. On December 12th, De Gratia arrived in Gibraltar. Mary Celeste arrived the next morning after running into fog. The Vice Admiralty Court promptly impounded her in order to get her ready for salvage hearings. The experience of bringing the ship in was apparently so difficult that Devoe wrote to his wife, "I can hardly tell what I am made of, but I do not care so long as I got in safe. I shall be well paid for the Mary Celeste." I mean, fair enough, but he doesn't seem awfully worried about the missing crew. Ooh. Maybe another part of the conspiracy has just opened up. Well, we won't talk about that just yet. Okay, alright, we'll get back to where we are before we explore that option. Right, well, under the leadership of Gibraltar's Chief Justice, Sir James Cochrane, the salvage court hearings got underway in Gibraltar on December 17, 1872. The Attorney General, Frederick Sonny Flood, who served as the Queen's Advocate General and Proctor in her Office of Admiralty, presided over the hearing. Well, according to one historian of the Mary Celeste affair, Flood was the sort of man who, once he had made up his mind about something, could not be shifted, and whose arrogance and pomposity were inversely proportional to his IQ. I don't think she likes him. Well, Flood's conviction that a crime had been committed was cemented by Devoe and Wright's testimonies, and the New York Shipping and Commercial List adopted this view on December 21st. They had wrote in their reports, the inference, is that there has been foul play somewhere, and that alcohol is at the bottom of it. People were starting to talk, it seems. John Austin, surveyor of shipping, performed an examination of Mary Celeste on Flood's order on December 23rd with the help of diver Riccardo Portinato. He discovered potential blood stains on the captain's sword and noticed cuts on either side of the bow that he believed were caused by a sharp object. Citing a vial of sewing machine oil discovered upright in its place, he stressed in a report that the ship did not seem to have been hit by severe weather. Neither Austin nor the court brought up the possibility that the vial had been replaced since the abandonment, which is, well, you'd think they would have bought that upright. It would have been pretty easy to do. Well, according to Portinato's hull report, the ship had not run aground or been in an accident. An additional examination by a team of Royal Navy captains confirmed Austin's suspicion that the bow's cuts had been intentionally made. Along with a deep mark that might have been caused by an axe, they also found stains on one of the ship's rails that might have been blood. These discoveries confirmed Flood's suspicions that the mystery was not caused by a natural disaster, but rather by human misconduct. He forwarded the reports to the London-based Board of Trade on January 22, 1873, along with his own conclusion that the crew had consumed alcohol and killed the entire Briggs family and the ship's officers in a drunken rage. To mimic a collision, they had cut the bows and then ran away in the yawl, meeting an unknowable end. Flood believed that Morehouse and his men were concealing something, namely that the log had been altered and that the Mary Celeste had been abandoned in a more eastern location. He found it hard to believe Mary Celeste could have gone so far without a crew. But then again, they were in the middle of the ocean. Well, not quite, at least, out on the open ocean near the Azores. And it would depend on how long it would have been adrift for. Well, inquiring as to when the Mary Celeste might be released to deliver her cargo, James Winchester arrived in Gibraltar on January 15th. Winchester lacked the $15,000 that Flood required as a surety. He then learned that Flood believed Winchester might have been part of the conspiracy to intentionally engage a crew that would kill Briggs and his officers. Winchester attested to Briggs' excellent character during a series of acerbic exchanges with Flood on January 29th. Winchester maintained that Briggs would not have deserted the ship unless absolutely necessary. When scientific examinations of the stains discovered on the sword and other parts of the ship revealed that they were not actually blood, Flood's theories of mutiny and murder seemed to fall apart. A report from a U.S. Navy Captain Schufelt, commissioned by the American consul in Gibraltar, Horatio Sprague, dealt Flood a second blow. According to Schufelt, the marks on the bow were caused by the sea's natural action on the ship's timbers, rather than being man-made. On February 25th, Flood reluctantly moved Mary Celeste from the court's jurisdiction because he simply didn't have any hard evidence to back up his suspicions. 2 weeks later, she sailed from Gibraltar to Genoa with a crew that had been raised locally, led by Captain George Blatchford of Massachusetts. When Cochrane announced the award on the April 8th, the salvage payment issue was resolved. The amount was about £1,700, which was pretty much 1/5 of the ship and cargo's total value. This was significantly less than what was generally expected, according to one authority, considering the degree of risk involved in bringing the derelict into port. The award ought to have been 2 or 3 times that sum at least. But it's only worth as much as people are willing to pay, I suppose. Even though Morehouse had stayed in Gibraltar at the court's request, Cochrane's closing remarks were a scathing indictment of his choice to send De Gratia under Devoe to deliver her petroleum cargo earlier in the hearing. According to Hicks, Cochrane's tone implied wrongdoing, guaranteeing that Morehouse and his passengers would be under suspicion in the court of public opinion forever. And that's the problem, isn't it? It's fine to be let off by the magistrate, or the judge, whatever we call it in what part of the world we're at, but that court of public opinion never really forgets. And unfortunately, most of the time you're guilty until proven guilty. The suspicions of foul play persisted, even though the theories of murder and conspiracy were not supported by any evidence in Gibraltar. Because Mary Celeste had been significantly over-insured, Flood and certain newspaper reports raised the possibility of Winchester engaging in insurance fraud for a short time. The insurance companies that had issued the policies did not launch an investigation, and Winchester was able to deny these claims. Although there's no proof of a friendship between the two captains, another theory suggests that Briggs and Morehouse conspired to divide the salvage earnings. In addition to asking why Briggs left his son Arthur if he planned to vanish forever, Hicks remarks that if Morehouse and Briggs had been planning such a scam, they would have not devised such an attention-drawing mystery. And I suppose that is a good point. Now, it's also notable to mention that ruffian pirates were active off the coast of Morocco in the 1870s. They were absolutely everywhere. The ship would have been looted, but the captain's crew and personal belongings, some of which were extremely valuable, were unharmed. Well, according to the historian John Gilbert Lockhart's 1925 theory, he suggests that Briggs simply killed everyone on board before taking his own life during an attack of religious mania. In a subsequent edition of his book, he apparently apologized and retracted this theory after he had been told off by the descendants of Briggs. Yeah, I don't know where he got his evidence for making that theory. Well, later on, Oliver Cobb, Briggs' cousin, speculated that the move of the troops to the yawl might have been a short-term safety precaution. Based on DeVoe's report on the condition of the ropes and rigging, he surmised that the yawl might have actually been attached to the ship using the main halyard, allowing the company to return to Mary Celeste once most of the danger had passed. But if the line had broken and the yawl and its passengers had been left adrift, Mary Celeste would have sailed away empty. According to Beck, it would have been nonsensical to affix the yawl to a ship that the crew was believed was going to sink or explode. After all, if it was going to sink, it would take the yawl down with it. While Briggs was also an experienced captain, according to MacDonald Hastings, who writes, if the Mary Celeste had blown her timbers, she would still have been better bet for survival than the ship's boat. Had Briggs depended on the ship's boat for survival instead of the Mary Celeste, he would have behaved like a fool, or worse, a frightened one. While most commenters concur that a very unusual and concerning situation had to have occurred for the entire crew to desert a ship that was sound, seaworthy, and well stocked. Based on the sounding rod that was discovered on deck, DeVoe ventured an explanation. He proposed that Briggs abandoned the ship following a false alarm, possibly due to a pump malfunction that gave the false impression that the ship was rapidly filling with water. The amount of water in the ship and the ragged condition of her sails and rigging could be explained by a severe waterspout strike prior to the abandonment. The crew may have overestimated the amount of water on the Mary Celeste and thought she was in danger of sinking because of the low barometric pressure created by the spout, which could force water from the bilges up into the pumps. It's also possible that an earthquake on the seabed would have created enough surface turbulence to harm some of the Mary Celeste's cargo and release harmful gases. And this is an interesting theory. You see, Briggs might have ordered the ship's abandonment due to growing concerns about an impending explosion. The displaced hatches indicate that an inspection, or at least an attempt at airing the ship out, had occurred. On January 24, 1886, the New York World reported on an incident involving the explosion of a ship transporting alcoholic beverages. According to the February 9, 1913 issue of the same journal, the gases that might have caused or threatened an explosion in Mary Celeste's hold came from the seepage of alcohol through a few of the more porous barrels. Oliver Cobb, Briggs' cousin, was a fervent supporter of this theory, which holds that Briggs could have ordered the ship's evacuation if the situation had been sufficiently frightening. We're talking about the smell of escaping fumes, rumblings from the hold, or perhaps even a small explosion, definitely enough to scare people away. It is possible that Briggs neglected to properly secure the yawl to the tow line in his hurry to get out of the ship before it exploded. The yawl's occupants might have been left to perish in the weather if a sudden gust of wind had blown the ship away. But while it all sounds pretty plausible, this argument's generally undermined by the cargo's generally sound condition and the discovery of the absence of explosion damage. So it sounds good, but, well, that's probably not what happened. There was an experiment, however, that was conducted as recent as 2006 that contributed to the resurrection of the explosion theory. It was done by the University College, London, by chemist Andrea Seller. Using paper cartons for the barrels, she constructed a model of the hold. He then produced an explosion with butane gas that resulted in a significant blast and ball of flame, but surprisingly the replica hold was unarmed by the fire. The researcher stated, "What we created was a pressure wave type of explosion. There was a spectacular wave of flame, but behind it was relatively cool air. No soot was left behind. There was no burning or scorching." Well, back to the late 19th century. In the decades that followed, fact and fiction began to blend together. In June of 1883, a fictitious version of the Mary Celeste story was published in the Los Angeles Times. According to the November 1906 issue of the Overland Monthly and the Out West magazine, Mary Celeste drifted off the Cape Verde Islands, approximately 1,400 nautical miles south of the actual location. Every sail was set. The tiller was lashed fast, not a rope out of place. The fire was burning in the galley. The dinner was standing untasted and scarcely cold. The log written up to the hour of her discovery. There were live chickens on board, and the first mate was a man named Briggs. Well, these are all, of course, falsehoods. Especially since they happened in living memory of when the actual, event occurred. I suppose we can't really call it a tragedy because we don't know what actually happened. For all we know, all of the sailors could have gotten off in that little lifeboat, landed on some tropical island, and lived very happy lives. That's the thing. We just don't know. Well, many commentators believe that the story in the January 1884 issue of Colonial magazine, which guaranteed that the Mary Celeste affair would never be forgotten, was the most influential retelling. Now, you might recognize the name Arthur Conan Doyle, who was a 25-year-old ship surgeon at the time, wrote this early work. The facts in Doyle's story, J. Habakkuk Jeffson's statement, were unfortunately not accurate. He changed the ship's name to Mary Celeste, and J. was the captain. The fatal voyage, which was from Boston to Lisbon in 1873, was made by W. Tibbs. The title character, Jeffson, was one of the passengers on board, according to the story a fanatic named Septimius Goering, who despises white people, had persuaded crew members to kill Tibbs and bring the ship to the coast of Western Africa. Well, except for Jeffson, who is spared because of his magical charm, which Goering and his cronies revere. The rest of the ship's company are all taken care of. I know it sounds a bit silly, doesn't it? Though Sprague was still in the US consul in Gibraltar, and sufficiently intrigued to ask whether any part of the story might be true, Doyle had anticipated that this story would never really be taken seriously. I mean, at least he's self-aware, right? And then we have the Strand magazine, who published a purported survivor's account in 1913 from a man named Abel Fosdick, who was purportedly Mary Celeste's steward. In this version, the crew was watching a swimming competition on a makeshift platform when it abruptly collapsed. Sharks ate or drowned everyone, except for Abel Fosdick himself. In contrast to Doyle's story, the magazine suggested this as a serious solution to the mystery. However, it was riddled with the most basic of errors, such as using Griggs instead of Briggs, Boyce instead of Morehouse, and so on. A plausible literary hoax from the 1920s, perpetrated by Irish writer Lawrence J. Keating, and presented as a survivor's account of a man named John Pemberton, convinced a lot more people than previous retellings. It was a complicated story of murder, insanity, and cooperation with the De Gratia. But, once again, like the other stories being so fantastical, it was riddled with the most elementary of errors. But the story was presented so convincingly that the New York Herald Tribune, published on July 26, 1926, thought it was unquestionably true. Keating's hoax, according to Hastings, was an impudent trick by a man not without imaginative ability. Of course, there have been other documented instances of ships being discovered oddly or abandoned on the high seas before the Mary Celeste. Between 1840 and 1855, Rupert Gould, a naval officer of the Maritime Mystery Investigator, enumerates additional such incidents. Regardless of the veracity of these tales, people only really remember that the Mary Celeste, the ship's name, spelt Marie Celeste, has become ingrained in their consciousness as a symbol of unfathomable abandonment. But of course, it's meant to be spelled Mary. In the 1930s, two popular radio plays based upon the Mary Celeste were written by L. Tim Healy and Edgar Peach, respectively. Peach's play was actually put on stage in 1949, and there's even a whole bunch of novels that for the most part provide explanations that are natural rather than fantastic. Of course, there's probably going to be a few more films and, of course, a whole bunch of YouTube videos about the Mary Celeste in the decades to come. I actually look forward to them. Take it all with a grain of salt and just enjoy the ride. Now, many of them, I'm sure, will involve the more bizarre theories. So before we go, we'll have a quick look at the more bizarre theories that are going around. And then we have Captain R. Lucy's story in the Daily Express in 1924, that claimed that the Mary Celeste's former boatswain was her informant. And even though the registered crew list does not mention such a person, well, Briggs and his crew are portrayed as predators in this new story. They see a derelict steamer and board it, only to discover that it's empty, and contains 3,500 pounds worth of gold and silver in the safe. They use the steamer's lifeboats to reach Spain, where they decide to divide the money, leave Mary Celeste, and start new lives. It's astounding to Hastings that such an improbable tale were accepted for a while, and he claims that readers were fooled by the magic of print. You must remember, back in those days, a lot of people were quite fooled by it. You have a newspaper come out. Why would somebody take the trouble to lie? People hadn't quite caught on to that yet. And then there's the really out there theories. According to Chambers' Journal of September 17th, 1904, it's perhaps a giant octopus or a giant squid that might have taken the Mary Celeste's entire complement off one by one, big tentacles out of the water, grabbing them like some sort of horror movie. The Natural History Museum states that a giant squid had rather been known to attack ships and can grow to 15 meters in length, but, it's pretty rare. Begg also notes that while such a creature could theoretically have killed a crew member, it would have been extremely unlikely to have captured the captain's navigational instruments and the yawl. You'd have to have very good tentacle-eye coordination. There is an undated edition of the British Journal of Astrology, which refers to the Mary Celeste story as a mystical experience and links it with the Great Pyramids of Giza, the lost continent of Atlantis, and the British Israel movement. Other explanations have proposed paranormal intervention. Despite the Mary Celeste being abandoned in a totally different region of the Atlantic, the Bermuda Triangle has also been invoked because why not? And then, of course, there's the theories about alien abductions, which, of course, became a little bit more popular once aliens came into vogue in later times. But, well, we can't really take them too seriously. But in all honesty, I suppose anything is possible. The sinking of the RMS Titanic, perhaps the most notorious maritime disaster of history, occurring April 15th, 1912, during its inaugural journey from Southampton to New York City. The Titanic, the largest passenger ship of its era, was considered unsinkable because of its sophisticated safety mechanisms. Nevertheless, we all know the story. It collided with an iceberg in the North Atlantic and was submerged within hours, resulting in the deaths of over 1,500 passengers and crew from the 2,224 aboard. The inadequate lifeboats, along with the absence of appropriate safety training, only intensified the disaster. The catastrophe showed the critical inadequacies in contemporary maritime safety rules, resulting in substantial amendments to international maritime legislation encompassing enhanced safety protocols and lifeboat mandates. More than 100 years on, the tale of the Titanic continues to enthrall us. It's somewhat of a story of human arrogance, new technology, and thinking that we're unbreakable. I think for a long time it will remain a story to be talked about. And today we're not going to talk about everything before the building of the Titanic and everything else. We're just going to jump straight to what you're here for. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. If it's your first time, good to meet you. For those coming back, good to have you again. Do you have some fact about the Titanic that you'd perhaps like to share? Write it in the comments. I'll pin the most interesting one. Perhaps it'll be yours. Who knows? But for now, let's get nice and relaxed. It's going to be a bit of a long one. Well, they're all long ones here, but that's okay. Let's get nice and comfortable. Commissioned on the 2nd of April, 1912, the Titanic was the second of the 3 Olympic-class ocean liners at the time. It was the largest ship in the world. Both Titanic and her sister ship, the RMS Olympic, boasted a gross registered tonnage significantly larger than Cunard's RMS Lusitania and RMS Mauretania, and were about 100 feet longer. It was built to accommodate 3,547 people. The Titanic offered unmatched speed and unmatched luxury, featuring the largest reciprocating engines that were ever constructed up to that date, which were 40 feet tall, and they required 600 long tons of coal per day for the furnaces. First-class accommodations on the Titanic were described as extraordinarily grand, with the most luxurious suites, called parlor suites, costing around $4,350 at the time, which is equivalent to almost 140,000 US dollars today for a simple one-way trip across the Atlantic. Even think about it now. There's not too many places that have a price tag like that. But even the third-class accommodations were considered pretty much superior to what many of the passengers were accustomed to. Comfortable quarters, ample food of pretty good quality at that. A pretty good deal for your money. Now on to the maiden voyage. Now that we've set the scene, I want you to put yourself in the shoes of those who were on the ship. It began just after noon, the 10th of April, 1912, departing from Southampton en route to New York, that promised land, the city where everyone was trying to get in 1912. Well, shortly after setting sail, the Titanic narrowly avoided a conclusion with the anchored liners SS City of New York and Oceanic, not off to a good start, as its large displacement caused the smaller vessels to actually be lifted up by the surge of water. You see, the mooring cables of the SS City of New York snapped, sending it stern first into the Titanic. Well, towards, rather. However, fortunately they had the little tugboat Vulcan that helped avert a collision, and Titanic's captain, Edward Smith, ordered the engines to reverse. Well, they were quite lucky. The vessels only avoided collision by about 4 feet. Still, the departure was delayed by about 45 minutes. I'm sure all of their bad luck is used up. Well, several hours later, the Titanic arrived at Cherbourg Harbor in northwestern France, a distance of 80 nautical miles, about 148 kilometers, where she embarked in passengers. Now, her subsequent destination was Queenstown, which was now Cobb in Ireland, which she arrived at approximately noon on the 11th of April. She departed in the afternoon after acquiring additional passengers and supplies. And that's something that they never show you. In the movies, they don't show how Titanic made these extra stops. Well, at the time of the Titanic's westward departure across the Atlantic, she had carried 892 crew members and 1,320 passengers, which was about half of her full passenger capacity of 2,435. Now, why was this? Well, it wasn't due to anything about the popularity of the Titanic, nothing to do with that. It was mainly due to it was essentially off season. There was also these disruptions in UK shipping in general that was caused by a coal miners' strike. And no coal, no ships. Well, Titanic's passengers reflected this broad spectrum of Edwardian society, from the wealthy, such as John Jacob Astor, who was the wealthiest man on the ship. In fact, he had this great mansion in New York. I think it's a synagogue now. They destroyed it and converted it into a synagogue, I believe. You may have to look up the Astor Mansion, but I do believe that's correct. But he was incredibly wealthy. Rockefeller sort of wealthy, you know. And also Benjamin Guggenheim. Around about the same level, but not quite up there with Mr. Astor. But also you had the top level of society and also the bottom level. Those poor emigrants from nations like Armenia, Italy, Sweden, which was quite poor at the time, Ireland, Syria, Russia, all seeking new lives in the United States. Probably fingers crossed to be employed by one of Astor or Guggenheim's many companies. Perhaps. Now, on to Captain Edward Smith. I'm sure you recognize the name. He had 4 decades of maritime experience, and he'd previously commanded the RMS Olympic before taking charge of the Titanic. So he was no joke. That was a lengthy resume. Most of his crew, however, lacked the same experience. They were mostly engineers, firemen, and coal stokers, responsible for engine maintenance, along with stewards and galley workers for passenger care. In fact, only about 5% of the crew consisted of watch officers and able seamen, many of whom were newly recruited from Southampton with very little time to familiarize themselves with the ship. Think about it. It's a big ship. Well, there was a fire on one of the Titanic's coal bins that began around 10 days before departure and was extinguished on the 13th of April during the voyage. Don't want to blame the new people, but they really should have noticed that. Either way, all taken care of. And so the Titanic moved under an Arctic high-pressure system. The weather began to improve from windy and rough seas in the morning to clear and calm by the evening. Now, 14th of April, Titanic's radio operators received 6 warnings from nearby ships about drifting ice, which the passengers had already begun to notice. You see, ice conditions in the North Atlantic were the worst in 50 years for April, so definitely not a good time to be going through. But despite the warnings, the lookouts failed to spot the massive ice field ahead. The radio operators, employed by Marconi's wireless telegraph company rather than the ship, prioritized passenger messengers over the weather reports. You can see how this has become a bit of a problem. And so the first ice warning received by Titanic came at 0900 from RMS Caronia, alerting Captain Smith to bergs, growlers, and field ice. Later, at 1342, RMS Baltic relayed a message from the Greek ship Athenia, reporting encounters with icebergs and heavy ice, which Smith had shared with J. Bruce Ismay, the chairman of the White Star Line. In response, Smith ordered a course adjustment southward. However, at 1345, A message from the German ship SS America, which is a funny name for a German ship, reported 2 large icebergs nearby, but they did not reach this message to Captain Smith or the bridge, possibly due to technical issues in the radio room. Now, further warnings came from the SS Californian at 19:30 and the steamer Masaba at 21:40, both reporting large icebergs and heavy pack ice. These messages were missed in the Titanic's radio room, where the operator, Jack Phillips, was focused on clearing a backlog of passenger messages after equipment failures the previous day. And do remember, this is all Morse code. So people were somewhat fascinated that they could send messages from the ship. So of course everybody wanted to send one. And, well, you promise a service, you have to deliver on it. Yeah, they really should have thought about that in advance, I suppose. Well, at 22:30, there was a final warning that came from the SS Californian, now stopped in an ice field, but Phillips dismissed the message, telling the Californian's operator apparently to shut up, which isn't very nice. That's really what he said. He told him to shut up, as he was occupied with the Cape Race Station communications. Well, despite knowing about nearby ice, the Titanic continued at 22 knots, close to its top speed. This practice of prioritizing speed over caution was actually pretty common in the era, as liners operated on tight schedules and ice warnings were often seen as advisory rather than urgent. Think about it, I don't know if there's any truck drivers watching, but when they give you these crazy deadlines, well, you have to sacrifice a bit of safety. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is. There was also this. Ships would often, in those days, when they were tested and they had something to prove. If you're going to say that this ship is the best, well, obviously it needs to have enough speed. The more speed it has, the quicker it can get from port A to B, and therefore more passengers, more money. You know what it's like. It all comes down to economics. Now, many believed that these modern ships, built with all the latest technology, all the bells and whistles, could handle any collision, even with ice, just blast straight through it. After all, how big can the icebergs be? Well, after incidents like the 1907 collision of SS Kronprinz Wilhelm with an iceberg, where the ship simply completed its journey despite the damage, ice was pretty much perceived as, well, not really a significant danger anymore. Humanity has evolved. Now, Captain Smith himself in 1907, some 5 years before, had claimed that he couldn't imagine any condition that would cause a ship to sink, reflecting the confidence in the time of these new shipbuilding advancements. Well, as the Titanic approached its fateful collision, most passengers had simply retired for the night, and First Officer William Murdoch had assumed control of the bridge from the Second Officer Charles Lightoller. Lookouts Frederick Fleet and Reginald Lee were stationed in the crow's nest, 29 meters or 95 feet above the deck. While the temperature dropped near freezing, and the sea remained unnaturally calm. One survivor, Colonel Archibald Gracie, later remarked that the sea was as smooth as glass, and the stars distinctly reflected. Well, that is actually an indication of nearby pack ice. Unfortunately, you can use the term eerily still, a little too quiet. Well, the stillness and absence of moonlight, of course, made it difficult to detect icebergs, which might have been more visible had the sea been rougher with waves breaking against them. Now, due to a mix-up in Southampton, and believe it or not, this is true, the lookouts actually didn't have binoculars. They had gone missing, although it is debatable whether they would have actually been useful in the darkness, illuminated only by starlight, but still. Of all the times to forget your binoculars. Well, Lightoller had already warned the crew to be on high alert for ice, as those calls had been coming in all day, pretty much non-stop, particularly for smaller chunks of it that might be a little bit annoying to get past. And so at 23:30, and I will continue to use 24-hour time, Fleet and Lee noticed a faint haze on the horizon. But they dismissed it. It's probably nothing. Some experts now believe that this haze was actually a mirage caused by the temperate difference between the cold water and the warmer air, creating an illusion that raised the horizon and obscured distant objects. Maybe. Either way, 9 minutes later, 23:39, Fleet spotted an iceberg directly in Titanic's path and sounded the lookout bell 3 times. He called the bridge and informed 6th Officer James Moody, who then relayed the message to Murdoch. Murdoch immediately ordered Quartermaster Robert Hitchens to hard starboard, turning the ship's tiller to the right to steer the vessel left. That's how it was on the old boats. I'm pretty sure it still is now. It's kind of the opposite direction. You want to go right, you turn the wheel left. Now, I've never been in command of a ship that size myself, so. Well, he also signaled the full astern on the telegraphs to slow the engines. Now, 4th Officer Joseph Boxhall later reported that Murdoch explained to Captain Smith that he was trying a hard aport maneuver to avoid the iceberg, aiming to first swing the bow and then the stern away from the obstacle. However, there was a delay that occurred as steam-powered steering gear took up to 30 seconds to move the tiller, and reversing engines was, well, that was a pretty complex process. The central turbine, crucial to the ship's propulsion, could not reverse, leaving the rudder less effective and hampering Titanic's ability to steer quickly. Now, if Murdoch had maintained forward speed, the ship might have narrowly missed the iceberg. Now, the lead fireman, Frederick Barrett, suggested that while the order to stop the engines was given, it might not have been fully executed before the actual collision. Well, either way, during the incident, Titanic's course was altered barely in time to avert the direct impact. However, this directional shift resulted in the vessel grazing the iceberg, which was, well, even worse than hitting it head-on. An underwater ice spur grazed the starboard side of the vessel for approximately 7 seconds, causing fragments of ice to detach from the higher sections of the iceberg and cascade into the forward decks. Approximately 5 minutes post-collision, all of Titanic's engines ceased operation, positioning the bow to the north, while the vessel gradually drifted southward in the Labrador Current. The collision with the iceberg was formerly believed to have created a substantial breach in the Titanic's hull, measuring no more than 300 feet in length and 10 feet above the level of the keel, as articulated by one author subsequently. Now, during the British inquiry subsequent to the accident, the chief naval architect for Harland and Wolff, Edward Wilding, testified that based on the observed flooding of forward compartments 40 minutes post-collision, the area of the hull exposed to the sea was approximately 12 square feet. Now, he asserted, I quote, "I believe it must have been in sections, not a continuous rupture." But he noted that many holes likely spanned an area approximately 300 feet to explain the flooding in the multiple compartments. The inquiry's findings indicate that the damage spanned around 300 feet, leading many subsequent authors to adopt this ambiguous assertion. Now, contemporary ultrasound examinations of the wreck have revealed the actual damage to the hull actually closely aligns with Wilding's assertion, with 6 tiny apertures and a cumulative area of around 12 to 13 square feet. The Titanic's hull likely sustained small, aligned gaps, the longest being about 39 feet or 12 meters, along the plate seams due to fractured or displaced iron rivets, which of course allowed water to flood in through these tiny openings. Really hard to stop. Impossible, even. Now, it was suggested by Edward Wilding during the British Wreck Commissioner's inquiry, but this theory was dismissed at the time. Now, the discoverer of the Titanic, Robert Ballard, commented that the idea of the ship being sunk by such small damage was indeed pretty difficult for many to accept. Additionally, defects in the hull might have worsened the situation. Either way, fragments of the Titanic's hull plates recovered later appeared to have fractured upon impact without actually bending. Now onto the central hull of the Titanic, which used mild steel rivets in triple rows. Now, while the bow and stern were fastened with double rows of wrought iron rivets. Now, these rivets, particularly the best, or in the grading of rivets, number 3, had a higher slag content, making them more brittle and vulnerable to breaking, especially in cold conditions. Well, conditions couldn't really get much colder than the North Atlantic unless you were going to sail right through Antarctica itself, or the North Pole, rather. However, Tom McCluskey, a former Harland and Wolff archivist, pointed out that the Olympic, the sister ship of the Titanic, if you do remember, had the same iron rivets, and that didn't have a problem because it operated for nearly 25 years, despite having numerous collisions, including one with a British cruiser and a U-boat. Well, above the waterline, there were few signs of the accident. First-class dining stewards noticed a tremor, and passengers felt a jolt, compared by one survivor to rolling over marbles, though at the time they had no idea what had occurred. Those on the lower decks near the impact site felt it more directly, of course, with the engine oiler Walter Hurst waking up to what he described to as a grinding crash, and the fireman George Kemish describing a thud and a tearing noise that was along the starboard side of the ship. Of course, the chain of events was well and truly in motion now. Water began flowing into the ship violently, almost immediately at a rate of over 7 tons per second, which of course far exceeded the pumping capacity of the ship. In boiler room number 6, second engineer J.H. Hesketh and leading stoker Frederick Barrett were hit by freezing water, but they managed to escape just before the watertight door was closed. You remember those scenes from the film? Well, the one in the 2000s, I think, had a pretty good representation of those watertight doors closing. Horrifying if you did not get out in time. Of course, the engineering staff faced potential explosions as seawater flooded the boiler rooms containing high-pressure steam. The stokers and firemen worked to extinguish the fires and vent the boilers, releasing steam through the funnel pipes. But by the time they completed the task, the water had reached waist height, and they were still working as much as they could in that panicked state they were no doubt in, with the water getting higher and higher around them. How horrifying. You can only imagine it. Well, perhaps imagine it to only a certain extent. Now, onto the Titanic's lower decks, which were divided into 16 watertight compartments, separated by 15 bulkheads. These bulkheads extended at least to the underside of E deck, with some extending one deck higher. Each compartment had watertight doors, which could be remotely closed from the bridge or activated automatically by water. On the orlop, F, and E decks, the doors were manually operated. The bulkheads were designed to contain water, but as the flooding progressed, well, the fate of the Titanic became pretty much inevitable. Now, though the Titanic's watertight bulkheads extended above the waterline, they were not sealed at the top. As more compartments flooded, the ship's bow dipped lower and lower into the water, causing the water to spill over from one compartment to the next, pretty much like an ice cube tray overflowing. You know what it's like. Now, damage occurred to the ship's forepeak tank, 3 forward holds, boiler room number 6, and part of boiler room number 5, in total affecting 6 of the compartments. The Titanic was, however, designed to stay afloat if any 2 compartments were completely flooded. And worse comes to worst, as worse as they could have imagined, even managed with certain combinations of 3 or 4 compartments flooded, as long as it was evenly spaced out. However, unfortunately, it was more than 3 or 4 compartments. It was 5 compartments that were breached. Water would then pour over the tops of the bulkheads, leading to further flooding and making the ship sinking an inevitable outcome. And so Captain Smith, he felt the collision and immediately went to the bridge, no doubt knowing what had happened. Well, after learning of the situation and confirming it for himself, he called for Thomas Andrews, the Titanic's builder, who was actually on board for her maiden voyage on his way to New York. They quickly discovered that the forward cargo holds, mailroom, squash court, and yes, they did have a squash court, and the boiler room, number 6, were flooded, with water rapidly spilling into boiler room 5. Of course, the first question was, well, why don't we just pump it out? Well, unfortunately, as mentioned, the pumps were not sufficient to such a gargantuan task, and, well, with more water coming in, the situation just got worse and worse. Within 45 minutes, at least 13,000 tons of water had entered the Titanic, far exceeding the pumping capacity, which could only manage about 1,700 tons per hour. Andrews informed Captain Smith that with the first 5 compartments flooded, the ship was effectively doomed. and had only about 2 hours left before sinking. And during the course of the sinking was round 35,000 tons of water that had flooded into the ship, almost doubling its displacement from 48,000 tons to 83,000 tons. It didn't help that the flooding was uneven, leading to an initial list to starboard as water filled over the starboard side's lower corridors. Now, the Titanic's descent angle started at 0, but reached about 4.5 degrees within the first hour of the collision. This slowdown in the sinking rate during the second hour gave passengers a kind of false hope that the ship would stay afloat longer. I mean, no one was really keen to get into the lifeboats, and do remember, everybody was told that this was the unsinkable ship. Most people thought it was just a drill. Some, maybe even a joke. Well, it was far beyond that at this point. Now, by 1:30, the bow's descent had begun to accelerate, and the Titanic's angle in the water increased to about 10 degrees. About 2:15, the sinking began to quicken drastically, with water rapidly flooding the ship's remaining sections through deck hatches, and the Titanic disappeared beneath the waves by about 2:20. So, from 12 o'clock onwards, let's get the details of how the timeline had progressed. Now, we started about 12:05 on April 15th. Captain Smith ordered the lifeboats uncovered and passengers assembled on the deck. By this time, many had noticed the ship's engines had stopped and were waking up. Something was not right. Smith instructed the radio operators to send distress signals, though the ship's location was misreported by about 13 nautical miles. Water was rapidly flooding into the lower compartments, and in a desperate attempt, the mailroom staff tried to save 400,000 pieces of mail on board. Stewards, lacking a public address system, had to personally wake passengers and crew, bashing on the doors, telling them to head to the boat deck immediately, and without their belongings. First-class stewards assisted passengers in dressing and escorted them to safety, while those in the second and third class were pretty much left to manage on their own. Now, it didn't help either that most of the people didn't know where to go on the ship. They hadn't quite had time to familiarize themselves with the layout, so those in the second and third class were pretty confused, especially in the middle of the night. You just get woken up, everyone's panicked, something feels wrong. Well, definitely not the time to be thinking straight about where to go and save your life. It's difficult. Now, many passengers were actually skeptical of the situation, and they simply chose to remain inside, comfortable in the warmth of the ship rather than go outside and face the sub-zero temperatures. North Atlantic weather, not the best for a night walk. Few of the passengers were actually aware that the ship was really sinking, though some noticed that it was listing. Now, around 10 minutes later, 12:15, passengers were instructed to wear life belts, though many just treated it as simply a joke. Some passengers even played impromptu games on the deck with ice from the collision, kicking it around like soccer balls, Now, on the boat deck, communication was hindered by the deafening roar of steam escaping from the boilers. The noise was described as a constant overwhelming blast, likened to the sound of many locomotives releasing steam, forcing the crew members to rely solely on hand signals. Now, what about the lifeboats? Well, all in all, the Titanic had 20 of them. And yes, it's not really enough. 16 wooden boats and 4 collapsible ones. How many was that capable of holding? Well, unfortunately, just over half the number aboard and 1/3 of the ship's capacity. All in all, 1,178 people. The lack of lifeboats wasn't due to space or cost constraints, by the way. The ship could have accommodated 68 lifeboats, but the additional cost for 32 more of them would have been about $500,000 in today's money, which was, of course, a fraction of the $7.5 million that was spent on the vessel's construction. You'd think that they would have just spent the extra money. Well, the White Star Line certainly took a reputation hit after that one. Poor decisions. During an emergency, lifeboats were designed to facilitate the transfer of passengers from the troubled ship to a nearby vessel. Consequently, it was typical for lines to possess significantly fewer lifeboats than required to accommodate all passengers and staff. Now you see, among the 39 British liners among 10,000 long tons, 33 of them actually lacked sufficient lifeboat capacity for everyone on board. The general idea was, if the ship was sinking, it would take so long for a ship like that to go down that, well, if the unlikely event of it happening were to occur, another ship would simply hear the mayday, respond to the Morse code calls for help, or the flares fired up, eventually get there, and you would take a few trips back and forth, transporting all the passengers, and everyone would be completely safe. Well, the White Star Line aimed for the ship to feature a broad promenade deck with unobstructed sea views as well. Which, well, if they were going to pepper that with continuous lines of lifeboats, that would ruin the view. So that was another reason. Which seems silly, but, well, aesthetics. Now, Captain Smith was a seasoned mariner with 40 years of maritime experience. As you said, quite a resume. And 27 of those years were spent in command of his own vessel. This was the inaugural crisis of his career, the first and the last, and he would have recognized that even if all the lifeboats were at full capacity, over 1,000 individuals would remain on board if the vessel descended, with minimal or no prospects of survival. Multiple sources subsequently asserted that upon realizing the magnitude of the impending disaster, Captain Smith was incapacitated by indecision, experienced a mental breakdown or nervous collapse, and entered a trance-like state, rendering him completely useless and inactive in efforts to reduce the loss of life. According to survivors, Smith assumed control and showed composure during the situation. Not sure who to believe. Maybe he got a second wind. Maybe originally he was a bit unsure of what to do and came to his senses. We all have weak moments at work, don't we? Now, following this incident, Smith promptly initiated an inquiry into the nature and extent of the damage, personally conducting 2 inspections below deck to assess the situation and prepare the wireless operators for the potential need to request assistance. He exercised prudence by instructing his crew to commence preparations for the lifeboats and equip the passengers with their life belts prior to being informed by Andrews that the ship was sinking. Smith was seen throughout the decks, directly supervising and assisting with the loading of lifeboats, engaging with passengers and attempting to convey a sense of urgency to adhere to evacuation directives while trying to mitigate panic. The two don't really go together. Don't panic. We're all about to sink into the freezing water. Slowly line up now, please. At approximately 12:25, Fourth Officer Boxall was informed by Captain Smith that the ship would indeed submerge. However, the quartermaster, George Rowe, was so completely oblivious to the crisis that after the evacuation commenced, he called the bridge from his watch station to inquire about the lifeboat he had just observed passing by. No one really told him what was going on. Well, the crew was ill-equipped for the situation due to insufficient lifeboat training. Only a single lifeboat drill was executed, while the vessel was moored at Southampton. The endeavor was pretty superficial, involving the deployment of 2 boats, each crewed by 1 officer, and 4 men who briefly rowed around the pier for a little while before returning to the ship. Not really very practical. The lifeboats were intended to be equipped with emergency provisions. However, Titanic's passengers subsequently discovered that they had only been partially packed, despite the endeavors of the ship's chief baker, Charles Juggin, and his team. No lifeboat, or fire drills, or really any attention was paid to safety. Now, lifeboat exercise was planned for the Sunday morning preceding the ship's sinking, but of course it was a little bit too late by then, and it was annulled by Captain Smith anyway for unspecified reasons. Priorities, of course. Now, there were lists that were shown on the ship designating crew members to their own particular lifeboat stations, but few seemed to have perused them or understood or really even cared about their designated responsibilities. It was the least glamorous of the jobs. Everyone wanted to be on that first-class deck, right? Now, the majority of the crew actually lacked seafaring experience, you must remember, and some of them hadn't even had prior experience to rowing a boat. Also, many of them couldn't swim either. They were now confronted with this intricate challenge of orchestrating the descent of 20 boats, potentially accommodating a total of over 1,100 individuals, 70 feet or 21 meters down the sides of the ship. Not an easy task. In fact, one historian, Thomas E. Bonsall, had remarked that the evacuation was so poorly organized that even if they had the requisite number of lifeboats, it's inconceivable how they could have launched all of them. Now, due to insufficient time and inadequate leadership, this certainly seems to be the case. Not all lifeboats aboard the Titanic were deployed prior to the vessel's sinking. Now, around 5 minutes before all this, around 12:20, 40 minutes after the actual iceberg had hit, when the loading of the lifeboats had begun, a second officer, Lightoller, later recounted that he had to cover both of Smith's ears with his hands to communicate above the din of the escaping steam, exclaiming, "Should we not prioritize getting the women and children into the boat, sir?" To which the captain acknowledged with a nod. Smith subsequently instructed Lightoller and Murdoch to embark the women and children and lower the lifeboats. The 2 policemen construed the women and children evacuation directive differently. Murdoch understood it as prioritizing women and children, whilst Lightoller interpreted as exclusively women and children. Lightoller deployed lifeboats with vacant seats in the absence of women and children awaiting boarding, whereas Murdoch permitted a restricted number of men on board once all the adjacent women and children had been embarked. While both officers were uncertain about the safe capacity of the boats throughout their descent and opted for caution by refraining from filling them to capacity. Their full complement of 68 individuals might have been safely lowered, particularly given the exceptionally favorable weather and water conditions. As stated, it was very flat on that night. Had this action have been executed, an additional 500 individuals could have been rescued. However, hundreds of individuals, primarily men, remained on board, as lifeboats were deployed with numerous seats unoccupied. Initially, few passengers were inclined to board the lifeboats, and the authorities overseeing the evacuation encountered challenges in persuading them. Now, remember that millionaire, John Jacob Astor? Well, he's quoted as saying, "We are more secure here than in that small boat." Well, it just goes to show, don't have to be a genius, don't you? Several passengers categorically declined to board. J. Bruce Ismay, seeing the gravity of the situation, traversed the starboard boat deck, imploring passengers and personnel to embark on the lifeboats immediately. So a stream of women, couples, and single men were convinced to enter starboard lifeboat number 7, which was the inaugural lifeboat to actually be sent down. Now, at 12:45, lifeboat number 7 departed from the Titanic, carrying about 28 passengers, although it had a capacity of 65. Lifeboat number 6, located on the port side, was subsequently lowered at 12:55. Now, there were 28 individuals on board, including the famous unsinkable Margaret or Molly Brown. Sure you've heard the name before. Lightoller recognized that only one seaman was present on board, being Quartermaster Robert Hitchens, and solicited for volunteers. Major Arthur Godfrey Buchan of the Royal Canadian Yacht Club advanced and descended a rope into the lifeboat. He was the sole adult male passenger permitted by Lightoller to embark during the port-side evacuation. Now, if you have seen the movie A Night to Remember, which was, I think it was in the 70s, perhaps the 60s, a movie about the sinking of the Titanic, which I believe is better than the version with DiCaprio and Rose Winslet. They do a very good job of this scene in particular. In fact, it's the most accurate film you can see. You owe it to yourself, even just for these little bits that they have throughout the movie, just adding to the authenticity. Well, either way, go watch a damn movie. Anyway, Buchan's action just shows this significant issue during the evacuation, that there was pretty much a scarcity of seafarers to operate the boats. The staff should have been trained. Well, some individuals were dispatched below to open the gangway doors for the evacuation of further passengers, but they did not return, which is a bit ominous. They were likely ensnared and submerged by the ascending water beneath the decks. Well, at the same time, additional crew members struggled to sustain essential services while water essentially flooded through the ship's lower decks. Engineers and firefighters endeavored to release steam from the boilers to avert explosions upon contact with cold water. Just another problem added to the mix. Now, they reopened watertight doors to instill additional portable pumps in the forward compartments in a futile attempt to mitigate the flooding, while keeping the electrical generators operational to provide lighting and power throughout the vessel. Now, there was one steward, Frederick Dent Ray, who narrowly escaped being engulfed when a wooden partition between his rooms and the third-class accommodations on E-deck collapsed, submerging him up to the waist in water. At approximately 1:20, survivor trimmer George Cavell reported that the water commenced flowing into the boiler room number 4 from the metal floor plates below, potentially suggesting that the ship's bottom had been breached by the iceberg. The influx of water rapidly beyond the capacity of the pumps necessitated the evacuation of the boiler room by the firefighters and trimmers, staying there till the last moment. Now, that's just the job, isn't it? Well, multiple reports suggest that they maintained their position right to the very end, so guaranteeing the operation of Titanic's electrical systems until the final moments, ultimately perishing within the ship's depths. No way out. Locked in the hot boiler rooms. God. I suppose there's no good way to go in that situation, but that to me just seems so horrifying. Well, of course, all 35 engineers and electricians on the ship died. None of the 5 postal workers were observed after they were last spotted attempting to salvage the mail bags they had retrieved from the flooded mail room. They must have been ensnared by the ascending water on D-deck. Well, a significant number of third-class passengers encountered the spectacle of water inundating their cabins on decks E, F, and G. Now we have a quote from one of them, Carl Jansen, who, along with a limited cohort of the third-class survivors, subsequently recounted. And this is from his testimony. Then I ran down to my cabin to bring my other clothes, watch and bag, but I only had time to take the watch and coat when the water with enormous force came into the cabin, and I had to rush up on the deck again, where I found my friends standing with life belts on and with terror painted on their faces. What should I do now, with no life belt, no shoes, and no cap? Well, the lifeboats were deployed every few minutes on both sides. However, the majority was significantly under-occupied. Number 5 departed with 41 passengers. Number 3 had 32. Number 8 with 39. Number 1 with only 12 out of a capacity of 40. Disgraceful, isn't it? And the evacuation proceeded ineffectively, resulting in accidents and injuries among the passengers. A woman fell between lifeboat number 10 and the ship's side, but an individual grasped her ankle and pulled her back onto the promenade deck, where she successfully boarded on her second attempt. The first-class passenger, Annie Stengel, had multiple rib fractures when a German-American physician and his child sprang into number 5, crushing her and rendering her unconscious. Of course, the general descent of the lifeboats themselves was equally perilous. Number 6 was almost flooded during its descent into the water emanating from the ship's sides, but it successfully distanced itself from the vessel. Now, number 3 narrowly avoided catastrophe when one of the davits became lodged, endangering the passengers by risking their ejection from the lifeboat into the ocean. By 1:20, The gravity of the situation became evident to the passengers on the upper decks, who commenced bidding farewell, with husbands accompanying their wives and children to the lifeboats. Distress flares were discharged at regular intervals to capture the attention of any vessels that were nearby, while the radio operators, they were still incessantly transmitting the distress signals to anybody who could listen. Now, radio operator Harold Bride advised his colleague Jack Phillips to utilize the SOS signal, as it may be the final opportunity to transmit it. Contrary to Bride's belief, SOS was not a novel signal, as it had been utilized numerous times previously. The two radio operators communicated with other vessels to request aid. Multiple vessels answered, with RMS Carpathia being the nearest at a distance of about 58 miles. Well, the problem is that Carpathia was significantly slower than the Titanic. And even if she was operating at maximum speed, which was about 17 knots, it'd take 4 hours for her to get to the ship. You can see how this is a problem. But it wasn't the only vessel. There was another to respond, the SS Mount Temple, which charted a course toward the Titanic, but was unfortunately impeded by pack ice on the way there. Well, the SS Californian was significantly closer, having alerted the Titanic to the presence of ice a few hours earlier. Concerned about his vessel becoming ensnared in a vast expanse of drift ice, Captain Stanley Lord of the Californian resolved about 2,200 hours to cease navigation for the night and await the daybreak to navigate through the ice field. At 23:30, 10 minutes prior to the collision with the iceberg, the Californian's only radio operator, Cyril Evans, deactivated his equipment and just went to bed. Who knows what it would have turned out like if they'd have kept it on. Well, on the bridge, the third officer, Charles Groves, observed a huge vessel to starboard around 10 to 12 miles distant. It executed an abrupt maneuver to port and came to a halt. Had the radio operator of the Californian remained at his station for just an additional 15 minutes, numerous lives could have perhaps been saved. Well, shortly thereafter, Second Officer Herbert Stone observed 5 white rockets detonating over the stationary vessel. Now, he had stated to a colleague that a ship would not launch rockets at sea without justification, but this was ignored. At this stage, it became clear to those on board the Titanic that the ship was indeed going down, and there were not enough lifeboats for everyone. Some still held on to hope, such as Eloise Hughes Smith, who had reportedly pleaded for her husband Lucian to accompany her in the lifeboat. Of course, this is not allowed, and when Captain Smith ignored the request, Lucian told her, "I'll make sure that you get into the boat." Well, despite the reassurance, he perished. Tilly Tosig was forcibly separated from her husband, Emile, and placed into Lifeboat 8 with her daughter, while Selene Jasbeck tried to return to her husband as their boat was lowered. Charlotte Collier's husband, Harvey, urged her to board, telling her to find courage, but he, too, unfortunately did not survive the ordeal. Some couples chose to remain together, such as Ida and Isidor Strauss, co-owners of Macy's, who decided to sit in deck chairs and face their fate together. Once again, this is very accurately represented by the film A Night to Remember. That is the only homework I will give you. Also, the industrialist Benjamin Guggenheim changed into formal attire, stating that he wanted to die like a gentleman. Most of the people who made it onto the lifeboats were, of course, from first and second class. There were very few third-class passengers that managed to escape, with many trapped in a maze of passageways or behind gates that separated them from the upper-class accommodations, a regulation intended to control immigration and disease transmission. Think about it. Spanish flu, that sort of stuff. Well, there were a few years before Spanish flu, but tuberculosis, typhoid, this sort of thing. Those sorts of worries of that time. Now, the third-class cabins were also the furthest away from the lifeboats, which made their escape difficult, especially for passengers who didn't speak English very well. Many survivors credited their lives to steward John Edward Hart, who made several trips below deck to guide passengers to safety. Others found their way to the deck through open gates or emergency ladders. Some of them, possibly overwhelmed by the situation, one can hardly blame them, made pretty much no effort to flee and simply remained in their cabins or gathered in prayer in the third-class dining area. Chief Fireman Charles Hendrickson observed throngs of third-class passengers in the lower decks, accompanied by their belongings seemingly awaiting direction. The psychologist Wynne Craig Wade links this phenomenon to a kind of stoic passivity created by generations of directives from social superiors. August Wennerstrom, a surviving male steerage passenger, later remarked that many of his fellow passengers had made no attempt to save themselves. He wrote, in his account, "Hundreds were in a circle in the third-class dining saloon, with a preacher in the middle, praying, crying, asking God and Mary to help them. They lay there and yelled, never lifting a hand for help themselves. They had lost their own willpower and expected God to do all the work for them." By 1:30, the Titanic's descent angle was augmenting, albeit not exceeding 5 degrees, accompanied by a growing list to port. The worsening circumstances were evident in the communications dispatched from the vessel, i.e., "We are evacuating the women in the boats," at 1:25. "Engine room is flooding," at 1:35. And at 1:45, "Engine room is flooded to the boilers." This was Titanic's final coherent signal, transmitted as the vessel's electrical system commenced to function. Ensuing communications were garbled and incomprehensible. The two radio operators persisted in transmitting distress signals till the conclusion, as long as they could. The remaining boats were packed to near capacity with growing urgency. Number 11 exceeded its rated capacity by 5 individuals. As it descended, it was nearly inundated by water being expelled from the actual vessel itself. Number 13 nearly evaded the same issue. However, those on board were unable to detach the ropes from which the boat had been lowered. It floated backwards, exactly beneath number 15 as it was being lowered. The cables were severed promptly, allowing both vessels to depart unharmed, but certainly a close call. The initial indications of panic emerged when a contingent of male passengers endeavored to hastily board portside lifeboat number 14 as it was being lowered with 40 individuals on board. Fifth Officer Lowe, responsible for the boat, discharged 3 warning shots into the air to manage the gathering without inflicting harm. Yeah, I'm sure that certainly stopped the panic. Nothing calms people down more like shooting a gun into the air a few times. Well, number 16 was reduced 5 minutes subsequently. Among the passengers was stewardess Violet Jessup, who also survived the sinking of Titanic's sister ship Britannic 4 years later during World War I. The collapsible boat C was launched at 1:40 from a predominantly vacant starboard section of the deck, since the majority of individuals present had relocated to the stern of the vessel. It was on this vessel that J. Bruce Ismay, chairman and managing director of White Star, the most contentious survivor of the Titanic, fled the ship, an action subsequently denounced as cowardice. Of course, you meant to go down with the ship, right? Well, at 1:40, lifeboat number 2 was deployed. At deck level, Lightoller discovered the boat occupied by men whom he later described as neither British nor of the English-speaking race, but belonging to the broad category known to sailors as Dagos. It's not very nice, isn't it? Well, after he expelled them by brandishing his empty revolver, he could not locate sufficient women and children to occupy the vessel, and he ultimately lowered it with just 25 individuals aboard, despite a capacity of 40. As for John Jacob Astor, he bid farewell to his wife as she departed for safety on lifeboat number 4 at 1:55. But he was denied access by Lightoller, despite the fact that 20 of the 60 seats on this lifeboat were actually vacant. The final boat released was Collapsible D, departing at 2:05 with 25 individuals on board. 2 additional men boarded the vessel while it was being lowered. The water had inundated the boat deck, and the forecastle was submerged. First-class passenger Edith Evans relinquished her position in the lifeboat and ultimately perished in the catastrophe. She was among just 4 women in the first class who actually died. The rest made it onto boats and went on to live very happy lives. Good for them, I suppose. Well, multiple survivors, including the third-class passenger Eugene Daly and first-class passenger George Rames, assert that they witnessed an officer shoot 1 or 2 of the individuals during a scramble for a lifeboat, thereafter turning the weapon on himself. There were rumors that Murdoch was that officer. Now, of course, these rumors sort of got blown out of proportion a little bit. You'll know that the modern retelling of the Titanic, the one with DiCaprio in it, have that one officer who shoots the guy and then shoots himself in the head. So, whether that was true or not, most people sort of have that image in their head now because of the film. Now, Thomas Andrews was reportedly last seen in the first-class smoking room around 2:05, seemingly just sitting there, having a smoke, resigned to his fate. However, there are alternate accounts that suggest he may have been seen earlier around 1:40, helping passengers to evacuate. He was allegedly observed throwing deck chairs into the ocean to aid those in the water, and possibly heading to the bridge in search of Captain Smith. Now, as for Captain Smith, meanwhile, he was conducting a final check-over of everything, and finally told crew members that it is now every man for himself. It's not what you want to hear from the captain. Well, he instructed the team launching Collapsible Boat A to do their best for the women and children before he returned to the bridge, where he is believed to have gone down with the ship. Some, like Harold Bright, claimed to see Smith going overboard, but once again, in all the darkness and panic, who really knows? As the stern became the final gathering point for many, Father Thomas Biles, a second-class passenger, gave confessions and granted absolutions, while Titanic's band played outside the gymnasium. The ship had two distinct music groups, a quintet led by Wallace Hartley, and a trio, each performing different roles aboard the ship. After the collision, the bands were reportedly called to play in the first-class lounge to calm the passengers down. Contrary to popular belief, there is no evidence that the band moved to the deck. Edward Brown, a steward, recalled seeing them at the top of the stairs near the first-class entrance, but that's about all we've got in that regard. Now, there is a well-known part of the lore around the Titanic that the band played "Nearer, My God, to Thee" as the ship went down. There are a few different opinions about this. Though it is debated, the story became so connected with the tragedy that the hymn's notes were inscribed on bandmaster Wallace Hartley's gravestone. Archibald Gracie, a survivor, dismissed the claim, saying he didn't recognize any hymn at all. But Harold Bride later reported hearing "Autumn," possibly referring to the popular waltz Song of Autumn. The bandmaster of the rescue ship Carpathia, George Orrell, shared survivors' recollection that the band initially played more lively tunes to try and brighten the mood a little bit, but eventually, as things became a little bit more somber, switched to hymns. And, well, that included "Nearer, My God, to Thee," but we don't know whether that's the final one. Gracie recalled the band playing cheerful tunes until they ceased about 30 minutes before the sinking. However, a first-class passenger by the name of A.H. Barkworth mentioned seeing the band playing a waltz at first, but later observed that they had discarded their instruments. It is possible that the musicians briefly paused to don life belts before resuming their performance. Well, around 2:15, the Titanic's angle in the water began to escalate swiftly as water inundated previously unflooded sections. The abrupt elevation of her angle resulted in what one survivor described as a giant wave sweeping over the ship from the bow of the boat deck, submerging numerous individuals. The individuals attempting to deploy collapsible lifeboats A and B, including 6th Officer Moody and Gracie, were carried away along with the two vessels. Boat B capsized, with Bride trapped beneath it, while Boat A became partially inundated and had its canvas unextended. Bride and Gracie survived on Boat B, while poor old Moody did not. Lightoller, having endeavored to deploy collapsible B, recognized the futility of proceeding aft and subsequently leaped overboard from the roof of the officers' quarters. He was drawn into the ventilation shaft, but was expelled by a powerful surge of hot air emerging beside the overturned lifeboat. The forward funnel collapsed under its own weight, fatally crushing several individuals, including first-class passenger Charles Dwan Williams, who were struggling in the sea as it descended and nearly missed the lifeboat. It narrowly missed Lightoller and generated a wave that propelled the boat 50 yards away from the sinking vessel. Those aboard the Titanic noticed that her structure was trembling as it endured significant strains. Now, according to first-class traveler Jack Thayer, occasionally there had been a muffled thud or deadened explosion within the ship. Now, without warning, she seemed to start forward, moving forward and into the water at an angle of about 15 degrees. This movement with the water rushing up towards us was accompanied by a rumbling roar, mixed with more muffled explosions. It was like standing under a steel railway bridge, while an express train passes overhead, mingled with the noise of pressed steel factory and wholesale breakage of china. Eyewitnesses observed the stern of the Titanic elevating significantly as the vessel descended into the ocean. It was reported to have attained an angle of 30 to 45 degrees, revolving seemingly around a center of gravity just aft of midships, as articulated by Lawrence Beasley subsequently. Numerous survivors recounted a significant noise, which some ascribed to the explosion of the boilers. Beasley characterized it as a combination of a groan, a rattle, and a smash. It was not an abrupt roar like an explosion, but rather persisted for several seconds, possibly 15 to 20. He ascribed it to the engines and machinery detaching from their bolts and bearings and descending through the compartments, obliterating everything in their path. Now, just one thing about the angle of the ship. Now, do remember, it was a moonless night. Sounds like I'm starting a short fiction. Well, but it was a moonless night. And visibility is not the best. So you have pretty much zero visibility because at this time the lights had gone out. And the people who were in the lifeboats observing it, well, it took a while for them to figure out if it was actually the case that the ship had went up on that angle. They simply just could not observe something and confirm it. Well, it is believed now that it did, from the multitude of people who did say that they saw it, but some said that they didn't. So there's that. Well, after an additional minute, the ship's lights actually flickered once, and then went out completely, which enveloped the Titanic in pure darkness. Jack Thayer remembered observing the clusters of the 1,500 individuals remaining on board, clinging together like swarming bees, only to descend in masses, pairs or individually, as the stern of the ship, measuring 250 feet, ascended into the sky. As the Titanic neared its final moments, the ship experienced immense opposing forces. The weight of the flooded bow pulled it downward, while the air in the stern buoyed it upward. These forces concentrated at a structurally weak area near the engine room hatch, ultimately leading to the ship's snapping and breakup. After all the lights went out, the Titanic split apart. The bow remained briefly attached to the stern by the keel, causing the stern to rise before the two sections fully separated. The bow then submerged quickly, while the stern floated momentarily before sinking completely around 2:20, approximately 2 hours and 40 minutes after the collision with the iceberg. Well, in the immediate aftermath of the sinking, numerous individuals were left grappling in the frigid sea, encircled by wreckage from the vessel. The Titanic's fragmentation during her plunge to the ocean below resulted in buoyant debris, including timber beams, wooden doors, furniture, paneling, and cork fragments from the bulkheads, ascending to the surface. Some swimmers were hurt and maybe killed. Others utilized the debris to maintain buoyancy. Well, at a temperature of -2 degrees Celsius, that's 28 Fahrenheit, by the way, the water was lethally frigid. Lytle articulated the sensation of 1,000 knives stabbing into his body. Sudden immersion in freezing water like that usually results in death from hypothermia within minutes, or due to cardiac arrest, the whole shock of it, involuntary water inhalation, or cold shock. Nearly all individuals submerged in such conditions succumb to cardiac arrest or physiological responses due to the freezing water within 15 to 30 minutes. In fact, only 13 individuals were assisted into the lifeboats, despite having the capacity for over 500 additional occupants. Well, of course, this chaotic scene of the individuals in the water, all screaming and crying and yelling, was a profound shock to the occupants of the lifeboats, many of whom had until that time believed that all had evacuated prior to the ship's sinking, rather soon realized that that was not the case. Well, one survivor articulated the cries arrived like a thunderbolt, unforeseen, unimaginable, astonishing. All individuals on the boats suggested that a few hundred yards away must have experienced the overwhelming shock of realizing that an incomprehensibly tragic event was unfolding, one that they could could not mitigate any of it. Well, among the few survivors in the water were Gracie, Jack Thayer, and Lightoller, who reached the overturned collapsible boat B. About 12 crew members were already aboard, rescuing as many as they could, until roughly 35 men were clinging to the overturned hull. Fearing the boat would capsize under the weight of more swimmers, they paddled away from those still in the water. Gracie, in his account, praised the men in the water for their bravery, noting that none reproached the crew for refusing to help, and even heard somebody shout, "Good luck and God bless you." Some say that this might have actually been Captain Smith, but who really knows? Well, some swimmers did make it aboard the collapsible boat A, which was upright but partly submerged, forcing the occupants to sit in freezing water for hours, causing many to die from hypothermia. Meanwhile, other boats, many with empty seats, stayed nearby, debating among themselves whether to go back for swimmers. Of course, there's always the risk that you be swamped and then everybody goes down with them. Now, boat number 4, closest to the sinking ship, rescued 2 men from the water, while 7 others were saved later, though 2 died shortly after. But most of the lifeboats, including collapsible D, opted not to return, of course expressing concern about the inevitable passengers wanting to get on board and capsizing the lifeboat. Unfortunately, those sorts of decisions have to be made. So, the RMS Carpathia rescued Titanic's passengers at approximately 4 a.m. on the 15th of April, having navigated through the night at high speed and at significant peril, as they too had to evade multiple icebergs along the way. And when you're going at that high of a speed, well, everybody's on high alert. The lights of the Carpathia were first observed at around 3:30, which significantly uplifted the survivors. However, it required several further hours for all individuals to be rescued on board. About 30 of the men from collapsible B successfully boarded 2 additional lifeboats. However, one survivor perished shortly prior to the transfer. Collapsible A was in distress and nearly submerged. A significant portion of individuals on board, possibly over half, had actually perished overnight. The passengers aboard the Carpathia were astonished by the sight that unfolded at dawn. Expanses of ice, upon which, like the features of terrain, lay countless ice pyramids. Captain Arthur Rostron of the Carpathia observed ice in all directions, including 20 substantial icebergs reaching heights of up to 200 feet, along with several small icebergs, ice floes, and remnants from the Titanic. Carpathia's passengers perceived their vessel to be situated within an expanse of white ice, punctuated by icebergs resembling distant hills. Well, with that, of course, we perhaps do a video on the response and the subsequent court proceedings that happened after the Titanic sank, but I think we can leave it at there for the moment, with that image of the broken survivors looking out upon those vast swaths of ice out there in the ocean. It's a horrible thought. The French and Indian War, spanning from 1754 to 1763, it was the North American theater of the broader conflict known as the 7 Years' War, which ultimately shifted the balance of the power on the continent by establishing British dominance over the French territories. Initiated by disputes over territorial claims in the Ohio Valley, crucial for fur trading with Native American tribes, the war saw France and its Native American allies battling against the British forces and American colonists. Key battles, including the pivotal capture of Quebec, led to a decisive British victory. The war concluded with the 1763 Treaty of Paris, where France ceded extensive North American territories to Britain, including all of Canada and parts of Louisiana east of the Mississippi River. This significant transfer of land not only impacted the Native American tribes, but it also set the stage for the later American Revolutionary War, as Britain's new taxation policies on the American colonies to cover their war debts sparked widespread colonial dissent. Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. Now today we're going to cover something a little bit in the early modern period as we get into a little bit more of the American history over the next month or so. Hope you're looking forward to that. As always, the most interesting and insightful comment will be pinned on top for all to see, so do write something relevant, or just something thought-provoking. Now let's get on with it, shall we? Well, we find ourselves first in the mid-18th century, and at this time, North America, east of the Mississippi River, was largely under control of the British or the French, albeit shaky control, but vast regions remained that were unsettled, at least by European colonists. Now the French population, which was around 75,000, was concentrated along the St. Lawrence River, Arcadia, which is now parts of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, and settlements in Louisiana and the Illinois country. Now at the time, if you were going to go and try to make it out in the New World, you'd probably do what most of the other people who just worked with their hands by the sweat of their brow did. You'd become a fur trapper or trader. And thus many of the French did exactly that. French fur traders and trappers navigated the St. Lawrence and Mississippi rivers, trading with and even marrying into Native American tribes. Of course, this certainly solidified alliances with the indigenous leaders. It also helped to grease the wheels when you give them a couple of guns. They seem to like them. Well, in contrast, the British settlers numbered a little bit more, approximately 1.5 million. Rough mathematics, this outnumbers the French by 20 to 1. And they were spread along the Atlantic coast, from Nova Scotia to Georgia, with settlements gradually expanding inland. Now, although Britain had claimed territories like Nova Scotia and Rupert's Land, many interior regions were still controlled by indigenous tribes. Now, several Native American groups maintained influence between the French and British colonies. In the north, the Mi'kmaq, Abenakis, and other tribes resisted the British encroachment in Nova Scotia and Acadia. The Iroquois Confederation dominated parts of New York and the Ohio country, and they strategically aligned with either the British or the French, depending on what trade advantages they could get. It all comes down to convenience. At the end, you get the best deal. Well, in the southeast, there were tribes like the Catawbs, the Creeks, the Choctaws, and Cherokees, who resided more in the interior areas. Of course, the situation with all of these tribes is incredibly complex. Quite hard to explain where the territories begin and end. Perhaps visual aids would be more useful in this regard. But we're not going to go too deeply into that. And in general, I will use the blanket term Native Americans, even though from my understanding, many natives in the United States prefer to be referred to as their tribal classification rather than just that broad umbrella term before someone makes the comment. Now, during this war, the French used their trade networks to recruit warriors from tribes in the western Great Lakes. Now, that includes from the Hurons, the Ojibwas, and Potawatomi. The British colonists initially received support from the Iroquois Six Nations and the Cherokees. The relations with the Cherokee deteriorated, leading to the Anglo-Cherokee War in 1758. Can't deteriorate much more than that now, can't you? Well, in the same year, the province of Pennsylvania successfully negotiated the Treaty of Easton, securing neutrality from several Ohio County tribes in exchange for land concessions. Most northern tribes aligned with the French, their primary trade partner and supplier of weapons, and indeed many of the native tribes were using guns. Now, diplomatic efforts were also made by the French and the British to secure the allegiance or neutrality of the Creek tribe and the Cherokee tribe. But of course, the world is not just Britain and France. Spain at this time also controlled Florida and Cuba, as well as other West Indies territories, making them also military targets during the 7 Years' War. Florida's European population was admittedly small, and this small population was mainly concentrated in the settlement of St. Augustine. Now, at the start of the war, New France did not have French regular army troops in America, and they relied instead on around 3,000 Marines and colonial regulars who were experienced in forest warfare. Certainly comes in handy in the New World. And the French colonial administration also recruited militia when needed. The British had a few regular troops, with most colonies relying on local militias as well, but these were poorly trained, and they could only really rely on them for short periods. Virginia, however, was a different story. You see, they had numerous companies of trained and geared up British regulars due to its large frontier. Now, the British colonial governments operated independently from each other, and the central British government in London, which complicated negotiations with Indian tribes whose lands overlapped with multiple colonial claims. As the conflict progressed, British army leaders imposed greater restrictions and demands on the colonies. Governor-General Roland Michel Barin de la Galissonière of New France grew concerned about the increasing presence of the British traders like George Croghan in the Ohio country. In June 1747, he ordered Pierre-Joseph Céloron to lead a military expedition into the region with specific objectives: to reaffirm New France's indigenous allies that their trading agreements with colonists were exclusive to those sanctioned by New France, to validate indigenous support in asserting and upholding the French claim to the territories claimed by the French explorers, to deter any alliances between Britain and the local indigenous tribes, to impress the indigenous people with a display of French military strength against the British, colonial settler encroachment, unauthorized trading ventures, and general violation of the French claims. Now, Céloron's expedition comprised nearly 200 troops, Marines mainly, along with 30 indigenous individuals for backup, and they traversed nearly 3,000 miles from June to November of 1749. They ascended the St. Lawrence, proceeding along the northern shoreline of Lake Ontario, traversed the portage at Niagara, and adhered to the southern shoreline of Lake Erie. The expedition advanced inland from the Chautauqua portage in Barcelona, New York, tracing the Allegheny River to the location of Pittsburgh. Now, Céloron interred lead plates inscribed with the French assertion of sovereignty over the Ohio country. Upon encountering British colonial merchants or fur traders, he notified them of the French claims to the land and instructed them to basically get the hell out. Well, Céloron's expedition reached Logstown, where local indigenous people asserted their ownership of the Ohio country and indicated their willingness to trade with British colonists, irrespective of what the French thought about it. You can imagine the French were not too pleased with this. Well, after this, Céloron proceeded south until his expedition arrived at the junction of the Ohio and Miami rivers, located just south of the settlement of Pickawillany, the residence of the Miami chief, referred to as Old Britain. Now, Céloron admonished Old Britain with dire repercussions should he persist in trading with British colonists. Although Old Britain disregarded the caution, Céloron returned to Montreal with disappointment in November of 1749. He wrote a meticulously detailed report, and from it he wrote, "I can only state that the indigenous populations of these regions have a significant animosity towards the French and are wholly loyal to the English. I am uncertain regarding the method of their potential restoration." While prior to his return to Montreal, news of the situation in the Ohio country was reaching London and Paris, with both sides advocating for intervention. Governor William Shirley of Massachusetts asserted empathetically that British colonists would remain unsafe as the French remained in the vicinity. The War of Austrian Succession at this time concluded in 1748 with the signing of the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, which principally addressed the European issues back home. The competing territory claims between the British and French colonies were submitted to a commission, which unfortunately rendered no conclusion. You see, both parties asserted claims over frontier territories, extending from Nova Scotia and Acadia in the north to the Ohio country in the south. The conflicts also stretched into the Atlantic Ocean, where both nations sought access to the abundant fisheries of the Grand Banks near Newfoundland. In 1749, the British Crown granted land in the Ohio country to the Ohio Company of Virginia for trade and colonization, requiring the settlement of 100 families and the construction of a fort. Pennsylvania, also claiming the region, sought to strengthen its own claims. In 1750, the following year, Christopher Gist explored the area on behalf of Virginia and the Ohio Company, negotiating with indigenous leaders at Logstown. The resulting 1752 Treaty of Logstown, agreed upon by the indigenous half-king, as they called him, Tanacharison, and an Iroquois representative, allowed the British to build a fortified dwelling at the confluence of the Monongahela River in present-day Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Following the death of Governor-General of New France, Marquis de la Jonquière, in 1752, Charles Le Moyen de Longueuil took over temporarily, while Marquis Duquesne arrived later that year as the new governor. The growing British presence in the Ohio country prompted Longueuil to send Charles Michel de Langley, leading 300 French Canadians and Ottawa warriors, to punish the Miami tribe at Pickawillany for trading with the British. The June 1752 attack resulted in 14 deaths on the Miami side and the capture of 3 British traders. In 1753, Paul Marin de la Marche led a 2,000-man French expedition to secure French claims in the Ohio Valley, constructing Fort Presque Isle near the present-day Erie, Pennsylvania, and Fort Le Boeuf to protect French interests. This worried both the British and the Iroquois, especially the half-king, as they called him, Tanacharison, who held a deep grudge against the French. He visited Fort Le Boeuf, threatening military action, but Marin dismissed him. In response to growing tensions, the Iroquois sent messengers to William Johnson, the British superintendent for Indian affairs, known to the Iroquois as Waragigi. Johnson, well versed in their languages, had long-standing ties with the Iroquois people, and had even served as a colonel in the Western New York militia. It's quite a resume, isn't it? You imagine back then having to learn those sorts of languages. It was hard enough for me in the 2020s to learn Mandarin. I can only imagine what it was like back then. Well, the Indian delegates and Johnson convened with Governor George Clinton and authorities from several other American colonies in Albany, New York. Now, the Mohawk chief Hendrick served as the spokesperson for the tribal council, insisting that the British fulfill their commitments and impede the French expansion. But Clinton did not answer enough, and Hendrick stated that the covenant chain, a long-standing amicable relationship between the Iroquois Confederacy and the British Crown, had been well and truly severed. Now, Governor Robert Dinwiddie, which is a very interesting name, of Virginia, was a stakeholder in the Ohio Company, which faced financial losses if the French maintained their territorial claim. He instructed the 21-year-old Major George Washington, whose sibling was also an investor in the Ohio Company, of the Virginia Regiment, to admonish the French to vacate Virginia land in October of 1753. Washington departed with a small entourage, including Jacob Van Braam as an interpreter, Christopher Gist, a corporate surveyor in the region, and other Mingoes commanded by Tanagreeson. On December the 12th, Washington and his troops arrived at Fort Le Boeuf. Now, Jacques Legardeur de Saint-Pierre succeeded Marin as the commander of the French soldiers following Marin's death on October 29th, and he sent an invitation to Washington to have dinner together. It's very nice of him. Well, during dinner, Washington presented Saint-Pierre with Dinwiddie's letter requesting an immediate French withdrawal from the Ohio country. Of course, this was perhaps not the best dinner conversation. Well, Saint-Pierre reportedly stated, "Regarding the summons you have sent me to retire, I do not believe I am obliged to comply." Somewhat of a polite response. Well, he informed Washington that France's assertion to the territory was more legitimate than that of the British, as René Robert Cavalier, Sieur de la Salle, had visited the Ohio country almost 100 years ago. Try proving him otherwise, I suppose. Well, dessert all finished up, Washington's party departed Fort Le Boeuf on December the 16th and reached Williamsburg on January 16th, 1754, where he reported that the French had advanced south, outlining the measures that they implemented to strengthen the region and their objectives to reinforce the junction of the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers. Prior to Washington's return, Dinwiddie dispatched a contingent of 40 soldiers, led by William Trent, to the location where they commenced the construction of a modest stockaded fort in the early months of 1754. Governor Duquesne dispatched supplementary French troops under Claude Pierre Picotti de Contrecoeur to assist Saint-Pierre concurrently. Now, and Contrecoeur, he also commanded 500 soldiers southward from Fort Venango on April 5th, 1754. The soldiers reached the fort on April 16th, some 11 days later, although Contrecoeur graciously permitted Trent's diminutive contingent to retreat. He acquired the construction tools that they had to proceed with the construction of what ultimately became Fort Duquesne. So you can go, but we're taking your things. Well, Dinwiddie had instructed Washington to command a greater contingent to support Trent in his endeavors, and Washington became aware of Trent's withdrawal while he was en route. Mingo, Sachem, Tangrison had pledged assistance to the British, prompting Washington to proceed to Fort Duquesne to confer with him. Subsequently, he was informed by a warrior dispatched by Tanagreeson about a French scouting group in the vicinity, prompting him to include Tanagreeson's 12 Mingo warriors into his contingent. Washington's contingent of 52 ambushed 40 Canadians, those French colonists of New France, on the morning of May 28th, an engagement that became known as the Battle of Jumonville Glen. Now, numerous Canadians were slain, including their commanding officer, Joseph Coulon de Jumonville, whose skull was allegedly cleaved by Tenagresan with a tomahawk. Now, it's also said that Tenagresan sought to get the British backing and re-establish his power over his own people with their help. They were, either way, predisposed to endorse the French, with whom they had established extensive business links. One of Tenagresan's subordinates informed Contrecoeur that Jumonville had succumbed to British musket fire. But historians typically regard the Battle of Jumonville Glen as the inaugural conflict of the French and Indian War in North America, marking the commencement of hostilities in the Ohio Valley. Well, subsequent to the battle, Washington retreated several miles and constructed Fort Necessity, which was assaulted by the Canadians under the leadership of Jumonville's brother during the Battle of Fort Necessity on the 3rd of July. Washington capitulated and engaged in negotiations for an armed retreat. A report from one of his men indicated that the Canadian contingent was joined by Shawnee, Delaware, and Mingo warriors, precisely those whom Tenagresan had aimed to sway to his side. Well, reports of the two confrontations arrived in England in August, and following months of discussions, the Duke of Newcastle's government resolved to dispatch a military expedition to the subsequent year to expel the French. Major General Edward Braddock was selected to command the expedition. Information regarding the British military plan was actually disclosed to France prior to Braddock's departure for North America. Well, in 1755, King Louis XV sent 6 troops to New France, led by Baron d'Escars. In February 1755, the British dispatched their own fleet with the objective of blockading the French ports. However, the French Navy weren't even there. They'd already left, and there's no point in blockading them in if they're not actually in the port. Kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? Well, Admiral Edward Hawke dispatched a rapid squadron to North America to intercept the ships. Well, a subsequent British operation, Admiral Edward Boscawen engaged the French vessel Alcide on June 8, 1755, and seized her, along with 2 troop ships. Chalk one up to the British. The British subjected the French shipping to harassment in 1755, confiscating vessels and apprehending sailors wherever they could. These actions finally led to formal declarations of war in the spring of 1756. Now, the Albany Congress, to rewind a little bit for you, was convened in June and July of 1754 as a significant political response to the commencement of the war. Now, the objective of Congress was to establish a cohesive strategy in commerce and talks with the indigenous peoples, prepare was for what to come. And as the loyalty of the several tribes and nations was so important, well, they really had to get to work. So, the plan endorsed by the delegates was neither adopted by the colonial legislatures nor sanctioned by the Crown, but the structure of the Congress and other details of the plan served as a kind of model for confederation throughout the War of Independence. We'll always get to that one later. Now, back to 1755. The British had devised a belligerent operational strategy in this year, General Braddock was assigned to command the expedition at Fort Duquesne, and Massachusetts Governor William Shirley was tasked with building Fort Oswego and assaulting Fort Niagara. Sir William Johnson was tasked with seizing Fort St. Frederick in Crown Point, New York, while Lieutenant Colonel Robert Monckton was sent to seize the Fort Beauséjour on the east, on the border between Nova Scotia and Arcadia. Now, in June of the year 1755, Braddock commanded approximately 1,500 men and provincial militia during the Braddock expedition to capture Fort Duquesne, with George Washington serving as one of his advisors. The expedition was a failure. French regulars, Canadian militia, and indigenous fighters ambushed them from concealed positions under trees and behind logs, prompting Braddock to order a general retreat. But he was killed, and around 1,000 British men were either wounded or met the same fate. The remaining 500 British troops sadly withdrew back to Virginia, commanded by Washington. Of course, Washington and Thomas Gage were instrumental in orchestrating the retreat. Of course, the two future adversaries in the American Revolutionary War. Now, in response to Braddock's defeat and the beginning of Parliament session in November 1755, the British government launched a series of measures aimed at strengthening its military capabilities. These actions included the Recruiting Act of 1756, the Commissions to Foreign Protestants Act of 1756, and the Naval Prize Act of 1756, which authorized the capture of enemy vessels and permitted privateering after the war was declared on May 17th. Now, just quickly, if you don't know what privateering is, basically, if you're a pirate, you find the ships transporting goods, silver, tea, all the rest, that sort of thing. You board them and you steal it. Now, pirates are criminals, right? Well, if you're really good at it, then the government might employ you to disrupt the trade shipping lines of their adversaries. So let's say, for example, the British are at war with the French, and you're quite a good pirate. They might say, how about you become a privateer for us? You find all of the ships that are carrying all the Spanish goods, basically the backbones of their economy, and you capture them and give them to us instead. It's government-sanctioned piracy, just with a more palatable name. Now, back to the main point. Meanwhile, the French obtained British military plans, including those of Generals Shirley and Johnson. Now, Shirley's efforts to reinforce Oswego were hampered by logistical problems and inexperience. He stationed troops in Oswego, Fort Bull, and Fort Williams to prepare for an assault on Fort Niagara. However, the French began massing forces of their own, getting ready to attack Oswego, which forced Shirley to prioritize a defensive strategy rather than an offensive. Now, Governor Vaudreuil of New France saw Johnson as a great threat and sent Baron Dieskau to confront him at Fort St. Frederick. Dieskau planned to attack Fort Edward, but hesitated due to resistance from his indigenous allies. The two forces eventually did clash in the Battle of Lake George, which ended inconclusively, and both sides withdrew without really gaining anything worth writing home about. Now, Johnson's progress stopped at Fort William Henry, while the French retreated and began constructing Fort Carillon, later renamed to Fort Ticonderoga, after its capture by the British in 1759. In 1759, Colonel Monckton successfully captured Fort Beauséjour, cutting off land-based French reinforcements to Louisbourg. Governor Charles Lawrence of Nova Scotia ordered the deportation of the French-speaking Acadians to further weaken Louisbourg, and these deportation efforts significantly contributed to the eventual fall. Now, following the death of Braddock, William Shirley assumed command of the British forces in North America and presented his plan for 1756. His strategy included attacks on Niagara, Crown Point, Duquesne, and Fort Frontenac, as well as an expedition aimed at Quebec. However, conflicts with the other leaders, such as William Johnson and Governor Sir Charles Hardy of New York, hindered the plan, resulting in limited support and progress. In January of 1756, Lord Loudoun replaced Newcastle as the new British commander, with Major General James Abercrombie as his deputy. Now, both of these men lacked the military experience of the French officers sent to North America, such as Major General Louis-Joseph de Montcalm, Chevalier de Levis, and Colonel Francois Charles de Bourlamaque, all of whom were seasoned veterans from the War of the Austrian Succession, which had just finished up, as we had mentioned before, with the treaty signed. Now, in May 1756, French regular troops arrived in New France, and on May 17th, Britain officially declared war, escalating the conflict into Europe and giving rise to the 7 Years' War, the more broader conflict. Well, Governor Vaudreuil, eager to lead the French forces, acted before the arrival of French reinforcements. He identified vulnerabilities in the British supply lines and ordered an attack on forts along the Oneida Carry, leading to the destruction of Fort Bull and its supplies, including 45,000 pounds of gunpowder. Of course, this significantly weakened the British operations on Lake Ontario and endangered the garrison at Oswego. French forces also incited indigenous tribes in the Ohio Valley to raid frontier settlements, sending waves and waves of refugees eastward. While the new British command was slow to act, Abercrombie arrived in Albany by July but hesitated to engage without Loudoun's approval. Meanwhile, Montcalm seized the opportunity to besiege Oswego, while feigning an attack along Lake George. By August, Montcalm successfully captured Oswego, but tensions arose between his forces and their indigenous allies over the distribution of the prisoners' belongings. Loudoun, a capable administrator, but overly cautious in battle, planned an attack on Quebec in 1757, stationing a large force at Fort William Henry to distract Montcalm. However, William Pitt, the Secretary of State, redirected Loudoun's efforts to Louisbourg. Despite the preparations, the British fleet at Halifax were outmatched and outclassed by the larger French force at Louisbourg, forcing Loudoun to retreat to New York after hearing of a massacre at Fort William Henry. French irregulars, including Canadian scouts and indigenous warriors, began besieging Fort William Henry in early 1757. In January, they ambushed British Rangers near Ticonderoga, and in February, raided positions across frozen Lake George, destroying storehouses. By August, Montcalm's force of 7,000 surrounded the fort, which surrendered on the condition that the British withdraw under parole. However, As they retreated, Montcalm's indigenous allies, angered by the loss of plunder, attacked the British, resulting in the death or capture of hundreds of men, women, and even children. The aftermath of the siege may have contributed to the spread of smallpox among the distant indigenous groups. But, well, there's no real concrete evidence to support this. Perhaps it's true, though. Well, in 1758, Vaudreuil and Montcalm received scant resupply due to the British blockade of the French coastline, which restricted French shipping. The circumstances in New France were worsened by a deficient harvest in 1757, a particularly harsh winter, and the purportedly fraudulent schemes of one Francois Bigot, the territory's intendant. His plans to provide the colony resulted in exaggerated pricing and were perceived by Montcalm as a means to enrich himself and his cronies. A significant smallpox outbreak among the Western Indian tribes also caused many to refrain from trading in 1758. Don't want to share blankets, you know what it's like. The disease likely disseminated due to the overcrowded circumstances in Fort William Henry following the fight. However, the indigenous people attributed the affliction to the French, outright accusing them of introducing what they said was bad medicine and depriving them of the spoils at Fort William Henry. Montcalm concentrated his limited resources on the defense of St. Lawrence, establishing key fortifications at Carillon, Quebec, and Louisbourg. But Vaudreuil advocated ineffectively for the persistence of raiding strategies that had been proven successful in prior years. The British setbacks in North America, coupled with more defeats in the European theatre, resulted in the downfall of Newcastle and the Duke of Cumberland, his chief military advisor. Newcastle and Pitt had formed a tenuous coalition, with Pitt exerting control over military strategy. He initiated a strategy for the 1758 campaign that was predominantly formulated by Laudon. He was supplanted by Abercrombie as commander-in-chief following the setbacks of 1757. You see, Pitt's strategy proposed 3 significant offensive operations with substantial regular soldier contingents, bolstered by provincial militias, with the objective of seizing the core territories of New France. 2 expeditions succeeded, resulting in the capture of Fort Duquesne and Louisbourg by substantial British forces. Now, onto the Forbes expedition, a British military expedition conducted from September to October of 1758, with 6,000 troops under the command of General John Forbes, aimed at expelling the French from the disputed Ohio country. The French retreated from Fort Duquesne, ceding control of the Ohio River Valley, to the British. The formidable French stronghold at Louisbourg in Nova Scotia was also seized following a protracted siege. The third invasion was halted by the unexpected French triumph at the Battle of Carillon, where 3,600 French soldiers overcame Abercrombie's contingent of 18,000. That's embarrassing, isn't it? Mainly made up of regular troops, militia, and Native American allies, near the fort known as Carillon by the French. Well, in 1758, the French saw predominantly unfavorable outcomes in pretty much all of the areas of the war. It just wasn't going well for them. Now, the new foreign minister, Duc de Choiseul, resolved to concentrate on the invasion of Britain and divert British resources from North America and the European mainland. Of course, the invasion was unsuccessful, not just militarily but politically, since Pitt devised substantial campaigns against New France and allocated resources to Britain's continental ally, Prussia, while the French Navy faltered in the 1759 naval engagements at Lagos and Quiberon Bay. Well, in a fortunate turn of events for them, many French shipping supply lines successfully departed from France and evaded the British blockade. Lucky for them. Well, it was in this same year, 1759, that the British launched a campaign in the northwest frontier of Canada to sever the French frontier forts to the west and the south. They seized Ticonderoga and Fort Niagara, and they vanquished the French at the Thousand Islands during the summer of 1759. In September 1759, James Wolfe triumphed against Montcalm in the Battle of the Plains of Abraham, resulting in the fatalities of both commanders. Following the battle, the French surrendered the city to the British. In April of 1760, Francois Gaston de Levis commanded the French troops in an assault to reclaim Quebec. Despite his victory at the Battle of Sainte-Foy, Levis' next siege of Quebec culminated in failure upon the arrival of the British ships to reinforce the garrison. Following his retreat, he suffered an additional setback when the British naval triumph at Restigouche resulted in the loss of French vessels intended to replenish his forces. Just keeps getting worse for him, doesn't it? Well, in July, Geoffrey Amherst commanded British forces of approximately 18,000 troops in a three-pronged assault on Montreal. Following the eradication of the French fortifications along route, all three troops converged and encircled Montreal in September. A considerable number of Canadians abandoned or relinquished their weapons to British soldiers, while the indigenous allies of the French pursued peace and neutrality. De Levis and the Marquis de Vandrel begrudgingly endorsed the Articles of Capitulation of Montreal on September the 8th, therefore finalizing the British occupation of New France. Well, the majority of hostilities in America concluded in 1760. However, the conflict persisted in Europe between France and Britain. A significant exception was the French capture of St. John's in Newfoundland. General Amherst learned of this unexpected maneuver and promptly sent forces led by his nephew William Amherst, who re-established control over Newfoundland following the Battle of Signal Hill, September 1762. A significant number of British troops stationed in America were actually redeployed to engage in subsequent British operations in the West Indies, including the seizure of Spanish Havana. Following Spain's delayed entry into the conflict alongside France, and also a British expedition against French Martinique in 1762, commanded by Major General Robert Monckton. In September of 1760, Governor Vaudreuil in Montreal negotiated a surrender with General Amherst. Amherst approved his wishes that any French residents opting to remain in the colony would be permitted to practice their Roman Catholic faith, possess property, and reside undisturbed. The British administered medical care to ill and injured French soldiers, and French regular troops were repatriated to France on British vessels under the condition that they would not re-engage in the ongoing conflict. That all sounds pretty fair, don't you think? It's a pretty good deal, surprisingly humane, especially for the time period. Well, General Amherst supervised the handover of French fortifications to the British authority on the western frontier. The policies he implemented in those territories unsettled numerous natives and precipitated the onset of the Pontiac's War in 1763, characterized by a series of native assaults on frontier forts, including an attack on Fort Miami. Well, that effectively concluded a nearly 5-year period of European garrisoning at Kekyonga. The boundary settlements necessitated the ongoing stationing of British troops, and the conflict was not really resolved entirely until as late as 1766. We all know what happened then. Well, from the 1750s to the 1760s, a smallpox epidemic ravaged numerous Native American tribes across the Midwest. The outbreak was partially instigated by victorious native fighters allied with the French, who returned with battle spoils contaminated by disease. You see, the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi tribes were the most impacted by the pandemic. Odawa tribe chief and historian Andrew Blackbird reported that the outbreak had, I quote, completely depopulated and devastated Waganigisi, a significant Odawa village. Well, the North American conflict, all part of this global 7 years war, concluded with the signing of the Treaty of Paris on the 10th of February 1763 by the kingdoms of Great Britain, France, Spain, and with the concurrence of Portugal. The British presented France with the option to relinquish either its continental North American territories east of the Mississippi or the Caribbean islands of Guadeloupe and Martinique, which had been seized by the British. France opted to relinquish the former territory, but successfully negotiated the retention of Saint-Pierre and Miquelon, two diminutive islands, and the Gulf of St. Lawrence, as well as fishing rights in the vicinity. Well, the economic value of the Caribbean islands' sugar cane was perceived as superior and more defensible than that of the continent's furs. The French philosopher Voltaire derogatorily described Canada as merely a few acres of snow. It's not very nice of him, isn't it? Well, either way, the British were pleased to acquire New France, as the defense of their North American colonies would pretty much no longer be a concern. Well, at least not from the other Europeans. Plenty of frontier wars. Well, however, the elimination of the threat led many colonists to believe that they no longer required British protection, which no doubt led many of them to ask the question, well, what are we paying taxes for? Of course, you know what happens over the next couple of years. We're going to get to it. Well, pretty much Britain's debt nearly doubled from the war, and it prompted efforts to tax the colonies, which led to resistance and eventually a revolution. But in contrast, France valued its sugar-producing colonies more than its North American territories, with figures like Voltaire, of course, downplaying the significance. Who cares about the few acres of snow? Still, the war weakened France too, financially and politically. It wasn't long after that they had their French Revolution in 1789. Well, it's not a good few decades for the ruling classes, isn't it? Well, the removal of French influence in America affected the indigenous tribes, who lost a key ally. The British gained control over Spanish Florida, leading to indigenous migrations and increased tensions, especially between the Choctaw and Creek. Spain's acquisition of Louisiana had pretty much minimal effects, but many Spanish Catholics left Florida for Cuba. In 1778, France returned to America as an ally of the American Revolution, seeking revenge for its earlier losses. Isn't it funny how that works? We don't think of the French being on the colonist side during the Revolution, but they were. Anything to get back at the British, I suppose. The lost Roanoke colony, established in 1587 on Roanoke Island, present-day North Carolina. It is one of America's oldest and most intriguing mysteries. This first English attempt at permanent settlement in North America was led by John White, who returned to England for supplies, only to find the colony deserted upon his return in 1590. The only clues left behind was the word Croatoan carved into a post, and CRO on a tree, possibly pointing to Croatoan Island, now Hatteras Island. Well, despite the numerous theories suggesting everything from assimilation with local tribes to more grim fates, the ultimate fate of the 115 settlers remains unknown, continuing to intrigue historians and archaeologists who search for answers to this day. Well, I might not be able to give definitive answers in this video, but we can certainly go on a very deep dive into what happened at Roanoke. Well, welcome to the channel. If it is your first time here, then it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, I'm sure you know what to expect. For those who want to support the channel, well, you're already doing it by watching the content. If you do want to go above and beyond, a like and subscribe goes a long way. And if you want to go even further, well, you'll find the way to do that in the video description. But let's not worry about that for now. Let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin. We have to go back to the 16th century. In 1524, the Outer Banks caught the attention of one Giovanni de Verrazzano during his explorations. He had erroneously believed Pamlico Sound was the Pacific Ocean and mistook the barrier islands for an isthmus, a potential gateway to China. You see, it was all about trying to find more efficient trade routes. Verrazzano shared these findings with King Francis I of France and also King Henry VIII of England, but neither one of these monarchs was really keen to pursue the matter further. But years later, in 1578, Queen Elizabeth of England granted Sir Humphrey Gilbert a charter to explore and settle lands that were not yet claimed by any Christian kingdom. Gilbert, known for his role in suppressing the Desmond rebellions in Ireland, was given vague but fairly extensive rights to territories in the New World, specifically north of Spanish-held Florida. Now in 1583, Gilbert established a brief claim on St. John's, Newfoundland, marking the first English territory in North America under Queen Elizabeth's rule. But Gilbert was not along too far to see it. He perished at sea while returning to England. After his death in 1583, his exploration and colonization charter was divided between his brother, Adrian Gilbert, and his half-brother, whom you may have heard of, one Sir Walter Raleigh. And I'm sure you can imagine whose achievements were greater simply by looking at the prefix or lack of before Adrian Gilbert and Sir Walter Raleigh's names. Well, Adrian received the rights to Newfoundland and territories further north, anticipating the discovery of the Northwest Passage to Asia. Meanwhile, Walter Raleigh was granted the Southern Islands, much of which were already claimed by Spain. Richard Hakluyt, recognizing the potential of Verrazzano's earlier mistaken isthmus within Raleigh's domain, advocated an English exploitation of this area. March 25th, 1584, Raleigh was officially charged with establishing a colony by 1591 to maintain his colonization rights. His charter tasked him to explore and claim distant lands, ostensibly to provide a base for privateering against Spanish treasure fleets. Despite the extensive mandate, Raleigh was required to remain close to the Queen. He managed his colonial ventures from London, delegating the actual exploration and settlement to his associates. He swiftly organized an expedition to explore his newly granted territories, dispatching 2 barks from England on the 27th of April, 1584. Philip Amadus captained the larger vessel, with Simon Fernandez as pilot, while Arthur Barlow commanded the second ship. Although there are suggestions that Thomas Harriot and John White might have been part of this journey, definitive records of their involvement are somewhat lacking. Following a traditional transatlantic route, the expedition sailed southwards towards harness the trade winds that propelled them westward to the West Indies for fresh water supplies. They continued northwards, sighting land on what is now known as Cape Fear on July the 4th. The ships eventually made landfall on the 13th of July at an inlet north of Hatteras Island, which they named Port Ferdinando, in honor of the pilot Fernandez. The local Native Americans, particularly the Secotán tribe, who dominated the area around Roanoke Island and the surrounding mainland, at this point were no strangers to European visitors, and thus quickly established contact. The Secotán were represented by Granganimio, acting on behalf of his brother Wingina, the chieftain who was recuperating from injuries sustained in conflict with the neighboring Pamlico tribe. Upon returning to England in the fall of 1584, Amadus and Barlow reported favorably on the local hospitality and the strategic merits of Roanoke. Thus they returned with 2 indigenous individuals, Wanchese from the Secotán and Manteo from the Croatan, whose mother led Croatoan Island. Their accounts painted the region as idyllic, comparing it to the mythical Golden Age of the Garden of Eden, possibly embellished under Riley's influence. Either way, Queen Elizabeth was delighted, pleased with the outcomes of this exploratory mission, decided to get the sword out and knight Riley in 1585 during a ceremony where she named the explored territory Virginia and appointed him Knight, Lord, and Governor of Virginia. Quite a promotion. Inspired by these honors, Riley began seeking financial backers to establish a more permanent colony in this promising new land. For the inaugural Virginia colony, Sir Walter Riley orchestrated an operation primarily focused on military and resource exploration objectives. Although initially planned for 69 colonists, the expedition swelled to about 600, with roughly half designated to remain and establish the colony, anticipating further reinforcements later. Ralph Lane was appointed as the governor, with Philip Amadas taking on the role of admiral. Sir Richard Grenville, however, led the mission, commanding the fleet. Accompanying them were civilians such as Joachim Gans, a metallurgist, Thomas Harriot, a scientist, and John White, an artist. Also on board were the two indigenous fellows, Manteo and Wanchese, who were returning to their native lands after a stint in England. One can only imagine the stories they could tell to their own people. Thus the fleet comprised 7 ships. It was Grenville's flagship, the Galeas Tiger, piloted by Simon Fernandez, the flyboat Roanoke, the Red Lion, under command of George Raymond, the Elizabeth, the Dorothy, and 2 smaller pinnaces. They departed from Plymouth on the 9th of April, 1585, sailing through the Bay of Biscay. A severe storm off the coast of Portugal scattered their fleet, however, sinking 1 pinnace and separating Tiger from the group. Fernandez, prepared for such an eventuality, had planned a rendezvous at Moscatel on Puerto Rico's southern coast, where Tiger arrived safe and sound on May 11th. While waiting for the rest of the fleet, Grenville, who was commanding the Tiger, and his men set up a base camp at Moscatel, utilizing the time to practice fort-building skills essential for the new colony. Gotta do something with your time, don't you? They also constructed a replacement ship using local materials. The Elizabeth joined them on May 19th, soon after the completion of the fort and the newly completed pinnace. The rest of the fleet, however, faced more than a few difficulties. Near Jamaica, 1 ship depleted its supplies, forcing the captain to dispatch 20 crew members ashore. Roebuck, Red Lion, and Dorothy eventually reached the Outer Banks by mid-June. Red Lion left approximately 30 men on Croatoan Island before heading off for privateering activities in Newfoundland. During this period, Grenville engaged with the local Spanish authorities seeking provisions, which never arrived, prompting him to anticipate an imminent attack and evacuate the temporary fort. Grenville successfully captured 2 Spanish ships in the Mona Passage, incorporating them into his fleet. Lane utilized one of these ships to seize salt from Salinas Bay, fortifying his position to safeguard the loading process. The fleet then moved to La Isabela, where they traded with the Spanish, despite the previous tensions. On June the 7th, Grenville departed Hispaniola to continue to the Outer Banks. On June 26th, navigating through Wokokan Island, Tiger ran aground on a shoal, severely damaging the ship and spoiling most of the food supplies. Plans for wintering the fleet at the colony, possibly to use it as a base for privateering, were thwarted by this incident, and the seeming impracticality of the Outer Banks' shallow inlets for large ships. The colony's new urgent mission was to find a more suitable harbor. After making the necessary repairs, Tiger and the remaining fleet reached Port Ferdinando, where they reunited with Roebuck and Dorothy. The men left by Red Lion were likely found during this assembly. A few weeks later, on August 5th, John Arundel, commanding one of the faster vessels, sailed back to England to report the expedition's safe arrival. The damaging incident with the Tiger significantly reduced the supplies available for the settlers, compelling Grenville to limit the number of colonists who would stay with Ralph Lane to about 100. This reduced group was deemed sufficient to achieve the colony's short-term objectives, pending the arrival of a second wave of colonists and supplies initially scheduled to depart from England in June 1585. But unbeknownst to Grenville, this reinforcement had been diverted to Newfoundland to inform English fishing fleets of Spanish retaliations against English commercial vessels, a consequence of ongoing conflict fueled by English privateers. I mean, come on, the Spanish had to fight back eventually, didn't they? Now, consequently, Lane's colony found itself reliant on the goodwill of the local Native Americans for survival, until further support could be organized. During the repairs of the Tiger, Grenville seized the opportunity to explore Pamlico Sound and the neighboring Secotan villages of Aquascocac, Pamlico, and Secotan. This exploration provided Thomas Harriot and John White a chance to conduct an in-depth study of Native American culture and environment, although their initial findings were largely lost during the 1586 evacuation. Harriot managed to publish his comprehensive study of Virginia's inhabitants and natural resources in 1588, which included engravings based on White's illustrations in its 1590 edition. Now, a minor incident had escalated when a silver cup went missing. I know, of all things, but it was presumably stolen by the villagers of Asquacogok. In a bid to retrieve the stolen item and maintain authority, Grenville dispatched Amadas with a detachment to demand its return. But the failure to recover the cup led to a drastic response. Amada's men burnt down the entire village and its crops, displacing the villagers as a demonstration of strength. Meanwhile, Manteo facilitated a critical agreement between Grenville, Lane, and the local chieftain, Granganiemo, securing land on Roanoke Island for the English settlement. This location was chosen for its strategic advantage, easy access to the ocean, and relative invisibility to Spanish patrols. Thus, Lane commenced the construction of a fort on the island's north side, likely mirroring the design of the one at Moscatal, though no visual records of the Roanoke fort survive. On the 25th of August, 1585, Grenville embarked for England aboard the repaired Tiger. Shortly thereafter, he commanded a Spanish galleon, the Santa Maria de San Vicente, near Bermuda. Separated from its fleet, the galleon was laden with treasures that made the Roanoke venture financially rewarding and ignited further interest and excitement at Queen Elizabeth's court about Riley's colonial adventures. And Queen Elizabeth loves her presents. The Roebuck departed Roanoke on September the 8th, 1585, leaving behind Amadas commanding one of the pinnacles. Official records show that 107 men remained with Lane, but historical consensus varies on whether John White returned to England with Grenville or spent the winter at Roanoke, as his name was absent from the lists of colonists. Expectations of discovering gold and silver drove many colonists to join the expedition. When these resources remained elusive, well, people got a little bit upset. Morale plummeted, leading some to view the venture as a complete failure. You see, the colonists also investigated the origins of the copper used by the local Native Americans, but they were unable to trace its source, and after that whole burning down their entire village incident, perhaps the Native Americans were a little bit less hospitable towards them. During the fall of 1585, they gathered corn from nearby villages, enhancing their scant provisions. Along with the acquired corn, the colonies secured venison, fish, oysters, sufficient to support them through the winter months. However, details about the colony's activities from September 1585 to March 1586 are very sparse, complicating any comprehensive evaluation of that winter. It is likely that by October, the settlers had depleted their initial provisions, and the monotony of their diet further sapped their spirits. Over the winter, Philip Amadas ventured into Chesapeake Bay, reaching Cape Henry and the James River, where he encountered the Chesapeake and Skikoak villages. The Secretans had portrayed Skikoak as a major city, potentially as affluent as the Inca or Aztec empires. But it wasn't really like that. Not that big cities are great places to be, but it just wasn't to the new visitors' expectations. Instead, Amadas discovered a smaller community, though he noted the region's favorable climate and soil, so credit where it's due. Meanwhile, Thomas Harriot, accompanied by Joachim Gans, surveyed the Virginia territory, engaging with various tribes and cataloging their natural resources. Harriot's findings contributed significantly to the creation of John White's Virginia Pars map. During these interactions, Harriot observed that each community they visited soon experienced a deadly outbreak, likely influenza or smallpox, though the cause was beyond the comprehension of the science of the day. The Secretans attributed their epidemics to supernatural forces associated with the English. When Wingina, a local leader, became ill, he recovered only after seeking prayers from the English, a remedy that left him considerably impressed. He then requested that the colonists extend their healing practices over the other afflicted communities, inadvertently accelerating the spread of the diseases. But how was he to know? I'm sure the prayers were helping. Maybe. Well, these epidemics devastated the local populations, particularly impacting the autumn harvest at a critical time when Lane's colony relied heavily on its neighbors for additional food resources. By the spring, tensions had escalated between the Secretan and the English colony, largely due to the colonists' excessive dependence on the locals for food. The death of Gran Guglielmo, a staunch ally of the English, exacerbated these tensions, as Winginer, now wary of the English intentions, adopted a more vigilant stance, and moving his tribal capital temporarily to Roanoke Island. He also renamed himself to Pemisapan. The English failed to grasp the implications of these shifts, not recognizing them as a threat initially. In March, Lane sought advice from Pemisapan about venturing beyond the Secretan territory into the mainland. Pemisapan seemingly supported this, but simultaneously informed Menetonon, the leader of the Roanoke, of the English's impending visit, setting the stage for some juicy surprises. When Lane and his heavily armored contingent arrived at the gathering of regional tribes at Roanoke, they surprised the leaders there, including Menetonon, who revealed that the assembly was Pemisapan's idea in the first place. Well, Menetonon quickly earned Lane's trust by revealing potentially lucrative territories yet unexplored by the English, hinting at a wealthy northeastern kingdom and a mythical sea beyond the Roanoke River. Well, this was thought to be the Pacific Ocean, at least. His son Skiko mentioned Chaunis Temoatan, a western land rich in valuable metals, prompting visions of copper or gold. Either way, both of them were pretty useful. Lane planned to split his forces for a strategic move to Chesapeake Bay, but postponed this due to delayed supplies promised by Easter. Meanwhile, he ransomed Menetonon and detained Skiko as a hostage, venturing with 40 men up the Roanoke River. They encountered, however, only deserted villages and a few ambushes for good measure, as Pemisapan had warned the villagers to hide their provisions, especially the copper. The expedition returned to Roanoke depleted, unsuccessful, and demoralized amidst rumors of their complete demise. Pemisapan had planned to evacuate the Secretan, expecting the colony to collapse without support. However, Lane's unexpected return prompted a reassessment. The dynamic shifted when the Menetonon's envoy reported that the local leader, Okisko, had pledged loyalty to Queen Elizabeth and Sir Walter Raleigh, which discouraged Pemisapan from acting against the English, who he then instructed to sow crops and construct fishing weirs. The cooperation, however, was fleeting. By April 20th, with the death of Ensenor, an advocate for the English, and Juan Chese's rise as a senior advisor advocating against the English, Pemisapan pulled the Secretan from Roanoke and ordered them not to aid the colony. Struggling for survival, Lane directed his men to scavenge for food. Pemisapan, under the false belief that Skiko sympathized with the anti-English cause, planned a war council for June 10th. Skiko, however, informed Lane of this, prompting Lane to spread false intelligence about an imminent English reinforcement. Spurred by this, Pemisapan advanced to the meeting to May 31st. Lane used this gathering at Dasa Mongweponke to launch a surprise attack, resulting in Pemisapan's death and the display of his severed head outside the colony's fort as a warning and reminder to others. In June, after enduring this series of misfortunes, the colonists encountered Sir Francis Drake's returning fleet. Drake, fresh from successful raids in Santo Domingo, Cartagena, and St. Augustine, had amassed a collection of refugees, slaves, and military supplies intended for Sir Walter Raleigh's struggling colony. Upon understanding the dire situation faced by the settlers, Drake generously offered them 4 months' worth of provisions and the use of one of his ships, the Francis. Unfortunately, a hurricane struck shortly thereafter, claiming the Francis and sweeping it out to sea. In the aftermath of the storm, Ralph Lane convinced his men that their best option was to simply abandon the settlement. Drake was sympathetic to their plight and agreed to transport them back to England. Along with Lane and his men, Manteo and his associate Towaye also embarked on the journey to England. However, 3 colonists were left behind on Roanoke and vanished without a trace. The fate of the slaves and refugees that Drake had intended to leave at the colony also remained ambiguous. There is no documentation of their arrival in England, and it is plausible that they were left on Roanoke along with some supplies. Drake's fleet, carrying the former colonists, arrived back in England in July of 1586. And this return marked the introduction of several New World crops to England, notably tobacco, maize, and potatoes, which the colonists had acquired during their American venture. Just days after Sir Francis Drake evacuated the colonists from Roanoke, a supply ship dispatched by Sir Walter Raleigh arrived, only to find the island completely deserted. The crew, finding no trace of the colonists, left the island shortly after. 2 weeks later, a relief fleet led by Sir Richard Grenville arrived, with substantial reinforcements of 400 men and supplies meant to sustain the colony for a year. Grenville conducted a thorough search for the missing settlers and questioned several native inhabitants. One of the natives eventually provided an account of the evacuation, detailing how the colonists had departed with Sir Francis Drake. After completing the search, Grenville decided to maintain an English presence on Roanoke Island to uphold Raleigh's territorial claim. He left behind a small detachment of 15 men. However, according to accounts from the Croatan tribe, this group soon faced hostility from a coalition of mainland tribes. Tensions escalated when 5 of the English were away gathering oysters. During this time, 2 Native Americans, appearing unarmed, approached the English encampment under the guise of seeking a peaceful meeting. One of them, however, concealed a wooden sword and used it to fatally attack one of the Englishmen. Subsequently, 28 additional attackers emerged, and although one Englishman managed to escape and alert the rest, the attackers used arrows to set the encampment ablaze, particularly targeting the storehouse containing their food supplies. Caught completely off guard and forced to defend themselves with whatever means were at hand, the English suffered another casualty before the 9 survivors managed to retreat to the shore. They escaped the island on their boat, encountering their 4 companions returning from gathering oysters. Together, the 13 men sailed to Port Ferdinando. Tragically, the survivors were never seen again, and to this day, their fate still remains a mystery. Despite the abandonment of the Lane colony, Walter Riley was encouraged to continue his colonial efforts by Richard Hakluyt, Thomas Harriot, and John White. Given the recent hostilities with the Secotan and the death of Wingina, Roanoke Island was deemed unsafe for resettlement. Hakluyt proposed Chesapeake Bay as a more suitable location for a new settlement, partly due to his belief that it was close to the Pacific Ocean. On the 7th of January, 1587, Riley granted a corporate charter for the establishment of the City of Riley, with John White appointed as governor, assisted by 12 others. The new colony attracted around 115 settlers, including White's pregnant daughter, Eleanor, and her husband, Ananias Dare. This group of predominantly middle-class Londoners aspired to establish themselves as landed gentry in the New World. Manteo and Toaye, previously part of the Lane colony and evacuated with Drake, also joined this venture. Unlike previous expeditions, this one included women and children, but lacked an organized military force. Thus, the expedition comprised of 3 ships, the Lion under John White's captaincy, with Simon Fernandez as master and pilot, a flyboat commanded by Edward Spicer, and a full-rigged pinnace under Edward Stafford, setting sail on May the 8th, 1587. By July the 22nd, the flagship and pinnace had anchored at Croatoan Island. White intended to consult with the 15 men Grenville had left on Roanoke before proceeding to Chesapeake Bay. However, once aboard the pinnace, an unexpected directive from a gentleman under Fernandez's influence compelled the sailors to deposit the colonists on Roanoke. Upon landing, White's group found Lane's former settlement completely abandoned, with the fort dismantled and the houses engulfed by vegetation. They discovered human bones, believed to be the remains of one of Grenville's men, presumably killed by natives. The colonists, having disembarked following the arrival of the flyboat on July 25th, faced immediate challenges. One colonist, George Howe, was killed by a native while foraging for crabs. Efforts to re-establish relations with the Croatan were initiated by Stafford and Manteo, who informed them of an attack by a coalition of mainland tribes against Grenville's men. Attempts to renegotiate peace were unsuccessful, and following the isolated killing of Howe, White led a preemptive strike on Dassamonqueponque. The raid, however, misfired, attacking Croatan looters instead of their intended targets. Manteo helped mend the relations, and for his contributions was actually baptized and titled Lord of Roanoke and Dassamonqueponque. August the 18th. Eleanor Dare gave birth to a daughter named Virginia, the first Christian born in Virginia. Another birth followed shortly, with Marjorie Harvey, though details about her child remain unknown. As the fleet prepared for its return to England, the colonists decided to move 50 miles up Albemarle Sound, due to the precarious situation they found themselves in. They implored Governor White to return to England to seek help. Reluctantly, White departed with the fleet on August 27, 1587, leaving the colonists to face the uncertainties ahead. After a challenging journey, John White returned to England on November 5, 1587. By then, tensions with Spain had somewhat escalated, with reports of the Spanish Armada preparing for an invasion. Queen Elizabeth responded by issuing an edict that prohibited any capable ship from leaving England, reserving them for the impending conflict. Thus, over the winter, Sir Richard Grenville was granted a special waiver to lead a fleet to the Caribbean to engage the Spanish. White was allowed to join this expedition on a resupply ship, hoping to reach Roanoke with much-needed supplies. The fleet was scheduled to depart in March 1588, but adverse weather conditions and hurricane-force winds delayed their departure. Eventually, Grenville received orders to remain and defend the homeland. Two smaller vessels in Grenville's fleet, the Brave and the Roe, considered unsuitable for combat, were allocated to White for his journey to Roanoke. The ship set sail on April 22nd, but the journey was compromised by the captain's attempts to secure Spanish ships to increase their profits. And on May 6th, near Morocco, the ships were attacked by French mariners or perhaps pirates. The attack resulted in the deaths of nearly 24 crew members, and the vital supplies destined for Roanoke were plundered, forcing the ships to return to England empty-handed. Well, the defeat of the Spanish Armada in August did not ease maritime restrictions, as England prepared for a counter-armada to strike back at Spain in 1589. It wasn't until 1590 that White finally received authorization for another resupply attempt. Meanwhile, the Spanish Empire had been closely monitoring English activities in North America since Grenville's capture of the Santa Maria de San Vicente in 1585. They suspected the English of establishing a base for piracy, but had failed to pinpoint its location. The Spanish did not realize that Lane's colony had been abandoned, or that White's colony would have been established at the same site, and they even believed, based on rumors alone, that the English had discovered a mountain of diamonds and a path to the Pacific Ocean. Well, earlier in 1587, after a failed reconnaissance mission, King Philip II of Spain directed Vicente Gonzalez to explore Chesapeake Bay in 1588 for evidence of any English activity. Gonzalez found nothing in Chesapeake, but he stumbled upon the seemingly deserted Port Ferdinando on the Outer Banks during his return. Leaving without a detailed investigation, the Spanish mistakenly believed they had located the secret English base. Despite this discovery, the aftermath of the Spanish Armada's defeat delayed any immediate Spanish offensive. By 1590, although plans were reportedly made to destroy the Roanoke colony and replace it with a Spanish settlement, these were largely disinformation tactics intended to confuse the English intelligence. In the summer of 1590, John White secured a passage on a privateering expedition organized by John Watts, which targeted Spanish outposts in the Caribbean. The fleet consisted of 6 ships, among which the flagship Hopewell and the Moonlight were tasked with detouring to deliver White to his colony at Roanoke. Concurrently, Walter Raleigh was transitioning the enterprise to new investors, reflecting shifts in the project's backing and focus. Which leads us to August 12th of the same year, 1590, when Hopewell and Moonlight made anchor at Croatoan Island. White did not utilize this opportunity to engage with the Croatan for insights into the colony's fate. By the evening of August 15th, while still near Croatoan, the crew observed smoke plumes from Roanoke Island, which piqued their curiosity. Further investigation the next morning near Croatoan's southern end turned up no leads. The following days presented significant challenges. On August 17th, after spotting another fire on Roanoke's north end, White's party attempted to approach, but only reached the shore after dark. Opting for caution, they remained on their ships, singing English songs into the night, hoping that the lost colonists might hear them and send them some kind of signal. The next morning, August 18th, coinciding with his granddaughter Virginia Dare's 3rd birthday, happy birthday, Virginia, White and his group finally landed on Roanoke. They found fresh tracks and the cryptic carving CRO on a tree, signaling at least some recent presence. At the colony's location, they discovered a palisade that had been erected with the word Croatoan inscribed on one of the entrance posts. White interpreted these signs as indicators that the colonists had moved to Croatoan Island, recalling the pre-arranged code system from 1587 that included such messages to signify their whereabouts without distress. Inside the palisade, the search revealed dismantled houses and personal belongings missing, indicating a hurried and panicked departure. Several of White's own trunks had been unearthed and looted. Absence of the colony's boats along the shore further complicated the mystery. Returning to the Hopewell that evening, the crew planned a visit to Croatoan the next day. However, a snapped anchor cable compromised the ship's mobility, curtailing further search efforts. Thus the mission was abandoned as Moonlight departed for England. Hopewell's crew proposed wintering in the Caribbean before attempting another search in the spring of 1591, but the adverse weather blew them off course to the Azores, and ultimately forced them to return to England on October 24th, 1590. And thus, the fate of the Roanoke colonists, marked by these cryptic clues, remained shrouded in uncertainty, the puzzle unresolved, as White's hopes to reconnect with his family and fellow settlers dwindled away. John White's inability to locate his colonists in 1590 led to reports suggesting that they may have simply relocated, and could indeed still be alive. Walter Raleigh found it beneficial to maintain uncertainty around the fate of the settlers. Don't jump to any conclusions. As long as their deaths were not confirmed, he could legally retain his claim over Virginia. In 1594, a petition was filed to declare Ananias Dare legally dead, so his son, John Dare, could inherit his estate, and this was granted a few years later in 1597. Walter Raleigh's 1585 transatlantic voyage was publicly framed as a search for the lost colonists, though he later confessed it was simply a cover for his quest for El Dorado, that city of famed gold and riches. He did sail past the Outer Banks on his return, though he cited adverse weather for a reason for not landing. But in 1602, the rising value of sassafras prompted Raleigh to fund another mission to the Outer Banks, officially to continue to search for the colonists. Led by Samuel Mace, this expedition was different. You see, Raleigh purchased a ship and secured the crew's wages to avoid distractions from privateering. However, the expedition prioritized harvesting sassafras south of Croatoan Island, and adverse weather thwarted their efforts near Hatteras. Raleigh's involvement in the main plot against King James in 1603, however, ended his Virginia career. Well, in 1603, Bartholomew Gilbert led an expedition aimed at locating the Roanoke colonists, intending to reach Chesapeake Bay. Once again, that infamous bad weather diverted them to an undetermined location, and the landing party, including Gilbert, was promptly killed by the Native Americans. The crew that was left returned to England without any further leads. One can only imagine having to watch as that small landing party got slaughtered on the beach. Well, he would have been one of the lucky ones who stayed on the main boat. Following the establishment of Jamestown in 1607, Captain John Smith was informed by the Powhatan leaders about Europeans living among the tribes at Okannahonan and Annone. Smith also learned of a Panawick and Pakrakanik, places where Europeans were said to reside. A map produced during this time, later known as the Zuniga map, labeled these areas but was lost until its rediscovery in 1890. Plans by Smith to explore these regions were halted due to local disputes. Well, in 1608, Smith had sent a letter, along with the map, back to England, describing potential locations of Europeans. He dispatched search parties to investigate, referring to them as Raleigh's Lost Company. But once again, they found no trace of the colonists. By 1609, rumors had reached the Royal Council for Virginia that the Roanoke colonists had been killed by Powhatan. This was around the time that Manchumps, Powhatan's brother-in-law, visited England. Based on these accounts, the council drafted relocation orders for Jamestown to move near the Chowan River, citing proximity to copper mines and the alleged location of 4 Roanoke colonists held by a local chieftain. However, the wreck of the sea venture delayed the new governor's arrival, and subsequent hardships at Jamestown likely prevented any relocation efforts. William Strachey, who arrived in Jamestown in May 1610, along with Thomas Gates and Machumps, returned to England by 1612. There, he composed the History of Travail into Virginia Britannia, which detailed the Virginia Territory. In his work, Strachey provided accounts consistent with John Smith's earlier map and directives given to Gates by the Virginia Council. Strachey also shared new details about what he termed the slaughter at Roanoke. He claimed the lost colonists had lived for 20 years in peace with a tribe outside of Powhatan's domain. According to Strachey, an unprovoked attack orchestrated by one Wahun Senecor upon his priest's advice occurred shortly before the Jamestown settlers had arrived. He narrated that 7 English survivors, 4 men, 2 boys, and 1 woman, escaped the massacre and fled north to the Chowan River, finding refuge with a chieftain named Roanoke, where they worked in copper beating at Roanoke. Now, Strachey did not specifically name the tribe that had initially hosted the Roanoke colonists. However, he did describe an attack against the Chesapeakeans, suggesting that the Powhatan priests had warned of a rising nation from Chesapeake Bay that would threaten Wahun Senecor's power. It was inferred that the Roanoke colonists had moved to Chesapeake and that both groups were victims of the same massacre. Strachey harshly criticized the Powhatan religion, labeling it as satanic and proposing that the priests were literally in communion with Satan. He advocated for the conversion of the Powhatan to Christianity. That ought to fix the problem, proposing that King James should show mercy for the massacre, yet seek retribution specifically against the priests. Despite his recommendations, the History of Travail was not published by the London Company and remained an obscure work until 1849, and there was no recorded action against Wahun Senecor or his priests based on these accusations. The 1622 attack by the Powhatan on Jamestown marked a turning point in English perceptions of Native Americans. Subsequent English writings increasingly dehumanized the native population, supported by London Company propaganda justifying severe retaliation as necessary for the security of colonial investments. Thus, in 1625, Samuel Purchas penned Virginia's Verger, which argued for England's right to possess and exploit North America, asserting that the native populations had forfeited their land rights through their acts of violence. He referenced the 1586 ambush at Grenville's garrison, a supposed attack on white colonists, and of course the more recent memory of the 1622 massacre at Jamestown, although his claims lacked substantiated evidence. Purchas' narrative suggested that Powhatan had confessed to Captain Smith about being involved in the massacre of the Roanoke colonists, a claim unsupported by Smith's own writings and dismissed by historians as likely fabrication or simply intimidation. The region's history continued to unfold, with John Lawson's exploration from 1701 to 1709. Lawson visited Hatteras Island and observed significant English cultural influence among the Hatteras people, who claimed ancestry from the 1587 English colonists. Lawson's findings on Roanoke Island included remnants of a fort and English artifacts, such as coins and artifacts, and firearms rather, lending some credence to local legends of assimilation between the colonists and Native Americans. Well, that may have happened, but there's a few theories. And before we finish up the video, I know we're an hour in, but you know me, I just can't stop talking. We're going to go through a few of the theories. So let's see if we can land on an idea that seems plausible. You see, the fate of this lost colony remains one of the most enduring mysteries in American history. It's generating speculation and intrigue among scholars and the public alike since the 1590s. The case has developed a reputation for attracting obsessive and sensationalist attention, but often with limited academic payoff. The conjectures about the lost colonists typically start from established facts. When John White returned to Roanoke in 1590, he didn't find any evidence of a battle, though the colony was still fortified. The absence of human remains or graves suggested that the colonists had left the area alive, and that inscription, Croatoan on a tree, in line with an earlier agreement with White, indicated a planned and organized relocation, signaling where they might be found. Historian David Beers Quinn has hypothesized that the 1587 colonists moved to their initially intended destination, that being Chesapeake Bay. He suggested they used the pinnace and other small boats to transport themselves and their belongings. According to Quinn's theory, a small group stayed behind at Croatoan to guide White to the relocated colony. After White's failed attempt to find them, Quinn proposed that the main body of colonists assimilated with the Chesapeakeans, and the group at Croatoan integrated into the Croatan tribe. Quinn has also speculated that Samuel Mace's voyage in 1602 might have involved venturing into Chesapeake Bay and abducting Powhatans to bring back to England. These captives could have then communicated with Thomas Harriot, potentially revealing the presence of Europeans in the area. Quinn considered such scenarios necessary to maintain optimism about the colonists' survival post-1603. Now back to Strachey. I'm sure you remember him. While he accused Wahun Senancour, the chief of the Powhatan, of orchestrating massacres against both the colonists and the Chesapeakeans in separate incidents, Quinn posited that these were part of a single coordinated attack on an integrated community around April in 1607. He suggested that Wahun Senancour's motive might have been retaliation for Mace's supposed abductions. Quinn believed that John Smith learned of this massacre, but reported it discreetly to King James, opting not to disclose it in his public works for political reasons. Well, despite the compelling narrative of Quinn's story, his peers have expressed more than a little bit of skepticism, particularly because this theory relies heavily on the contested accounts of Strachey and Purchas. This skepticism shows the broader challenge of studying the lost colony, trying to distinguish between plausible historical reconstruction and the allure of more sensational but less substantiated theories. Now, the idea that the colonists had assimilated into nearby Native American tribes has been one of the prevailing theories since at least 1605. Such integration would likely have led the colonists to gradually relinquish their European ways, adapting the local lifestyle as time rolled on. After all, it was a lot more practical when in Rome, right? Historical observations have noted that individuals absorbed into Native American societies often showed very little desire to return to European life, suggesting that if the Roanoke colonists assimilated, they likely did not seek reintegration with later English settlers. Today, many scholars lean towards the assimilation theory as the most probable outcome for the surviving colonists, and personally, I'm pretty much with the same opinion. I think it was simply that easy for them to just go and, like I said, do as the Romans do, for lack of better words. But the question then becomes, which tribe, or tribes, they may have joined. It is generally accepted that the Croatan, ancestors of the 18th century Hatteras people, were involved, though the evidence is largely circumstantial. The modern-day Hatteras tribe acknowledges a heritage that includes both Croatan and lost colony ancestors. Now, in the late 19th century, Hamilton Macmillan argued that the community in Robson County, which had previously been recognized as free people of color, showed linguistic and familial links to the 1587 colonists. His advocacy led to the community being officially recognized as the Croatan in 1885, a name that was later changed to Lumbee in 1956. Other tribes, including the Catawba and the Coree, have also been suggested as possible groups into which the Roanoke colonists could have assimilated to. Now, historians such as A.C. Ashe speculated that colonists moved westward to the banks of the Chowan River in Berthier County, while others suggest that after an attack, survivors dispersed south to the Pamlico and Neuse rivers. Alternate theories propose that the colonists simply tried to return to England on their own. They might have used the ships left by the 1587 expedition, potentially constructing additional vessels. This theory suggests that the colonists attempted a direct voyage to avoid Spanish threats in the Caribbean, or simply headed north to meet English fishing fleets. However, such a voyage would have of course been perilous, and beyond their small vessel's capacity to transport all the colonists, necessitating the construction of another seaworthy vessel. Some anthropologists have proposed kind of a conspiracy theory that involves Sir Francis Walsingham, Simon Fernandez, Edward Stafford, and a few others, aimed at deliberately marooning the 1587 colonists at Roanoke. According to anthropologist Lee Miller, this plot was designed to undermine Sir Walter Raleigh, whose endeavors supposedly conflicted with Walsingham's covert operations intended to establish England as a Protestant world power, counteracting Catholic nations like Spain. Miller argued that this conspiracy prevented Raleigh and John White from launching a timely relief mission until after Walsingham's death in 1590. Additionally, Miller suggested that the colonists might have been religious separatists seeking freedom from persecution in England, which Raleigh somehow sympathized with, whereas Walsingham saw them as a threat to be neutralized. Well, this narrative suggests that after being left at Roanoke, the colonists split, with a small group moving to Croatoan, and the majority seeking refuge with the Roanoke tribe. This interaction would have led to the spread of European diseases, devastating the Roanoke and destabilizing the regional power dynamic. Subsequently, the weakened Roanoke were purportedly attacked and enslaved by the Mandoag, identified by Miller as the Eno, who then traded the surviving colonists as slaves across the region. However, this theory faces more than a little criticism, particularly due to Walsingham's financial backing of Riley's ventures and Fernandez's role in returning White to England rather than abandoning him, which would seem more than a little counterintuitive if a conspiracy were indeed in place. But there's one more. Playwright Paul Green, while researching for a 1937 stage play, discovered Spanish records filled with references to Riley and his colonial efforts. Historical records indicate that the Spanish Empire was aware of and actively searching for this English attempt to establish a new base in Virginia in 1587, and that underlies the perpetual threat that the Spanish posed towards English colonial endeavors. The Spanish continued searching for the colony well into 1600, unaware of its fate, which does suggest that, despite their efforts, the colony's end remains just a mystery. But what do you think happened? Well, as I said, personally, I think they split up and integrated with the locals. But I could be, and indeed probably am, wrong. It's just conjecture. The Trail of Tears remains one of the most somber and tragic episodes in American history. A forced relocation during the 1830s that uprooted thousands of Native Americans from ancestral homelands in the southeastern United States to territories west of the Mississippi River. Enacted under the Indian Removal Act of 1830, signed by President Andrew Jackson, entire nations, including the Cherokee, Creek, Chickasaw, and Choctaw, were compelled to leave their lands, despite legal resistance and a U.S. Supreme Court ruling that upheld their rights. This harrowing journey, marked by exposure to brutal weather, disease, starvation, led to the deaths of over 4,000 Cherokee alone, with countless others from other tribes perishing along the way. The profound suffering and injustice endured has etched the Trail of Tears into the collective memory as a poignant symbol of devastating consequences of forced displacement and the cultural erasure of indigenous peoples. Hello and welcome. Here we are again. This time we're talking about the Trail of Tears. A pretty horrible name for a very horrible thing. But you'll learn all about it from start to finish. As always, if you really want to help me out, you do the whole like, comment, subscribe thing. I see that quite a few of you are not subscribed. So if you just want to click that little button, there we go, you clicked it, didn't you? Then it really helps me out in the algorithm. Now, with that being said, with all the begging out of the way, a little bit distasteful, let's get nice and relaxed and start. And we start this, in the 1830s, which by this time, the area that would be later known as the American Deep South was inhabited by a coalition of indigenous nations. Now, this coalition was known collectively as the 5 civilized tribes. Now, these tribes were the Cherokee, the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, Muskogee, and Seminole. Now, these nations maintained their independence, but they were increasingly, over time, adopting aspects of the new white American culture little by little, a transformation that was encouraged in earlier times by leaders like George Washington and Henry Knox. Now, their cultural assimilation was particularly evident among the Cherokee and Choctaw peoples, But of course, it was a spectrum, and not everybody was keen to abandon the old ways. Either way, despite this integration, the American settlers were eager to expand into new lands. And by new lands, I mean indigenous lands. While exerting pressure, of course, on the federal government to remove these nations from the southeast. You see, the problem was that settlers were often encroaching upon indigenous territories or just seeking additional land for their own settlement needs. Well, in the face of significant opposition from figures such as U.S. Congressman Davy Crockett of Tennessee, President Andrew Jackson secured the passage of the Indian Removal Act in 1830. I mean, usually with an act like that, they'll give it a name that doesn't sound that bad. Think of the Patriot Act and things like the Safe Schools Act, the Safe Communities Act. Yeah, they're not really trying to hide that one, aren't they? Well, of course, the legislation did exactly what it said it was going to do. It authorized the government to completely nullify any indigenous land claims on the southeast. Of course, the Choctaw were the first nation to be displaced under this act in 1831, which set a precedent for the subsequent removals. Following two conflicts, many Seminoles were forced out in 1832. The Creek faced removal in 1834, the Chickasaw in 1837, and the Cherokee in 1838, being of course the most famous of removals for the wrong reasons. Now, while some individuals managed rather to avoid relocation, such as certain Choctaw who remained in Mississippi, Creek in Alabama and Florida, Cherokee in North Carolina, and Seminole in Florida, a small group, fewer than 500 Seminole, successfully evaded forced relocation altogether. Of course, the modern Seminole nation of Florida descends from these very individuals. But alongside the indigenous individuals, many non-indigenous residents of these nations also moved westward. This group included about 4,000 enslaved individuals and others of African heritage, such as spouses and freedmen. Of course, this is long before that issue was sorted. By 1837, a total of 46,000 indigenous people from the southern states had been uprooted from their ancestral lands, making 25 million acres available for European settlement. Upon arriving in what was designated as Indian Territory, the 5 tribes occupied land that belonged to Plains Indian nations, and often obscured the histories of people who had previously inhabited the region. This fostered the narrative that they had settled in an uninhabited wilderness, aligning themselves with white American values by participating in the process of settler colonialism themselves. Other indigenous groups who had moved to Indian Territory before the 5 tribes, well, one can imagine that they regarded these newcomers as intruders. Of course, this is going to cause more than a few problems. Before 1838, the boundaries of these autonomous Indian nations spanned extensive areas of the United States, but were continually altered through cession and annexation. This was partly due to the encroachment of squatters and the use of military force in the newly established U.S. territories, which overlapped with indigenous treaty claims. As these territories became states, state governments sought to dissolve boundaries of the Indian nations within their jurisdictions, nations that were autonomous from state authority, and also to appropriate their lands. it was probably more about the latter. Now, these pressures were intensified by U.S. population growth and the expansion of slavery in the South, especially under Eli Whitney's invention of the cotton gin, which accelerated cotton farming in the uplands, kind of uprooted the old industry. Many members of the southeastern Indian nations had become economically integrated into the regional economy, participating in the plantation system, and even owning enslaved people themselves, who were also forcibly displaced during the removals. Now, the removal program, which was established before Andrew Jackson's presidency, was justified by the myth of the vanishing Indian. Now, historian Jeffrey Ostler explains that this narrative portrayed the decline of indigenous American populations as an inevitable result of natural processes, allowing Americans to avoid moral responsibility for these policies. Well, while Jackson is often associated with the Trail of Tears, the idea of removal existed long before his administration, although he's often blamed entirely for it. Yes, he signed off on it, but it wasn't his idea. I mean, that doesn't absolve anybody of any wrongdoing, but it does need to be mentioned. Now, we should also note that focusing solely on Jackson obscures the facts. The whole concept of this did not originate with him. Months after the Removal Act was enacted, Jackson referred to it as the fortunate culmination of a program pursued for nearly 30 years. Now, although Jackson was not the sole or original architect of the Indian removal policy, his significant influence did greatly advance its development. His advocacy for the displacement of natives began at least a decade before he became president. Once in office, removing indigenous people became his top legislative priority. In his inaugural address to Congress, Jackson asserted that forcing Native Americans to abandon their ancestral lands would be cruel and unjust. So, any emigration should be voluntary. However, he did emphasize that those choosing to remain within state boundaries must comply with state laws. He assured that individuals who did so would be protected in the enjoyment of those possessions which they had already improved by their industry. Jackson's focus on the deportation of American Indians and his contentious history stirred unrest throughout U.S. territories. During his presidency, the United States negotiated 86 treaties with 26 Native American nations between New York and the Mississippi River, all requiring land cessions and including provisions for removal. In fact, in a discourse concerning the expulsion of Native Americans, Jackson stated, "It will separate the Indians from the immediate contact with the settlement of whites, free them from the power of the states, enable them to pursue happiness in their own way and under their own rude institutions, will slow the progress of decay, which is lessening their numbers, and perhaps cause them gradually under the protection of the government and through the influence of good counsels to cast off their savage habits and become an interesting, civilized, and Christian community." Despite the Indian Removal Act of 1830 stipulating that relocation should be voluntary and completely based on mutual agreements, President Jackson, along with Martin Van Buren, proceeded with the forced removal of the Native American nations. The act empowered the president to negotiate land exchanges with indigenous groups and improve infrastructure on their existing territories. It also authorized covering transportation of expenses for those willing to move west, but only if they agreed to relocate voluntarily. Crucially, the legislation did not permit the president to compel native nations to move westward without mutually agreed upon treaties. Reflecting on this policy, Martin Van Buren, who succeeded Jackson, remarked that there was no measure during Jackson's administration of which he was more solely the architect of than this one. Well, Jackson proceeded, undeterred by opposition, with his policy of Indian removal by negotiating the Treaty of New Echota on December 29, 1835. This treaty granted the Cherokee Nation a 2-year period to relocate to Indian Territory, now known as Oklahoma. While the Chickasaw and Choctaw nations agreed voluntarily and signed treaties with the U.S. government, the Creek Nation did so under coercion, and rather obviously so. The Treaty of New Echota was primarily advanced by Jackson and signed by a minority faction within the Cherokee known as the Treaty Party. However, the majority of the Cherokee people opposed the treaty because it lacked endorsement from the Cherokee National Council and was not signed by the principal chief, John Ross. In February 1836, the Cherokee National Council submitted a petition signed by hundreds of Cherokee citizens urging Congress to nullify the treaty. Spoiler alert, it didn't work. Despite the dissent, the Senate ratified the treaty in March of 1836, establishing it as the legal basis for what would be known as the Trail of Tears. Only a small number of Cherokees relocated voluntarily. In 1838, the U.S. government, assisted by state militias, forcibly removed the majority of the remaining Cherokee people. They were initially confined in camps in eastern Tennessee. In November, the Cherokee were organized into groups of about 1,000 individuals each and began their westward journey, enduring severe weather conditions, including heavy rain, snow, and freezing temperatures. Through the Treaty of New Echota, the Cherokee ceded all their territory east of the Mississippi River in exchange for land in present-day Oklahoma and a payment of $5 million from the federal government. Of course, many Cherokee understandably felt betrayed by their leaders' acceptance of this agreement, leading to over 16,000 to sign a treaty demanding its ratification. By the end of the 1830s, tens of thousands of Cherokee and other indigenous nations had been displaced from their homelands east of the Mississippi River. Of course, the Creek, Choctaw, and Seminole and Chickasaw were also removed under the Act of 1830. A Choctaw leader described the removal as a trail of tears and deaths, which is where we get the name from. The establishment of Indian Territory and the nullification of native land claims east of the Mississippi River under the Removal Act foreshadowed the U.S. Indian Reservation System, which was later imposed on remaining indigenous lands during the 19th century. Now, back to a few legal issues. Now, the struggles over Native American sovereignty continued until the U.S. Supreme Court's decision in Cherokee Nation versus Georgia, 1831, which declared that the Cherokee were not a sovereign or independent nation. Thus, they lacked standing to bring a case before the court. Following the Indian Removal Act, the Cherokee pursued multiple legal actions against the state of Georgia. Several cases reached the Supreme Court, with Worcester versus Georgia in 1832 being the most significant among them. It was in this case that Samuel Worcester and several non-indigenous individuals were convicted under Georgia law for residing on Cherokee land without a permit from the U.S. government. Worcester was sentenced to 4 years in prison, but appealed the decision, arguing that the punishment violated treaties between the Indian nations and the U.S. federal government by imposing state laws on Cherokee territory. The Supreme Court ruled in favor of Worcester, stating that the Cherokee Nation was solely governed by federal law, and that the Supremacy Clause prevented state legislative interference. Chief Justice John Marshall declared, "The Cherokee Nation is a distinct community, occupying its own territory, in which the laws of Georgia can have no force." Well, I'm sure that was a popular statement among those in the government. He also emphasized that all interactions between the United States and the nation were, according to Constitution and laws, the responsibility of the federal government. Now, the Supreme Court did not direct federal marshals to enforce its decision in the Worcester case, leaving President Jackson with no specific duties to carry out. Despite this, his political opponents sought evidence before the upcoming election to accuse him of neglecting the Worcester ruling. Jackson feared that enforcing the decision might lead to open conflict between federal troops and the Georgia militia. Nobody wants that, worsening the crisis in South Carolina and potentially sparking a broader civil war. Now, instead, he engaged in active negotiations for a land exchange with the Cherokee. Later, political rivals Henry Clay and John Quincy Adams, who supported the Worcester decision, criticized Jackson for his perceived failure to uphold Cherokee claims against Georgia. Writer and political leader Ralph Waldo Emerson documented the Cherokees' integration into American society and expressed his own support for the Worcester ruling. Now, at that time, various members of Indian tribes were not considered citizens of the United States on paper. Now, even though citizenship tests were administered to Native Americans in newly annexed territories before and after the relocations, individual states did not recognize the land claims of the Indian nations, allowing only individual land titles under state law. Additionally, there was a legal distinction between the rights of white citizens and the non-white citizens, with the latter often having limited legal standing. The removal of indigenous peoples was carried out under U.S. military authority, frequently involving state militias. Consequently, even Native Americans who could prove U.S. citizenship, well, that didn't really matter too much. You were still getting kicked out. Bad luck, I suppose. So, back to the Choctaw Nation. Let's talk about them for a little while. Now, they originally occupied large areas of present-day Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. Through a series of treaties beginning all the way back in 1801, their territory was reduced to 11 million acres. Now, the Treaty of Dancing Rabbit Creek, ratified in early 1831, ceded any of their remaining lands to the United States. Evictions were authorized only after a clause in the treaty allowed certain Choctaw individuals to remain. The Choctaw were the first to sign a removal treaty proposed by the federal government. President Jackson sought firm negotiations with the Choctaw in Mississippi, who turned out to be more agreeable than he had originally anticipated. The agreement did stipulate that the United States would cover the costs of relocating their homes, which had to be completed within 2.5 years, of the treaty's signing. Before the removals began, George Harkins, leader of the Choctaw Nations, addressed the American people, and these are his words. It is with considerable diffidence that I attempt to address the American people, knowing and feeling sensibly my incompetency, and believing that your highly and well-improved minds would not be well entertained by the address of a Choctaw. But having determined to emigrate west of the Mississippi River this fall, I have thought proper in bidding you farewell to make a few remarks expressive of my views, and the feelings that actuate me on this subject of our removal. We, as Choctaws, rather choose to suffer and be free than to live under the degrading influence of laws, which our voice could not be heard in their formation. End of the address from George Harkins to the American people. Jeez, have some confidence in yourself. He shouldn't be talking so poorly about himself like that. Well-improved minds. What nonsense. United States Secretary of War Lewis Cass designated George Gaines to oversee the relocations. Gaines resolved to expel the Choctaws in 3 phases, commencing in November 1831 and concluding in 1833. The initial groups convened at Memphis and Vicksburg, when a severe winter assailed the emigrants with flash floods, sleet, and snow. Now, initially, many Choctaws were scheduled for transportation by wagon, but that didn't work because of the flooding, certainly one way to impede the progress. The citizens of Vicksburg and Memphis were pretty apprehensive about all this too, due to dwindling food supplies. 5 steamboats transported Choctaws to their new destinations. The Memphis group journeyed approximately 60 miles up the Arkansas River to Arkansas Post. Is that Arkansas or Arkansas? Americans tell me in the comments. Now, the temperature remained below freezing for about a week, resulting in rivers obstructed by ice, so impeding traffic for several weeks. Food rationing comprised a limited portion of boiled maize, a single turnip, and 2 delicious cups of hot water daily. 40 government wagons were dispatched to Arkansas Post for transportation to Little Rock. The Vicksburg contingent was directed by an inept guide, who actually became disoriented in the Lake Providence marshes. In 1831, the French philosopher Alexis de Tocqueville observed the expulsion of the Choctaw people while in Memphis, Tennessee, and he wrote about it in his work, Democracy in America. These are his words. In the whole scene, there was an air of ruin and destruction, something which betrayed a final and irrevocable adieu. One couldn't watch without feeling one's heart wrung. The Indians were tranquil but somber and taciturn. There was one who could speak English, and of whom I asked why the Choctaws were leaving the country. To be free, he answered. Could never get any other reason out of him. We watched the expulsion of one of the most celebrated and ancient American peoples. Around 17,000 Choctaw people relocated to the area that later became known as Oklahoma, initially designated as Indian Territory. Between 2,500 and 6,000 of them died along the way. Now, the United States acquired Florida from Spain through the Adams-Onis Treaty and took control in 1821. In 1832, the Seminoles gathered at Payne's Landing along the Ocklawaha River. The Treaty of Payne's Landing required the Seminoles to move west contingent on the suitability of the land. They were to be sent to the Creek Reservation and integrated into the Creek Nation, which viewed them as deserters. Some Seminoles had origins in Creek bands and other indigenous tribes. Now, realizing that the Seminoles would resist removal, Florida began preparing for conflict. The St. Augustine militia requested 500 muskets from the War Department. 500 volunteers were organized under Brigadier General Richard Cole. Indian war parties attacked farms and settlements, prompting residents to seek refuge in forts, larger towns, or just to leave the area entirely. A war party led by Osceola captured a Florida militia supply train, killing 8 guards and wounding 6 others. The militia recovered most of the stolen goods in a subsequent encounter a few days later. Sugar plantations along the Atlantic coast south of St. Augustine were destroyed, leading several enslaved individuals from these plantations to join the Seminoles. Now, there was also an incident on December 28, 1835, when a group of Seminoles and African Americans ambushed a U.S. Army unit traveling from Fort Brooke in Tampa to Fort King in Ocala, resulting in the deaths of all but 3 of the 110 soldiers. This event became known as the Dade Massacre. Well, other war leaders, such as Jumper and Black Seminoles Abram and John Horse, continued the Seminole resistance against the military. The conflict ended in 1842 after a decade of brutal hostilities. The U.S. government reportedly spent $20 million on the war, which is about $650 million in today's currency. Many indigenous people were forcibly relocated to Creek territories west of the Mississippi, while others sought refuge in the Everglades. But eventually, the government ceased efforts to subdue the Seminoles in their Everglades strongholds, allowing fewer than 500 of them to remain undisturbed. Some researchers assert that the several hundred Seminoles remained in the Everglades after the Seminole War. Now, after the War of 1812, many Muskogee chiefs, including William McIntosh and Chief Skelokta, signed treaties ceding additional land to Georgia. The ratification of the Treaty of Fort Jackson in 1814 marked the end for the Creek Nation and all indigenous peoples in the southern region. Leaders of the Friendly Creek, such as Shelokta and Big Warrior, communicated with Sharp Knife, the indigenous nickname for Andrew Jackson, to remind him of their role in maintaining peace. However, Jackson countered that they did not slit throat when they had the chance, referring to Tecumseh, so they must now relinquish Creek territories. Jackson also disregarded Article 9 of the Treaty of Ghent, which had restored sovereignty to indigenous peoples and their nations. Quickly forgot about that one, didn't he? Now, the Creek Confederacy passed a law making further land concessions a criminal offense. But despite this, on February 12, 1825, McIntosh and other leaders signed the Treaty of Indian Springs, ceding most of the remaining Creek lands in Georgia. After the U.S. Senate ratified the treaty, McIntosh was killed April 30th, 1825, by Creeks led by Menawa. The Creek National Council declared the Treaty of Indian Springs illegitimate. President John Quincy Adams sympathized and nullified it through the Treaty of Washington in 1826. Despite many Creeks being expelled from Georgia, about 20,000 Upper Creeks remained in Alabama. The state aimed to dismantle tribal governments and impose state laws upon them. Now, Opothle Yohala appealed to President Andrew Jackson for protection, but when none came, the Treaty of Cusseta was signed on March 24, 1832, dividing Creek lands into individual allotments. Creeks could sell their allotments and move west, or stay and submit to state laws. However, they were not given a fair chance to comply. Illegal land seizures by Americans continued unchecked, with authorities basically shrugging their shoulders and failing to intervene. Tensions escalated into open conflict after the destruction of Roanoke, Georgia, in May of 1836. During the Creek War of 1836, Secretary of War Lewis Cass ordered General Winfield Scott to end the conflict by forcibly relocating the Creeks west of the Mississippi River. So, by 1836, over 15,000 of them were indeed forcibly removed. About 3,500 died on the journey to their new settlement in Oklahoma. The Chickasaw received financial compensation from the U.S. for their lands east of the Mississippi River. In 1836, after a contentious 5-year negotiation, they purchased land from the previously displaced Choctaws, paying about $500,000, which is about $15 million in today's money, for the westernmost part of Choctaw Territory. The first group of Chickasaws moved in 1837 under John M. Millard. On July 4th, 1837, they gathered in Memphis with all their possessions, including livestock and enslaved people. Crossing the Mississippi River, they followed trails previously used by the Choctaws and Creeks. Upon reaching Indian Territory, they assimilated with the Choctaw Nation. By 1838, over 2,000 Cherokee had voluntarily moved from Georgia to Indian Territory, now in Oklahoma. But the forced removals began in May 1838, when General Wilfred Scott received orders from President Martin Van Buren to remove any remaining Cherokees in the area. About 4,000 Cherokees died on the journey, known in Cherokee as the place where they cried, or the trail where they cried. The Trail of Tears resulted from enforcing the Treaty of New Echota, signed under the Indian Removal Act of 1830. Now, during the 1830s, significant changes occurred in Cherokee gender relations due to this Indian Removal Act. Traditional matrilineal and matrilocal. Cherokee children belonged to their mother's clan, and women, they owned property, homes, and the children themselves. In fact, it's been noted by the naturalist William Bartram that marriage confers no entitlement for the husband over his wife's property. Upon separation, she retains custody of the children and their shared assets. However, in the 1820s and 30s, the Cherokee began adopting more Anglo-American authority structures, leading to a more male-dominated political system, and therefore subordination of women. Now, the Treaty of New Echota was mainly signed by men. Although women did attend the council discussing the treaty, they were not allowed to participate in the negotiations. This exclusion highlights the significant shift in women's roles within the Cherokee Nation due to colonial influence. As late as 1785, Cherokee women actively participated in land negotiations, such as the treaty at Hopewell, South Carolina. By the 1830s, this was unthinkable. One generation to change everything. It's funny how that works. Well, sparse Cherokee territories attracted Georgian farmers, leading to illegal encroachments. Tensions escalated after gold was discovered in Dahlonega, Georgia in 1829, sparking the Georgia Gold Rush. Gold speculators invaded Cherokee lands, increasing pressure to enforce the Compact of 1802, which the U.S. government promised to extinguish Indian land claims in Georgia. In 1830, Georgia tried to extend state laws over Cherokee lands, prompting the Cherokee to take the issue to the U.S. Supreme Court. In Cherokee Nation versus Georgia, 1831, the court ruled that the Cherokee Nation was not sovereign and just threw the entire case out. But we've already talked about that. But one interesting thing was this case was associated with Andrew Jackson's famous, though possibly apocryphal, mark, "John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it." Well, fearing conflict between federal troops and the Georgia militia, Jackson chose to take a step back and not support the Cherokee claims around Georgia. Now, the final treaty, narrowly approved by the Congress and signed by Jackson, was enforced by Van Buren. After the initial roundup, the U.S. military supervised the relocation to Oklahoma. 13,000 Cherokees, led by 7,000 militia and regular army soldiers. Most of the deaths along the way resulted from disease, starvation, and exposure to the cold winter. And so the march commenced 1838, predominantly on foot, many people without shoes, inadequately clothed, dredging through the snow. One can see how it was not a very safe march. Well, they set out from Red Clay, Tennessee, the site of the final eastern capital of the Cherokee Nation. Due to the sicknesses, the Indians were prohibited from entering the cities or the villages en route. Quarantining them this often necessitated significantly longer detours. Upon traversing Tennessee and Kentucky, they reached the Ohio River opposite Golconda in southern Illinois around December 3, 1838. The famished natives were assessed a fee of $1 per person to traverse the river via Berry's Ferry, which ordinarily charged 12 cents. They were denied passage until the ferry had accommodated all other individuals desiring to cross, and were compelled to seek refuge under Mantle Rock, a protective cliff on the Kentucky side, until Berry had no alternative engagements. Numerous individuals perished, clustered together at Mantle Rock, shivering while awaiting passage. A number of Cherokee individuals were actually killed by nearby residents. The Cherokee initiated legal action against the U.S. government at the Vienna courthouse, seeking $35 per individual for the burial of the slain Cherokee. On December 26, when they traversed southern Illinois, Martin Davis, the commissary agent for Moses Daniels' detachment, documented, "This is the coldest weather in Illinois I have experienced anywhere. The streams are all frozen over something like 8 or 10 inches thick. We are compelled to cut through the ice to get water for ourselves and animals. It snows here every 2 or 3 days at the farthest. We are now camped in Mississippi River swamp, 4 miles from the river, and there is no possible chance of crossing the river for the numerous quantity of ice that comes floating down the river every day. We have only traveled 65 miles in the last month, including the time spent at this place, which has been about 3 weeks. It is unknown when we shall cross the river." The final distance of 60 miles, just shy of 100 kilometers, between the Mississippi and Ohio rivers was traversed on land, and it took them nearly 3 months to do it. The Cherokee lost the majority of their members while on the march through southern Illinois, but some Cherokee who wanted to keep their homes willingly picked a water-based route to the rivers of Tennessee, Ohio, and Mississippi a few years before they were forcibly removed. Even though it only took 21 days, the forcibly relocated Cherokee were reportedly afraid of water travel. Not only did the trail physically relocate the Native Americans, but it also forced them to contemplate the complete abandonment of their native land. And of course, that comes with a lot of cultural ramifications. You see, land itself was that integral part of Cherokee life. There was a spirit in every rock, every tree, every location. Everywhere had a story. Additionally, the tribe's way of life revolved around this spirituality. For many, the prospect of leaving behind their homeland meant abandoning their identity, their heritage, their entire way of life. The cultural shift in question is described by Giulio Whitaker as an environmental deprivation, a term that relates to historical process of land and resource dispossession calculated to bring about the destruction of the indigenous Americans' lives and customs. In this context, environmental deprivation means that the settlers and settler governments have actively worked to prevent Native Americans from having access to resources that are effectively essential to their cultural preservation and survival. Removed near Tahlequah, Oklahoma, came the first Cherokee settlers. The Treaty of New Echota was signed in 1835 by Major Ridge, who remarked that he had signed his own death warrant. Among the treaty party leaders, only Stand Watie managed to avoid assassination during the subsequent political upheaval, which resulted in the assassinations of Major Ridge, John Ridge, and Elias Boudinot. Over time, the Cherokee population recovered somewhat, and now the Cherokees are actually the biggest group of natives in the U.S. The removal was not always applicable. About 100 Cherokees managed to outwit the American soldiers and subsisted solely on land in Georgia and neighboring states. There was an exception for Cherokees who lived on privately owned property rather than tribally owned property. North Carolina was home to 400 Cherokees who were exempt from removal because they lived on land owned by a white man named William Holland Thomas. Thomas had been adopted by Cherokees when he was a boy, you see. Bit of a complex situation. On July 24th, 1840, the Highland Messenger published an article stating that between 900 and 1,000 of these deluded beings are still hovering about the homes of their fathers in the counties of Macon and Cherokee, and that they are a great annoyance to the citizens who had intended to purchase the land in the area under false belief that the Cherokee had disappeared. The article also mentioned that President Martin Van Buren had spoken about how they are, in his opinion, free to go or stay. Go where? Stay where? Throughout history, a number of Cherokee speakers have shared their personal experiences and perspectives on the Trail of Tears and how it's impacted them. Several prominent Cherokee speakers from the 19th century, including John Ross, Richard Taylor, and a few more, resisted the United States government by delivering this speech. Major John Ross and Major Ridge, who served as Cherokee chief from 1828 to 66, set out on a speaking tour within the Cherokee Nation to foster unity among the tribal members. In his council address, Ross emphasized the importance of tribal unity, saying, "Much depends on our unity of sentiment and firmness of action in maintaining those sacred rights which we have ever enjoyed." The sentiment echoed throughout the Cherokee resistance movement. The state of Georgia's ban on Native Americans addressing an all-white court and persuading other Native Americans to stay put the amplified significance on speeches like this one by the Cherokee. And with that, we reach the end. A little bit depressing, isn't it? No, unfortunately, all those little depressing little stories are peppered throughout history. But let's not harp on about that then, won't we? Crazy Horse. Born sometime around the 1840s in what is now called South Dakota, the prominent leader of the Oglala Lakota tribe, renowned for his fearless leadership and strategy in the Native American resistance against U.S. expansion into the Great Plains. He's best known, of course, for his role alongside Chief Sitting Bull in the well-known Battle of Little Bighorn, June 1876, where they managed to achieve a rather stunning victory against General George Custer's 7th Cavalry of the U.S. Army. But it was Crazy Horse's deep connection to the Black Hills and his commitment to preserving the Lakota way of life that drove his resistance efforts, refusing to ever sign a treaty with the U.S. government. Tragically, his life ended under what seems to be rather controversial circumstances in 1877, while in military custody at Fort Robinson, Nebraska. But today, Crazy Horse is celebrated as a symbol of Native American pride and resistance, immortalized by the ongoing Crazy Horse Memorial Project in South Dakota, honoring his legacy and the heritage of indigenous peoples across North America. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Well, we're doing another somewhat modern history today. I've been enjoying doing things that are a little bit more within our modern time period. Not quite up to the point of the world wars and all that, and I'm not sure if I will get to that, but if you want to see me do the world wars, why don't you tell me in the comments, or just tell me what you want me to do. Give me some ideas. The list is already quite exhaustive, but hey, we may as well add to it. Now, of course, as always, do the whole like, subscribe thing, you know what to do. But I'm going to just say before I start this video about the names and terminologies in language. Now, I could go through this whole thing using the native pronunciations and names, but there are two problems. The first being that generally we know these subjects of the talk by their English names. Think about Crazy Horse and Sitting Bull, these sorts of things. If I was to quote their native names, you may not know who I'm talking about. So there's that, but the second is the pronunciations that I did make the effort to look up, and I did look them up, were unfortunately not very unified. One says it one way, another says it a different way, and everyone's got a different opinion, each claiming that they are correct. So, for the sake of everybody having an easier time of it, we're just going to be using the English names. Now, with that in mind, let us begin the life of Crazy Horse. So whereabouts do we begin? Well, sometime between 1840 and 45. We're not quite sure. There's no real record of Crazy Horse's birth, but we generally have a consensus between those years of 1840 and 45, give or take. Now, there was another native, He-Dog, who claimed that he and Crazy Horse were both born in the same year during the same season. And when was He-Dog born? Well, according to census data, and other interviews, this gives us a date of around 1842, smack bang in the middle of the estimate. Pretty safe. Now, on to another. Encouraging Bear, an Oglala medicine man and spiritual advisor to Crazy Horse, weighs in on the issue too. And he says that Crazy Horse was born, I quote, in the year when his band, the Oglala, took 100 horses, in the autumn of that year. Now, this is referring to the Lakota calendar. Now, the Oglala winter counts. Cloud Shield recorded the theft of 100 horses, possibly supported by accounts from the American Horse and Red Horse, placing the year around 1840 to 41. Of course, there are family members too from the Cheyenne River Reservation who pass down oral histories which are not always accurate, but, well, they're better than nothing, aren't they? And these oral histories suggest that he was born somewhere around the spring of 1840. In fact, on the night of his death, his father, who unfortunately outlived his son, told Lieutenant H.R. Lemley that his son was born in 1840. So you see how we have a few different narratives here. Now, from what I've seen, I can't quite decide on either one. So we're just going to wind it back to the estimate of 1840 to 45. Now, what about his parents? Well, they came from two different bands of the Lakota Division. His father was Oglala, and his mother was Miniconjo. His father, who was also named Crazy Horse, was born in 1810. Of course, at birth, Crazy Horse was not called Crazy Horse. He was actually called Among the Trees, which was a way to sort of signify his bond with his mother. Now, his mother, who was named Rattling Blanket Woman, born in 1814, also gave him the name Curly Sun, or light hair, because of his light and curly hair which resembled hers. But sadly, the mother did not live to see her son grow too old, and she passed away when Crazy Horse was only 4 years old. Well, that's a shame, isn't it? But let's talk a little bit about Rattling Blanket Woman, who lived from 1814 to 44. She was the daughter of Black Buffalo and White Cow, who was also called Iron Cane. Her siblings included Lone Horn, who died in 1877, Good-Looking Woman, born in 1810. That's a pretty good name, isn't it? And a younger sister originally named Looks At It, born in 1815, later renamed to They Are Afraid of Her. I'm loving these names. It's really interesting, isn't it? Now, Rattling Blanket Woman has been identified as Miniconjo and a sister of Spotted Tail, who became the head chief of the Brule. She may have also belonged to Lone Horn's family, who was a leader among the Miniconjo, and she was described as beautiful and reportedly a very fast runner who was universally admired by all within her community. So, according to the Encyclopedia of North American Indians, as by Frederick Hoxie, Crazy Horse wasn't the first one to have that name. In fact, he was the third in his family to be named Crazy Horse. He also had a love interest, who was named Black Buffalo Woman, but unfortunately, she married another, called No Water. Must have been a thirsty marriage, I suppose. Well, Crazy Horse did once convince her rather, to run away with him, prompting No Water to begin an altercation and chase after them. When no water found them together, he shot Crazy Horse in the face, leaving a lasting scar. We will get back to that story a little bit later in some more detail, but we'll move on from it first. Well, it wasn't over for him. He survived, and Crazy Horse actually married twice. First to Black Shawl, and then later to one Nellie Larrabee, who was allegedly sent by the military to spy on him, which makes the marriage more than a little suspicious. Could you imagine a marriage where your wife is always trying to figure out your secrets and what you're doing? I can't imagine that. Now, his only daughter, called They Are Afraid of Her, was born to Black Shawl, but sadly, she didn't make it past the age of 3, so rest in peace to her. Now, where did Crazy Horse live? Well, he lived on a Lakota camp in what is now Wyoming, with his younger half-brother, Little Hawk, the son of Iron Between Horns and Waglula. Little Hawk was also the nephew of their maternal step-grandfather, Long Face, and cousin to High Horse. In 1854, Lieutenant John Lawrence Grattan, along with 29 U.S. soldiers, arrived at the camp to apprehend a Miniconjo man accused of stealing a cow. But here's the problem. The cow had wandered into the camp, and, well, may as well slaughter and eat the cow. The meat was then shared among all the people. Of course, no one really saw this as a problem. Of course, Grattan saw it as a problem. He demanded that Conquering Bear, the Lakota leader, turn over this supposed thief. But Conquering Bear refused, but he did offer a horse as compensation for the cow, which is not a bad deal. Well, as Grattan returned to his troops and Conquering Bear turned away, one of Grattan's men fatally shot Conquering Bear in the back. Now, this was given no orders to do that. He was just firing at will. And in retaliation, the Lakota killed all 30 soldiers, and an interpreter who wasn't even part of the military. He was just a civilian hired out on contract for the day. Bad time to be a translator. Well, this event was known as the Grattan Massacre, and as you can imagine, it did not do wonders to heal the rift between the natives and the newcomers. So, Conquering Bear, he didn't survive either, and after his death, Crazy Horse began to experience a kind of trance-like vision, and quite a few of them. Well, seeking guidance, Curly, as Crazy Horse was then known, went on a vision quest, and he did this without following the traditional preparations. And in his vision, he saw a warrior on a levitating horse, a horse that was gliding through the air. The warrior wore simple clothing, had no face paint, and his hair hung loosely with a single feather and a small brown stone behind his ear. Now, despite hails of arrows and bullets flying past him, neither the warrior nor the horse he was mounted on were harmed. In the vision, a thunderstorm broke out, and the warrior's companions tried to restrain him, but he broke free, struck by lightning that left a lightning mark on his cheek and a white hailstone-like spots all over his body. The warrior told Curly that if he dressed simply, avoided taking scalps, and refrained from keeping war trophies, he would remain safe in battle. And so, after the vision, Curly heard the distant cry of a red-tailed hawk, just to top it all off. Sounds pretty poetic, doesn't it? Well, when Curly's father interpreted the vision, he explained that Curly was actually the warrior he saw in the vision, kind of like a third-person view, a view of what he could become, his ultimate potential. The lightning bolt and hailstone marks would be his war paint, and he must follow his warrior's guidance to stay safe in combat. This vision largely held true throughout Crazy Horse's life, as he rarely suffered any injuries in battle, except when he took 2 scalps and was wounded by an arrow. It's one way to test the theory. They told him not to take the scalps. Later he was injured, however, in the face by no water during that confrontation, and ultimately restrained by a fellow tribesman, possibly Little Big Man, when he was fatally stabbed with a bayonet on the night of his death. Now his father, Waglula, accompanied him to what is now Sylvan Lake, South Dakota, where they engaged in Hembleka, or vision quest. A red-tailed hawk guided them to their designated location in the hills, because to the towering trees in the Black Hills their visibility was often obstructed. And so Crazy Horse positioned himself once more between the 2 elevations at the summit on the hill to the north and east of the lake. Waglula resided to the south of Black Elk Peak, yet to the north of his son. Now Crazy Horse's vision this time initially led him to the south, which, according to Lakota mythology, is the destination where everybody must go after death. He was returned and sent westward towards the thunder beings, the Wakians. He received a medicinal package for lifelong protection, and one of his animal guardians would be the white owl, which according to Lakota mythology symbolizes longevity. He was also presented with his battle face paint, which comprised of a yellow lightning bolt along the left side of his face and the white powder. He would moisten this and apply marks to his sensitive areas. Once dry, the marks resembled hailstones. His facial paint resembled that of his father, featuring a crimson lightning bolt descending the right side of his face and 3 red hailstones on his forehead. Crazy Horse applied no makeup to his forehead and did not don a war hat. However, he received a holy song that remains sung by the Oglala people, even to this day, and from that time on, he was designated as a defender of his community. Now, of course, we do have one source that provides somewhat of a contemporary description of him from Black Elk, who was a modern-day relative of Crazy Horse. Now, this is recounted in the Black Elk Speaks book by John Nearhart. Now, before we quote anything from that source, I will say that the work was written in the 1930s, which is, of course, quite after the life of Crazy Horse, and it comes with a little dose of controversy, a little sprinkle of that on top. Apparently, there are accusations that some parts of the book were exaggerated or changed around to make it a bit more palatable to the intended audience, rather than just presenting a history in a strict sense. So if you do go and read the book, which I do recommend you do, go ahead and read it, and just read it with that in mind. Now, let's hear from Black Elk. When I was a man, my father told me something about that vision. Of course, he did not know all of it, but he said that Crazy Horse dreamed and went into the world where there was nothing but the spirits of all things. That is the real world that is beyond this one, and everything we see here is something like a shadow from that world. He was on his horse in that world, and the horse and himself on it, and the trees and the grass and the stones and everything were made of spirit, and nothing was hard, and everything seemed to float. His horse was standing still there, and yet it danced around like a horse made only of shadow. And that is how he got his name, which does not mean that his horse was crazy or wild, but that in his vision it danced around in a queer way. It was this vision that gave him his great power, for when he went into a fight, he had only to think of that world to be in it again, so that he could go through anything and not be hurt, until he was killed at the soldiers' town on White River. He was wounded only twice, once by accident, and both times by someone of his own people, when he was not expecting trouble and was not thinking. Never by an enemy. End of the account from Black Elk. Well, Crazy Horse also obtained a black stone trinket from a medicine man named Horn Chips to safeguard his horse, a black and white pinto designated Inyan, rock or stone. Now he positioned the stone behind the horse's ear to amalgamate the medicine from his vision quest with Horn Chips, ensuring unity between himself and his steed whenever they charged into combat. But there is a prevailing narrative that, however, asserts that Horn Chips presented Crazy Horse with a magical stone that shielded him from gunshots. Consequently, Crazy Horse was never struck by a gunshot. Suppose that's proof that it works. Furthermore, Horn Chips is kind of an incorrect designation for this medicine man, but notwithstanding its persistent misapplication since its initial publication since 1982, his Lakota name was Waptura. Yet the government assigned him the moniker Chips, leading to his designation as Old Man Chips. Horn Chips was one of his sons, also referred to as Charles Chips. Now, once again, we're going to read from the work of Nerhard from that book that we just had the source from. Another kind of description of his personality, kind of marked by this humility and solitude, but also a little bit of mystery. It's also reported that he exhibited quite a bit of generosity towards the impoverished, the elderly, and children. From the text we read, he was a queer man and would go about the village without noticing people or saying anything. In his own teepee he would joke, and when he was on the warpath with a small party, he would joke to make his warriors feel good. But around the village, he hardly ever noticed anybody, except the little children. All the Lakotas liked to dance and sing, but he never joined a dance. And they say nobody ever heard him sing either. But everybody liked him, and they would do anything he wanted, or go anywhere he said. End of the account. Right, I'm going to rub my hands together a little bit while I bring you into the section about the wars. Of course, you don't get into these sorts of things without talking about the military aspect. And this is where Crazy Horse perhaps shone his brightest. Now, of course, we all know that this time was a pretty chaotic one. Of course, I'm assuming that people have some kind of background on what the mid-19th century was like on the frontiers. Now, during the late 1850s and 60s, Crazy Horse's reputation as a warrior and his prominence among the Lakota increased, among the circles who were out there in the great unknown. Well, he was quite the name. Definitely somebody that you wanted on your side, too, that's for sure. Now, the Lakota recount narratives about him in their oral traditions, which is where we get 90% of our information from. And from that information, we can deduce that his initial kill was a Shoshone raider who had slain a Lakota lady preparing buffalo meat beside the Powder River. Crazy Horse also engaged in multiple confrontations between the Lakota and their historical adversaries, including the Crow, Shoshone, Pawnee, Blackfeet, and Arikara within the Plains tribes. And yes, don't think for one moment that before the European settlers came along, conquerors, colonizers, whatever you want to call them, that everything was all peace, love, and pipe smoking. Well, it was most certainly not. Once again, war is as old as time, transcends all cultures, all peoples. Conflict is a general rule, not an exception. With that being said, let's move on. Now, in 1864, following the decimation of the Cheyenne and Arapaho by the 3rd Colorado Cavalry in the Sand Creek Massacre, the Oglala and Miniconjo bands formed an alliance with them against the U.S. troops. Crazy Horse then participated in the Battle of Platte Bridge and the Battle of Red Boots in July of 1865. Now, in 1865, because of his combat prowess and benevolence towards the tribe, Crazy Horse was designated as an Ogle Tankaun, a shirt wearer, kind of a name for a war leader by the tribe. Of course, this is a great honor, and you don't get that sort of title easy. Now, on December 21st, 1866, Crazy Horse and 6 other warriors, comprising of both Lakota and Cheyenne, lured Captain William Fetterman's 53 infantry and 27 cavalry soldiers under Lieutenant Grumond into an ambush. You see, they were dispatched from Fort Phil Kearny to investigate a prior assault on a lumber train. Crazy Horse enticed Fetterman's soldiers to ascend a hill. Grumman's cavalry pursued the remaining 6 decoys up Pennow Head Ridge and ascended towards the Pennow Creek, when numerous Cheyenne women provoked the soldiers too. Now, at the same time, the Cheyenne chief Little Wolf and his warriors, concealed on the opposite side of Pennow Head Ridge, obstructed the approach back to the fort. Then the Lakota warriors charged suddenly over the hill and made an assault upon the army. Supplementary Cheyenne and Lakota, concealed in the buckbrush along the Pennow Creek, effectively encircled the soldiers. Well, it was all over for the American troops. Realizing their encirclement, Grumman sent his horsemen towards Fetterman. The united warrior forces of approximately 1,000 eliminated all the U.S. soldiers, and since then it was subsequently referred to, at least by the American populace, as the Fetterman Massacre. It constituted the Army's most significant setback on the Great Plains up to that point. Never before had they had a worse day than that. Or at least not since the earlier times of the wars with Britain. It had been a long time. Now, the Lakota and Cheyenne referred to it as the Battle of the 100 in the Hand. But of course, that wasn't the end of it. There was more war to come. August the 2nd, 1867. The Wagon Box Fight, as it is known. Crazy Horse engaged in that one near Fort Phil Kearny. Here's what happened. A contingent of Lakota soldiers, including between 1,000 to 2,000 individuals, assaulted a wood-cutting operation in proximity to the fort. The majority of the soldiers retreated immediately to a circular formation of wheelless wagon crates. Reminds me somewhat of ancient Gaul, that kind of tactics. Now they utilized them as cover as they engaged the Lakota with gunfire. Of course, the Lakota no doubt suffered significant casualties as the soldiers utilized the new breech-loading rifles. These could discharge 10 times per minute, not like the old guns. The previous muzzle-loading rate was about 3 times per minute, and you had to train yourself up to get to that point. You know, the process of the big stick and putting the gunpowder down and patting it down and all this sort of thing. It's a little bit cumbersome. Once every 20 seconds is a pretty good fire rate for an old musket. Now the Lakota advanced after the troops discharged their weapons initially, anticipating the lag in reloading their antiquated muskets before they could fire again. So you see, they would hear this gunshot ring out and think, okay, we've got 20 seconds, let's go at them. But then all of a sudden, 5 seconds later, on comes another volley. Uh-oh, that's not meant to happen. Well, the soldiers incurred 5 fatalities and 2 injuries, whereas the Lakota, their casualties range from 50 to 120 at the higher estimates. Not a good day for them at all. And a significant number of Lakota were interred in the hills encircling Fort Phil Kearny in Wyoming. Well, in the autumn of 1870, Crazy Horse extended an invitation to Black Buffalo Woman to join him on a buffalo hunt in the Slim Boots region of contemporary northwestern South Dakota. Now, she was the spouse of No Water, known for his excessive alcohol consumption. That's why they call him No Water. Well, the Lakota tradition permitted a woman to initiate divorce from her husband at any moment she pleased, and she accomplished this by residing with relatives or another man, or by placing the husband's possession outside her dwelling. Just throw him out to the curb. Well, while some recompense may be necessary to alleviate the emotional distress, the spurned husband was anticipated to simply accept the wife's choice. I mean, what else is he going to do about it? Of course, No Water was not at the camp when Crazy Horse and Black Buffalo Woman departed for the buffalo hunt. No Water located Crazy Horse and Black Buffalo Woman in the Slim Boots region. Upon discovering them in a tent, he screamed out Crazy Horse's name from the outside, and when Crazy Horse responded, No Water brandished a pistol inside the tent and targeted Crazy Horse. Uh-oh. Touch the Clouds, the first cousin of Crazy Horse and son of Lone Horn, was seated in the tent closest to the entrance. He elevated the pistol as No Water discharged, redirecting the bullet to Crazy Horse's upper jaw. Now, No Water remains with Crazy Horse's kin now in fervent pursuit, and he rode his horse until it died, and proceeded on foot until he arrived at the safety of his village. And that's the account of what went down between Crazy Horse and No Water in a little bit more detail. Now, there was a number of elders that persuaded Crazy Horse and No Water to put their differences aside, and that further bloodshed should be avoided. As for No Water, well, he compensated Crazy Horse for shooting him by providing him with 3 horses. Personally, I would have asked for a little bit more than that, but, well, times have changed. Now, due to his association with a married woman, Crazy Horse was deprived of his status as shirt wearer, the war leader moniker, which, well, that is a bit of an insult. But hey, shouldn't have ran off with somebody else's wife. Now, Crazy Horse did get married, but it was not to the woman he tried to steal away. He actually wed Black Shawl at this time, an Oglala Lakota and kin of Spotted Tail. The elders dispatched her to treat Crazy Horse following his confrontation with No Water. And, well, I guess it was probably proximity. Crazy Horse and Black Shawl Woman entered into matrimony in 1871. Congratulations. And, of course, even better, they had the Soul Child. They are afraid of her, but as we mentioned, she passed away shortly after in 1873. And Black Shawl lived a lot longer than Crazy Horse did. In fact, she lived all the way up to 1927. Unfortunately, amid the influenza epidemics of the 1920s, which managed to take out quite a few more than just her. Now, we talk now about June 17th, 1876. Of course, you may recognize the date. Crazy Horse commanded a coalition of over 1,500 Lakota and Cheyenne in a surprise assault against the brevetted Brigadier General George Crook's contingent of 1,000 cavalry and infantry, along with 300 allied Crow and Shoshone warriors during the Battle of the Rosebud. Of course, this is all the prelude to the big battle. Now, the skirmish, while minimal in human casualty, postponed Crook's integration with the 7th Cavalry, commanded by George A. Custer. It contributed to Custer's eventual defeat at the Battle of Little Bighorn, which we get to now. June 25th, 1876, at 3 p.m., Custer's 7th Cavalry launched an assault on a substantial encampment of Cheyenne and Lakota tribes near the Little Bighorn River, signifying the commencement of his final fight. Now, the specifics of Crazy Horse's conduct during the conflict are a little bit unknown, but we recount it mainly from the U.S. Army sources. The primary assault was spearheaded by Hunkpapa warriors under the leadership of Chief Gal. The tactical and leadership role of Crazy Horse in the war remains unclear too, although several historians do assert that Crazy Horse executed a flanking maneuver, the one that was enough to result in the demise of Custer and his forces. The sole verifiable truth is that Crazy Horse was indeed a significant player in the combat. Now, his personal bravery was corroborated by multiple eyewitness statements from other Native Americans. Waterman, one of perhaps 5 Arapaho warriors who engaged in the combat, stated that Crazy Horse was, I quote, "the most courageous man I ever witnessed," which is quite a review. He rode nearest to the soldiers, shouting to his men. Despite being targeted by all the soldiers, he remained completely unscathed. Little Soldier, a participant in the Sioux War, stated, "Crazy Horse was the most formidable combatant in the entire conflict." Once again, establishing a trend. Now, reportedly, Crazy Horse urged his men prior to the battle with the rallying cry, "Hokah-hey." The phrase, "today is a good day to die," is misattributed. Well, the earliest documented reference dates to 1881, with the phrase being ascribed to Low Dog. The English rendition is not a precise translation of the Lakota phrase Hokah-hey, but both expressions are employed contextually by Black Elk in the work we've mentioned, Black Elk Speaks. Now on September 10th, 1876, Captain Anson Mills and 2 battalions of the 3rd Cavalry seized a Miniconjo town consisting of 36 teepees at the Battle of Slim Boots in South Dakota. Oh, and just before I do head on to, in case you're wondering, yes, I'll have a full video in great detail about the Battle of Little Bighorn. Okay? Back to it. So, Battle of the Slim Boots in South Dakota. Crazy Horse and his adherents endeavored to liberate the encampment and its leader, Old Man American Horse. But their efforts were futile. The troops executed American Horse and a significant portion of his family after they sought refuge in a cave for several hours. On July the 8th, 1877, Crazy Horse's warriors engaged in their final significant confrontation at Wolf Mountain against the U.S. cavalry in the Montana Territory. His people endured hardship throughout the winter, debilitated by starvation and the prolonged cold. Crazy Horse resolved to surrender with his band to ensure their protection and proceed to Fort Robinson in Nebraska. Of course, the last Sun Dance of 1877 holds considerable significance in Lakota history, as it was conducted to celebrate Crazy Horse 1 year following the triumph at the Battle of Little Bighorn, and to beseech divine favor for him throughout the forthcoming adversaries. Crazy Horse participated in the Sun Dance as an esteemed guest, but refrained from engaging in dancing, as was his style to not do so. Now 5 warrior cousins offered their blood and flesh for Crazy Horse during the last Sun Dance. The 5 warrior cousins comprised 3 brothers, Flying Hawk, Kicking Bear, and Black Fox II, all progeny of Chief Black Fox, also referred to as Great Kicking Bear, together with the 2 other cousins, Eagle Thunder and Walking Eagle. The 5 warrior cousins were esteemed braves, recognized for their robust prowess in combat. Which leads us to May the 5th, 1777. Crazy Horse and other northern Oglala leaders arrived at the Red Cloud Agency, situated near Fort Robinson, Nebraska. In a solemn ceremony, He Dog, Little Big Man, Iron Crow, and the others convened with First Lieutenant William P. Clark as the initial step in their formal surrender. For the subsequent 4 months, Crazy Horse inhabited his community adjacent to the Red Cloud Agency. The attention garnered by Crazy Horse from the army incited the envy of Red Cloud and Spotted Tail, 2 Lakota who had previously assimilated into white culture. Speculations on Crazy Horse's inclination to withdraw and revert to traditional lifestyles began to circulate at the Red Cloud and Spotted Tail agencies. In the August of 1877, officials at Camp Robinson were informed that Nez Perce, led by Chief Joseph, had escaped from their reservation in Idaho and were advancing northward across Montana towards Canada. Upon Lieutenant Clark's request for Crazy Horse, and the Miniconjo leader touched the clouds to enlist with the army against Nez Perce, they expressed their objections, citing their commitment to peace upon surrendering. One account of these events indicates that Crazy Horse ultimately consented, declaring his intention to battle until all the Nez Perce were exterminated. However, the statements were seemingly misconstrued by Frank Groard, a half-Tahitian scout, another U.S. cavalry scout from the summer of 1876. You see, Groard said that Crazy Horse declared he would proceed north and engage in combat until no white man remains. He didn't say that. Well, when confronted on his interpretation, Groard departed from those who questioned him. Another interpreter, William Garnett, was summoned but promptly observed that the scale was escalating in tension. Well, due to these issues at the Red Cloud Agency, General George Crook was instructed to halt at Fort Robinson. A council of Oglala elders was convened and subsequently cancelled when Crook received erroneous information that Crazy Horse had declared the night before his intention to kill the general during the meeting. Right there at the dinner table. Just jump over and start stabbing wildly. Of course, Crook demanded the arrest of Crazy Horse and thereafter left, delegating the execution of his order to Lieutenant Colonel Luther P. Bradley, who was the garrison commander at Fort Robinson. Supplementary forces were deployed from Fort Laramie. On the morning of September 4th, 1877, 2 columns advanced towards Crazy Horse's hamlet, only to discover that overnight they had dispersed. Crazy Horse had escaped to the adjacent Spotted Tail Agency with his wife, who was suffering from tuberculosis. Now, following a conference with military officials at Camp Sheridan, the nearby military installation, Crazy Horse consented to accompany Lieutenant Jesse M. Lee, the Indian agent at Spotted Tail, back to Fort Robinson. And on the morning of September 5th, 1877, Crazy Horse and Lieutenant Lee, along with Touch the Clouds and several native scouts, set out towards Fort Robinson. Upon arriving that evening outside the office, Lieutenant Lee was instructed to relinquish Crazy Horse to the officer of the day. Lee objected to this, however, and rushed to Bradley's apartments to discuss the matter. But unfortunately it was to no avail. Bradley received orders for the arrest of Crazy Horse to be executed under the cover of darkness and transported to division headquarters. Lee then surrendered the war chief to Captain James Kennington, responsible for the post guard, who escorted Crazy Horse to the guardhouse. Upon entry, Crazy Horse grappled with the guard and Little Big Man in an effort to flee, and immediately outside the door, in the struggle, in the panic, Crazy Horse was stabbed with a bayonet by a guard member. He was then transported to the adjutant's office, where he received care from the assistant surgeon, Valentine McGillicuddy. Unfortunately, late that night, he succumbed from his wounds. The subsequent morning, Crazy Horse's remains were entrusted to his aged parents, who transported them to Camp Sheridan and positioned them at a burial scaffold. The subsequent month, upon the relocation of the Spotted Tail Agency to the Missouri River, Crazy Horse's parents transferred the remains to a confidential site. At least 4 potential sites are indicated on a state highway memorial at Wounded Knee, South Dakota, but his ultimate burial site is undisclosed. And so what do you think? That struggle at the end, that was by the estimation of the one who bayoneted him, all because he was trying to flee. Do you believe it? Do you think it was perhaps out of frustration, or somehow pure hatred, that a bayonet was driven through Crazy Horse? Maybe. That's a bit of speculation that we don't quite know if it's true or not. But of course, controversy is, a lot of the time, just speculation. But what is not speculation is you clicking the subscribe button. Well, not speculation, perhaps desperation. The Lewis and Clark expedition, led by Meriwether Lewis and William Clark from 1804 to 1806, a landmark American journey commissioned by President Thomas Jefferson following the Louisiana Purchase. Tasked with exploring the newly acquired territory, the expedition sought to chart the lands west of the Mississippi, establish trade and diplomatic relations with native tribes, and find a practical route to the Pacific Ocean. It was an arduous journey. Took the Corps of Discovery, as the expedition team was known, from St. Louis, Missouri, to the shores of the Pacific Northwest and back, covering more than 8,000 miles. The expedition was pivotal for the gathering of scientific and geographical knowledge, documenting various plant and animal species previously unknown, and creating detailed maps of the vast territory. But key to their success was Sacagawea, a native interpreter, whose knowledge of the terrain and languages proved to be invaluable, particularly in the negotiations with the native tribes. And thus, the Lewis and Clark expedition significantly contributed to the expansion and development of the United States by providing valuable insights into the natural resources and strategic landscapes of the West. Hello and welcome to the channel. So we talk about some American history today, Native American, and the newer American, but it all molds into one great and exciting tapestry, which is very interesting to talk about. I didn't learn too much of it because I was educated in Australia, so it's good to actually familiarize myself with it as we go through all of these stories together. Now, as usual, before we start, if you like the content, just click the like and subscribe button. It's so easy. We're trying to get the goal of, 85,000 subscribers. Hopefully by the time you listen to this, we're there. Anyway, with that in mind and with the customary begging out of the way, let's get nice and relaxed, and we can begin our story back to that early days of the 1800s. So, the Corps of Discovery. You know it as the Lewis and Clark expedition, and we'll refer to it as such. It was conducted between 1804 and 1806. Now, just after the Louisiana Purchase from 1803, which they bought off Napoleon, by the way, needing to finance his wars. But we already know that from the introduction. And we're going to talk a little bit about Thomas Jefferson. I'm sure everyone's familiar with that. Well, he had a long-standing fascination with the Western frontier, fueled by his readings on various explorers' journeys, and there were plenty of them, certainly a golden age for exploration. Now, during the 1780s, while serving as minister to France, Jefferson met one John Ledyard in Paris, and they discussed a possible expedition to the Pacific Northwest. Of course, this was very much influenced by the great Captain James Cook's voyage to the Pacific Ocean, and also Lepage du Prat's History of Louisiana. Jefferson developed this desire to explore a route to the Pacific, a kind of wanderlust, this curiosity about the world that was, well, you could only really get it in the 1800s, that age of discovery, where there was still so much left to discover. Well, Alexander Mackenzie's expedition in 1793, in which he became the first non-indigenous person to cross mainland North America north of Mexico, further convinced Jefferson of the need to secure the Western Territory for the U.S., especially to counter the British influence in the lucrative Columbia River fur trade. So, in preparation for the expedition, Israel Whalen, a Philadelphia supplier, procured essential items for the journey based on a list provided by Meriwether Lewis. This included portable soup, pigtail tobacco, spirit of wine, gifts for Native Americans, along with medical supplies, mosquito netting, and oilskin bags. 2 years into his presidency, Jefferson requested Congress to fund an expedition across the newly acquired Louisiana Territory to get to the Pacific. Now, although he made his intentions known to the French, British, and Spanish officials, he did use a covert message to seek funds, and this was mainly due to opposition from the Federalist Party. Well, it worked out well for him. Congress ultimately allocated £2,324 for provision, with Lewis overseeing the procurement. And so, in 1803, Thomas Jefferson commissioned the Corps of Discovery and appointed Army Captain Meriwether Lewis as its head, who then persuaded William Clark to co-lead the expedition. You see, Lewis, he was not new to the game. He had exceptional abilities and was a great frontiersman, while Jefferson endeavored to equip him for the extensive trek as the expedition secured sanction and money. Jefferson spoke about his selection of Lewis as follows. It was impossible to find a character who, to complete a science in botany, natural history, mineralogy, and astronomy, joined the firmness and constitution, and character and prudence, habits adapted to the woods, and a familiarity with the Indian manners and character requisite for this undertaking. All the latter qualifications Captain Lewis has. Stunning review from Jefferson. So, in 1803, Jefferson dispatched Lewis to Philadelphia to investigate medicinal remedies under Benjamin Rush, a physician and former commander of the American Revolution. He also facilitated Lewis's advanced education under one Andrew Ellicott. He was an astronomer, and a damned good one, who taught him the utilization of sextant and other navigational devices. And just remember that a lot of this was new. Around the turn of the 19th century, people were still figuring out a lot of these ways to explore in these far-flung places, dodging diseases and animals and natives and everything else. Of course, it wasn't very good for the natives trying to dodge the people who were exploring them, but, well, it was an interesting situation for everybody, let's just put it that way. Well, Lewis was always keen to learn, so he acquired the knowledge on the description and preservation of plant and animal specimens from one Benjamin Smith Barton. He received advances in calculating latitude and longitude from Robert Patterson, and Caspar Wister provided insights on fossils and the quest for potential living remnants. Lewis, however, was not unacquainted with science, not a newcomer by anyone's standards. You see, he had exhibited a noble aptitude for learning in all areas, particularly under the tutelage of Jefferson. At Monticello, Jefferson maintained an extensive library focused on North American geography, to which Lewis was given unrestricted access. He dedicated time to examining maps and literature, in addition to discussing matters with Jefferson in great detail. Now, the keel boat utilized during the inaugural year of the expedition was constructed at Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in the summer of 1803, according to the specifications laid out by Lewis, and on August 31st, it was finalized. The ship was promptly filled with supplies and equipment, absolutely everything they could need, perhaps not everything they wanted. Now, during their time in Pittsburgh, Lewis acquired a Newfoundland dog named Seaman to accompany them. Newfoundlands are sociable, sizable working dogs, and proficient swimmers, fond of water, and frequently seen aboard fishing vessels, as they can aid in aquatic rescues. Now, Seaman showed his worth as a crucial member of the expedition, assisting with hunting and safeguarding against bears and other potential threats. He was also the sole animal to accomplish the entire journey. And so, in October 1803, Lewis and his crew embarked in the afternoon, navigating the Ohio River to rendezvous with Clark near Louisville, Kentucky, at the Falls of Ohio. Their objectives were to investigate the extensive land which was just obtained from Napoleon himself in the Louisiana Purchase, and establish commerce and U.S. authority of the Native American populations along the Missouri River. Jefferson aimed to assert a U.S. claim of discovery over the Pacific Northwest and Oregon region by recording an American presence prior to European governments asserting ownership of the land. Now, there are some historians who assert that Jefferson recognized he would own a stronger claim to the Pacific Northwest if the crew collected scientific data on flora and fauna. His primary efforts were focused on discovering a navigable waterway to the Pacific coast and facilitating trade, however. His directives to the expedition specified as follows, and I quote, "The object of your mission is to explore the Missouri River, and such a principal stream of it as by its course and communication with the waters of the Pacific Ocean, with the Columbia, Oregon, Colorado, or any other river may differ the most direct and practicable water communication across this continent for the purpose of commerce." Of course, the expedition didn't go empty-handed. They carried advanced weaponry for the time, including an Austrian-made .46 caliber Girandoni air rifle, which had a 20-round magazine and was powerful enough to take down a fully grown deer. They also bought flintlock weapons, knives, blacksmithing tools, mapping instruments, flags, gifts, medicine, other essential supplies for the journey. Now, their route followed the Missouri River to its source, continuing to the Pacific Ocean via the Columbia River, likely inspired by Montcalm Ab's earlier transcontinental journey as describing Lepage's History of Louisiana, a copy of which Lewis had brought with him for reference. Lepage's account had led them to believe that crossing the Rocky Mountains would be simple. Really? It did not have many mention of the difficulties of this terrain. Didn't tell them about all of the rocks that they would encounter. So, all met up, all together, the Corps of Discovery began their official expedition from Camp Dubois, also known as Camp Wood, around 4 p.m. on May 14, 1804. The Corps of Discovery was made up of around 45 individuals, including the officers, the enlisted men, civilian volunteers, and Clark's enslaved man, York. Yeah, had to bring the slave along too, of course. Well, as they traveled up the Missouri River from St. Charles, they passed through what is now Kansas City, Missouri, and Omaha, Nebraska. On August 20th, 1804, Sergeant Charles Floyd passed away, probably appendicitis. Not a good way to go. Becoming the only member of the expedition to actually die, which is actually rare for expeditions of those types in those times. Now he was buried near a river bluff, which was named Floyd's Bluff in his honor, located in present-day Sioux City, Iowa. His grave was marked with a cedar post bearing his name and date of death, and the group named a nearby river Floyd's River. In the final week of August, the expedition reached the Great Plains, an area rich in wildlife such as elk, deer, bison, beavers, and pronghorn, offering both new experiences and challenges as they continued westward. And they also forged relationships with around 24 Native American nations, whose assistance was crucial to prevent famines during the severe winters and to avoid becoming irrevocably lost in the huge Rocky Mountain ranges. Now, the Americans and the Lakota Nation, referred to by the Americans as Sioux or Teton-Wan Sioux, encountered difficulties upon their meeting, raising concerns about a potential conflict between the two parties. It's been stated by Harry Fritz that all prior travelers to the Missouri River had cautioned about this formidable and assertive tribe, intent on obstructing free trade along the river. The Sioux anticipated a reprisal incursion from the Omaha tribe to the south. A recent Sioux incursion resulted in the deaths of 75 Omaha men, the destruction of 40 lodges, and the capture of 4 dozen prisoners, so they were not to be trifled with at all. The expedition engaged in discussions with the Lakota at the junction of the Missouri and Bad Rivers, known in our time as Fort Pierre, South Dakota. Now, one of their horses actually went missing, and the finger was solely pointed at the Sioux natives. Subsequently, the two parties convened, resulting in a dispute during which the Sioux requested that the men either remain or provide further gifts or tribute prior to being permitted to traverse the country. Now, Clark gave them a pretty bad review, describing them as warlike, and referred to them as vilest miscreants of the savage race. His words, not mine. Well, they nearly engaged in physical conflict multiple times, until the chief of the Lakota, Black Buffalo, convinced Lewis to allocate additional tobacco to the gathered warriors. Lewis acquiesced, permitting the party to go upstream into the Arikara communities. Now, during the winter of 1804 to 05, the expedition constructed Fort Mandan, located near contemporary Washburn, North Dakota. Prior to its departure on April 7, 1805, the expedition dispatched the keelboat to St. Louis, carrying a collection of species, which some of them had never even been observed east of the Mississippi. A leader requested Lewis and Clark to supply a boat for transit through their native territory. The Americans promptly advanced westward upriver and established a winter encampment within the territory of the Mandan people. Now, following the establishment of the expedition's camp, a considerable number of local tribe members visited, with some of them even remaining for the night. For several days, Lewis and Clark convened with the chiefs of the Mandan tribe. They encountered a French-Canadian fur trapper named Toussaint Charbonneau and his young spouse, Sacagawea. And here, of course, we finally encounter the great interpreter. Harmony was achieved between the expedition and the Mandan chiefs through the exchange of a Mandan ceremonial pipe. By April 26, Captain Lewis composed a progress report detailing the expedition's activities and observations of the Native American nations encountered thus far in his work, a statistical view of the Indian nations inhabiting the territory of Louisiana, which delineated the names of various tribes, their geographical locations, trading practices, and which waterways they utilized, among with a few other little bits and pieces. Now, President Jefferson would subsequently submit this report to Congress. So, after this, they traversed the Missouri to its source, crossed the Continental Divide at Lemhi Pass, proceeded north to Travelers Rest, and navigated the Bitterroot Mountains at Lolo Pass. They traversed on foot before continuing by canoe up the Clearwater, Columbia, and Snake rivers, passing Calilo Falls and contemporary Portland, located at the junction of the Willamette and Columbia rivers. They also utilized William Robert Broughton's 1792 notes and maps for navigation when arriving at the lower Columbia River. The observation of Mount Hood and other stratovolcanoes verified that the expedition was indeed nearing the Pacific Ocean, and thus nearing their goal. The crew first observed the Pacific Ocean on the 7th of November, 1805, reaching there 2 weeks thereafter. The expedition encountered the onset of its second harsh winter while camping on the northern bank of the Columbia River, in a tempestuous region designated by Clark as Dismal Niche. That's a terrible name for a town, isn't it? Well, insufficient nourishment was also a significant factor, so maybe he was in a bad mood. Now, the elk, the primary sustenance for the group, had withdrawn from their customary habitats into the mountains, and the party was now too impoverished to acquire sufficient provisions from the adjacent tribes. On November 24th, 1805, the majority of the group agreed to relocate their camp to the southern bank of the Columbia River, sort of near present-day Astoria in Oregon. Now, both Sacagawea and the enslaved individual York participated in the voting process. Fort Clatsop, or Clatsop rather, was established on the south bank of the Columbia River, 2 miles upstream on the west bank of the Nettle River, which is today known as the Lewis and Clark River. Well, at least that's how most people call it. They undertook this action not alone for shelter and security, but also to formally assert the American presence in the area, hoisting the American flag high above the fort. That's one way to make a statement. Throughout the winter at Fort Clatsop, Lewis dedicated himself to the process of writing. He wrote numerous pages of his notebooks with significant insights, primarily about botany, due to the prolific vegetation and woodlands that adorned the region of the continent. But the other men, their health began to deteriorate, with numerous individuals afflicted by colds and influenza. Aware that marine fur traders occasionally frequented the lower Columbia River, Lewis and Clark consistently inquired with indigenous Chinooks for trading vessels. They discovered that Captain Samuel Hill had visited early in 1805. A miscommunication led Clark to document the name as Haley. Captain Hill, however, returned in 1805 and anchored approximately 10 miles from Fort Clatsop. The Chinook informed Hill about Lewis and Clark. However, no direct interaction occurred. Now, there was also a Russian maritime expedition that was led by the statesman Nikolai Rezanov, which reached the mouth of the Columbia River during the presence of Lewis and Clark. Rezanov and Lewis and Clark were seemingly unaware of each other's existence. Rezanov arrived from present-day Sitka, Alaska, with the objective of founding a Russian agricultural colony to address the chronic food shortages in Russian America. Well, when we say Russian America, we mean Alaska. And he devised plans to relocate the capital of Russian America from Sitka to the lower Columbia River. However, his vessel, Juno, could not navigate the Columbia Bar. Subsequently, he traveled to California, initiating a series of events that ultimately resulted in the establishment of Fort Ross, California. Perhaps a topic for another video. Now, Lewis, back to the main topic, was resolute in his intention to stay at the fort, until April 1st at least, yet he remained eager to depart at the earliest possible moment. By March 22nd, the inclement weather had abated, and the subsequent morning, March 23rd, 1806, the voyage commenced. The Corps commenced their return journey by navigating canoes up the Columbia River, thereafter traversing overland. Prior to his departure, Clark entrusted the Chinook with a letter intended for the next ship captain, who was the same Captain Hill that had been in proximity over the winter. He delivered the letter to Canton and arranged for its forwarding to Thomas Jefferson, who consequently received it prior to the return of Lewis and Clark. The expedition proceeded to Camp Chopunish in Idaho, situated along the north bank of the Clearwater River, where they gathered 65 horses in anticipation of traversing the Bitterroot Mountains, which separate contemporary Idaho from western Montana. Nevertheless, the range remained snow-covered, hindering the expedition's ability to traverse it. On April 11th, as the Corps awaited the snow's abatement, Lewis's dog, Seaman, was abducted by Native Americans. But don't worry, they got him back. Good boy. Well, concerned that similar actions could ensue, Lewis cautioned the chief that any more misconduct or malevolent actions would lead to immediate execution. On July the 3rd, prior to traversing the Continental Divide, the Corps divided into two factions to allow Lewis to investigate the Marias River. Lewis's quartet encountered individuals from the Blackfeet Nation. Throughout the night, the Blackfeet attempted to appropriate their weapons, but during the conflict, the soldiers killed 2 Blackfeet warriors. Lewis, George Drouillard, and the Field brothers traversed over 100 miles in a single day before establishing camp once again. Now, at the same time, Clark had infiltrated the area of the Crow tribe. During that night, half of Clark's horses had vanished. However, they didn't observe any of the Crow warriors. Lewis and Clark remained apart until they arrived at the junction of the Yellowstone and Missouri rivers on August 11th. Upon the group's reunion, one of Clark's hunters, Pierre Crozat, erroneously identified Lewis as an elk and discharged his firearm, wounding Lewis in the thigh. I don't know exactly how he could make that mistake, but he did. At least that was the excuse. Well, upon reuniting, the Corps efficiently navigated home across the Missouri River, and they arrived in St. Louis on September the 23rd, 1806, safe and sound. Well, apart from the leg being almost blown off, but hey, you take it in stride. Now, in March 1804, prior to the expedition's commencement in May, the Spanish in New Mexico were informed by General James Wilkinson that the Americans were intruding against land asserted by Spain, and the Spanish did not like that. Following the commencement of the Lewis and Clark voyage in May, the Spanish had dispatched 4 armed contingents, including 52 soldiers, mercenaries, and Native American helpers on August the 1st, 1804, from Santa Fe, New Mexico, under the command of Pedro Vial and Jose Yarvet, with the intention to intercept and detain the entire expedition. They arrived at the Pawnee encampment along the Platte River in central Nebraska and discovered that the expedition had previously been there some days prior. The group then traversed 70 to 80 miles daily, and Vial's attempt to intercept the Lewis and Clark expedition proved to be futile. I wonder if they had have known at all that the Spanish were the hounds barking at their backs. And so, when all is said and done, it was a great success. They accomplished the mission. They acquired knowledge of the Northwest geography and created the initial precise maps of the region. In fact, about 140 of them, which is a formidable task. But it wasn't just the maps. The trip recorded natural resources and flora that were previously completely unknown to Euro-Americans, albeit quite known to indigenous populations, but they didn't bother to ask them. Now, Lewis and Clark were the inaugural Americans to traverse the Continental Divide, the first to see Yellowstone, to enter Montana, and to generate an official account of these many places. Their expedition to the Pacific Northwest, accompanied by maps and declarations of sovereignty through medals and flags, constituted the legal measures required to assert ownership of each indigenous nation's territories in accordance with the doctrine of discovery. Throughout the journey, they established communication with over 70 native tribes and documented more than 200 novel plant and animal species. Jefferson instructed the expedition to assert sovereignty and exhibit military prowess to guarantee the subordination of local tribes to the United States, according to the practice of European conquerors in other regions. Subsequent to the voyage, they generated maps which facilitated the continued exploration and colonization of this extensive region for the next years, always being used as a reference. In 1807, Patrick Gass, a soldier in the U.S. Army, released a narrative of the expedition in his own words. He received a promotion to sergeant through the expedition. Paul Allen edited a 2-volume chronicle of the Lewis and Clark expedition, published in 1814 in Philadelphia. However, he omitted the true author, the banker Nicholas Biddle. The comprehensive report was not disclosed to the public until fairly recently, you see. The first authorized edition of the Lewis and Clark Journal is located in the Maureen and Mike Mansfield Library at the University of Montana. Now, a little bit more about the primary objectives mandated by Jefferson. You see, it was all about conducting a reconnaissance to document the locations, military capabilities, activities, and cultures of the diverse Native American tribes residing in the territory just acquired in the broader Northwest. It aimed to convey to the indigenous populations that their territories, whether they liked it or not, were now under the ownership of the United States and their great father in Washington, who had become their ruler. Of course, many of these native tribes extended their support by imparting knowledge of the wilderness and facilitating food acquisition. The team possessed an unmarked leather-bound journals and ink to document these contacts, along with scientific and geological data obtained in their interactions. They received an assortment of presents, too, including medals, ribbons, needles, mirrors, and other items designed to alleviate tensions during negotiations with Native American chiefs that they would meet along the journey. Numerous tribes had amicable interactions with the British and French fur traders during their occasional meetings along the Missouri and Columbia rivers, and generally, the expedition saw a surprisingly minimal amount of violence, except for a few instances. Those poor Blackfoot men who got killed. Well, on September 25th, 1804, there was that heated conflict with the Teton-Sioux tribe, sometimes referred to as the Lakota people, led by chiefs like Black Buffalo and the Partisan. The leaders approached the expedition and demanded tribute for passage across the river. The 7 indigenous tribes of the Lakota people governed an extensive inland territory and anticipated tributes from outsiders seeking to traverse their rivers or cross their territories. It seems pretty fair, doesn't it? It's just a little bridge toll. Well, Harry Fritz states in his work, all prior Missouri River travelers cautioned about this formidable and assertive tribe, intent on obstructing free trade. Well, the Sioux anticipated a reprisal incursion from the Omaha tribe to the south. Communication was, of course, challenging, to say the least, as the sole Sioux language interpreter for the expedition, Pierre Dorion, remained with the other group and was engaged in diplomatic matters with a different tribe. He's never there when you need him. As a result, both chiefs from different tribes received several gifts, that is, the partisan chief and the Sioux chief. Nevertheless, none was content, and they sought additional gifts for their troops and tribe. At that moment, several warriors from the partisan tribe seized their canoe and one of the oars. Lewis asserted his authority, commanding a show of force and displaying arms. Captain Clark wielded his sword and threatened severe retaliation. But, fortunately, prior to the escalation into a violent and bloody conflict, the chief, Black Buffalo, wisely commanded his warriors to withdraw, and everybody went home with their heads still attached to their shoulders. So that's a win-win. Of course, eventually, they successfully negotiated their passage without additional incident, aided by superior gifts and a bottle of whiskey. I wonder if they drank it before the agreement was struck. Well, either way, during the mission, the team studied and documented the customs, lifestyles, and all little eccentricities of the numerous native tribes that they encountered. According to European standards, the Native American lifestyle was quite severe and unyielding, as observed by the expedition participants. Following several interactions and prolonged camping among the Native American tribes throughout the winter months, they quickly acquired first-hand knowledge of their practices and social structures. The one custom that differentiated Native American cultures from Western societies was the practice whereby men could acquire multiple wives. Of course, this was contingent upon their ability to support them, frequently selecting spouses from their immediate familial circle. For example, the men in the Mandan tribe often married their sisters, which, well, it's a bit. Don't want to push my beliefs onto others, but okay. Now, female chastity was not esteemed very highly either. Fathers frequently sold their infant girls to adult men, typically in exchange for horses or mules. In CO countries, women were frequently exchanged for horses and other goods. However, this practice was not observed among the Shoshone nation, which esteemed its women more highly. Now, I am inclined to believe a lot of this, because they didn't tar all of the natives with the same brush. Now, if they had have put everybody into a big basket and said they're all barbarians, they're all terrible, and they all need to be civilized, maybe a few eyebrows would be raised, for obvious reasons. But when they talk about each tribe specifically, and say one tribe does this, but the other does not, well, perhaps we can take it as the reality of the situation. Well, they also observed that Native American nations, and numerous ones of them, were perpetually engaged in conflicts with other tribes, particularly the very warlike Sioux tribe, who, despite maintaining a generally friendly relationship with the European fur traders, had audaciously proclaimed and rationalized the near total annihilation of the once quite formidable Cahokia nation. And it wasn't just them either. We're talking the Missouri, Illinois, Kaskaskia, and Peoria tribes who inhabited the regions surrounding the upper Mississippi and Missouri rivers. So war and conquest was not something new to these parts of the world. Just like with any other part of the world, it's a tale as old as time. Now, of course, we have to talk a little bit about Sacagawea, who was a Native American woman who accompanied her husband and, well, owner, if we want to use those sorts of words, since she was purchased, to Saint Charbonneau on a trip to the Pacific Ocean. Now, on February 11, 1805, shortly after her initial interaction with the expedition, Sacagawea entered labor, which was prolonged and excruciating. Thus, the Frenchman Charbonneau proposed administering a potion made from rattlesnake rattle to facilitate her delivery. Lewis, of course, possessed the required goods, and shortly after giving the medication, she gave birth to a healthy child named Jean-Baptiste Charbonneau. Now, on June 16, 1805, upon reaching the Marias River, Sacagawea fell very ill. She found relief by consuming mineral water from the sulphur spring that flowed into the river. Despite her frequent mention in literature, much of what is told about her is, if not outright fictional, it's at least somewhat exaggerated. Many scholars assert that she observed certain geographical aspects, yet she was not the guide for the expedition. But she was significant to them as an interpreter and in other capacities, identifying local flora and fauna, this sort of thing, things that a Native American would know in those lands more than the newcomers. Very practical. Now, the presence of a woman and her baby son would have provided reassurance to certain indigenous cultures, as she significantly contributed to diplomatic relationships by engaging with chiefs, alleviating tensions, and conveying the semblance of a peaceful endeavor. Now, Meriwether Lewis' writings conveyed a fairly unfavorable perspective of her, although Clark held her in greater esteem and offered assistance to her children in later years. Now, in the journals, the terms of squaw or savages were employed to describe Sacagawea and other indigenous peoples, so it definitely was not a friendly dynamic between them. Of course, it wasn't just Sacagawea who was along for the ride too. There was a African man named York who was enslaved, but who participated in the voyage as the personal servant as his enslaver, William Clark. York significantly contributed to the expedition's success too, and they weren't trying to hide that he did it. He garnered popularity among the Native Americans, who had never encountered a man who looked like him. He also assisted with hunting and the arduous task of towing boats upstream. Notwithstanding his efforts to the core of discovery, Clark declined to give him his freedom upon returning east, which is not very nice of him at all. While all the other explorers reaped perks of twofold compensation and extensive land grants, York was the only one who got nothing in return, dragging all those boats for nothing. Following the conclusion of the mission, Clark permitted York a short visit to Kentucky to see his wife before compelling him to return to Missouri. It is improbable that he ever reunited with his wife. 10 years post-expedition, York remained a slave, laboring as a wagoner for Clark. Of course, the final years of his life are a little contentious. In the 1830s, there was a man of African descent who claimed to have accompanied the Lewis and Clark expedition, who was residing as a chief among the Native Americans encountered during a trip in present-day Wyoming. But this is not really confirmed. Well, as for Lewis and Clark, upon returning from their trip, they encountered difficulties in preparing their writings for publishing. Clark successfully convinced Nicholas Biddle to edit the journals, which were subsequently published in 1814 as The History of the Expedition under the Commands of Captains Lewis and Clark. Not a very catchy name. Now, Biddle's narrative account, however, excluded significant material pertaining to their discoveries in flora and animals. Biddle's narrative was the sole published record of the original journals for the subsequent 90 years, resulting in many of Lewis and Clark's findings being inadvertently rediscovered and renamed. Of course, the general public became aware of the comprehensive scientific discoveries made by Lewis and Clark only after the publication of the original journals of Lewis and Clark expedition by Reuben Gold Thwaites in 1904 to 1905. In fact, in the 19th century, mentions of Lewis and Clark were hard to find in historical texts, even during the United States Centennial in 1876, resulting in the trip being mostly overlooked. Lewis and Clark, beginning to attract attention at the onset of the 20th century, were mentioned a little bit more. Well, thank you very much for joining me today. Bit of an interesting trip back into the early history of the United States. Only a few decades after they were united. Well, united as much as they could be back then. Let's see how united they'll be in a few months' time. Best of luck to all of you with that unpleasant situation. Well, I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons and supporters, whether they're on YouTube or Patreon. That's Dark, Carey, Kimberly Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Aaron, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, Christine, Fizabo, Legitmus, Maverick, and Susan. Thank you all so much. You know I appreciate every one of you. And I appreciate you too, just for listening all this way. I hope you learned something. I know I did. Like I said at the start of the video, I never really learned too much about American history. Because I'm not American. So we don't really learn too much about that. Australian history, we learned about it in school, but it's... You learn a lot more when you take it upon yourself to just do the research. They'll only teach you a surface level understanding in schools. Schools only really exist to have you just smart enough to run the machines and just dumb enough to not ask any more questions about it. So make sure that your education continues after you leave, because that bell doesn't mean that the learning is over. Anyway, good to see you all again, and as always, lots of love to each and every one of you. Have a good rest. See you in the next video.